For those who've not been here before, my name is Stephen Lee, and I'm the inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to examine the local plan and report to the council in due course. I think we've got at least one new face. Welcome. So you will have to hear a little bit, I think, of unless you've had the opportunity to view anything. Do you? No. Okay. You'll have a little bit of spiel then to go through, unfortunately. Just as normal housekeeping, reminder please for everyone to switch off their mobile phones, laptops and other devices or put them on silent. If there are any procedural issues or anything to say, then Annette Feeney, Programme Officer, who you all know, will be around to provide any assistance. And as usual, I'll just ask the Council to go through any fire arrangements or fire escape arrangements there may be. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. There will be a fire alarm test at 2 o'clock today. There's no need to evacuate unless instructed otherwise. However, in the event of a real emergency, the fire alarms will sound continuously, so please exit the building promptly through the nearest marked exit to the left, my left. Assembly points are located outside the Civic Centre and council staff will be on hand to guide you. Because there's new people today, toilets are located on the ground floor, accessible via the reception area. If you require accessible facilities or additional assistance, please speak to a member of staff or our security team and they'll be happy to help you. Teas and coffees will be provided during the breaks and available at the front of the room. And just a reminder that these sessions are being recorded as part of the official examination, so if you do not wish to be recorded, please can you inform our Programme Officer, Mrs Feeney. There's no immediate questions. I'll now hand back to the Inspector to proceed with today's session.
Thank you very much. Particularly to our new arrival today, just to run through how today will work and what the purpose of the exercise is, but more information can be found, if you've time to read it while we're talking, on my guidance note online, and I did go through some longer opening instructions on day one of the examination, which I intend to go through again. So this will be a short sort of overview of the approach. The purpose of the examination is to help me decide if the plan that was submitted in August 2024 is legally compliant and sound, and if not, how it could be modified to ensure that it is. This session, like all the others, will take the form of a structured discussion over the matters set out in the agenda that was published last week, which is also based on the MIQ, Matters, Issues and Questions, or MIQs that were published previously. And this morning we're going to be talking about sites RUR01 and RUR05. Obviously, we've only got 2 participants here this morning, but you know, if you're here, when we do introduction, you can let me know which of the sites you're interested in or both. Clearly, we can only make comment. Your right to be heard is based on your representations on Regulation 19. So if obviously you're here about site 01 and you didn't make a representation about 05, well, you can obviously leave. But if you are here, you're not to make comments on that and vice versa. I will start each agenda item with some questions to the Council, and I'll just pick out how I'm going to deal with that in terms of how the MIQs are set out when we get to it. And when I've heard responses to those, I'll invite contributions from others. When you wish to speak, please turn your nameplate on its end, and I'll bring you in at an appropriate time. And when I do invite you to speak, please say you are, you won't need, please focus your comments on my questions and any specific points made by others. And I would ask each contribution to be as concise and focused as possible to allow everyone a chance to speak if they wish to on a particular issue. There's no need to repeat or summarise what you wrote in your representations or your hearing statements. They're all before me. And also, I do ask people to try and refrain from reading out pre-prepared statements, if at all possible, as they tend to take quite a long time and don't tend to focus on the issues at hand. Generally, I'll give the Council the last word on any topic before moving on, but you shouldn't leave the room unless you've said everything you want to say. So if you feel I've moved on before you've said everything, then please let me know, particularly as there won't be an opportunity to provide new or additional information after the hearing session's over unless I specifically ask for it. The Council is keeping a note of any actions that are identified or during the hearings. That might include potential main modifications that may be required, and I will try, where possible, to make it clear what actions are required during the sessions, and they will be agreed following each week and then published in due course. There'll obviously also be matters that I need to give further thought to and take away with me, and will obviously provide advice to the council at an appropriate time in the future. Well, that is to say, if I don't obviously come to a clear conclusion on something today, it doesn't necessarily mean I've made my mind up or anything. Nobody should infer anything from that, or indeed from any questions I might ask, as I am prone to play devil's advocate from time to time. This morning we are going to start with Site 01. We'll have a break between wherever we are, between time-wise. We'll have a sort of short adjournment between 01 and 05, whatever. But if we're in the midst of things, we'll generally have a break at around 11 o'clock, and then break for lunch at 1. Just for those who are obviously, I don't intend to obviously carry. If we get finished early, I don't intend to move on to the other sites, because we're going to wait. So it will be a separate session at 2 o'clock. Whereby I have to go through this all again. It's not as hot today as it has been, but if anyone feels that it's too hot and needs a break, then just please let me know, and we can accommodate that. Any questions about procedure No? So first off, we'll do introductions, then I'll just see if there are any matters arising, and then we'll make a start on the land opposite Enfield crematorium. So introductions. Mr. Reid, starting, please.
Thank you very much, sir. My name is Matthew Reid. I'm King's Counsel. I'm instructed to attend this inquiry and this examination by the solicitor to the council, and with me is Matthew Dale Harris as Junior Counsel.
Morning, sir. Rebecca Rain, acting as Planning Policy Lead for Enfield Council.
Good morning, my name is Chris Cole. I'm the Head of Strategic Transport Planning and Policy for the Enfield Council.
Barry Murphy from DWD Planning, representing VFund and Jubilee Church, and my colleague Nick Bond is also here from Canapero Transport Consultants.
Good morning. Versatile agricultural land. I indicated yesterday the position in relation to the Natural England likelihood of identification model, and we've produced a note that we can provide to you, so on perhaps a conditional basis, so that you can say, well, I'm happy to receive that, or I don't need to see it, or I'd like to see more. It may then provide you with a bit more detail. So, and rather than it being now disseminated, because you may decide there's no purpose in me having it, or I want more, we were proposing just to provide it to you at this stage. But we can, of course, make other copies available if you would prefer that to be the case. Alternatively, not to receive it at all, and so you can make a decision as to how you'd like to.
Is it relevant to today's sites?
No, save that one of your questions is always...
Yeah. But if the answer to that is, but it's not relevant to these, then I think what we'll do is I think it would be useful to see that note, because it will help me decide whether, the question yesterday was exactly. Whether or not looking at using the probability maps is going to be sufficient. I think having the note will help me come to a view on that. It probably also would be helpful to go, I'll see it first, and then publish that before the Chase Park, at least, discussions, because then at least if it does come up, people be aware.
Yes.
Again, clearly it might well be that a view on whether any additional information is needed is going to be take a view on that after the discussions, because we can see how relevant or important it is, or how likely controversial, not as in is it likely to be, is it obvious what the answer is, or is it likely to be more nuanced? Until I see the note, I won't know.
Exactly. So.
And those maps, those probability maps aren't before me at the moment, so that would be helpful. So yeah, I think it's on the list of actions anyway. I think that would be something that I need sooner rather than later. I think what I'm going to do about the actions and how I want to see information is, obviously I've got a little bit of breathing space, so before we come back, is through a net, let you know that there may be some which are higher priority than others that I need sooner rather than later. I did say I don't particularly want to receive things piecemeal, mainly because it's just keeping track of things, but also, but it's actually as much as anything publishing things piecemeal, because clearly for interested parties it's quite difficult if the website's changing on a regular basis to keep track. So if nothing else, I think things should be published in sensible tranches when it's relevant to do so. So obviously if the things that we could do with having before we have the Chase Park discussion, because they're relevant, then clearly they need to be there sooner rather than later. There may be other things which are more, well, the answer can come later, and if I have to get some written representations from people I can, or decide I don't need it, I've got the answer and that'll be enough. So I think I'll advise on that next week. Also, once I've seen the list, we've got the second week list of actions, and I can see the scale of things. Because we had a lot of actions yesterday and Tuesday, some of which were sort of about potential main mods. I think they can be, the action is, there's a list of potential main mods. We don't need to, but some of them were answers to questions and notes and things. So, the other question will be for me, do I want individual notes on all of these different things, or do I want a compendium of note? A compendium which deals with it all in one go.
Yes.
That's preferable to a certain extent, but then there might be some things that need to be pulled out which are more urgent than others. So,
yes, which was why we thought that it might be sensible to simply provide you with that note on that conditional basis. If you then wanted it to be published, the decision that you might make would then dictate how we would deal with the document subsequently on a public basis. But so if you're happy to take that, then I can provide it to you.
I'll take it. I mean, I'll take it, and then obviously once I've accepted, in principle, it seems like something that I should accept, and in principle, then publish. So if one's reading it, there's something where I think I need to come back and query, and it might need more work or something, then we can deal with that. But
In that case, sir, we'll publish it at the same time as providing it to you. Is that how you would
no,
like to do it?
publish it. Because obviously I'll tell us when to publish it, but
Thank
I
you
will.
very much. In that case,
yes,
we'll
but
do
the
it.
likelihood is it's going to be, if I've accepted it, likely to be published, but I want to just obviously read it first.
Thank you.
Just in case there's something where I say, well, actually, it would be helpful
Exactly.
to just provide this extra bit, so it's rather than me come back it gets published and me come back formally with a note to say, I may as well just read it, and then. But as long as people get a chance to see it before, if it's going to be relevant Chase Park, as long as people get a chance to see it before then, that's useful. The other thing I'll just say, while we're talking about that, it was sort of discussed in a roundabout way in terms of actions for Chase Park. I will just ask if the council could review their hearing statement, and if there's anything in that which is no longer considered to be accurate, if you could let me know via a note as soon as possible. So again, that can be published, and then any participants have the opportunity to read that before we start. So we're obviously having the discussion based on accurate position.
Yes, so we were aware of what came to pass yesterday, and with that in mind, we were alive to it, and we'll make sure that that's done. So yes, thank you.
Sorry, were there any other points?
Yeah, one other point, I think, at this stage, which concerns the position on Hertfordshire County Council. You'll recall that during the Cruise Hill discussions, there was an observation reached in respect of some earlier comments from HCC about potential effects on certain local roads. And so can I just deal with that? I said I'd come back to that issue in two ways. Firstly, that there is obviously the statement of common ground that led to the position ultimately that the in-principle issues have been resolved in respect of the plan. That then led to a position by which, ultimately through that statement of common ground, Hertfordshire were content, subject to a monitoring approach being undertaken in respect of the sites with potential mitigation deriving from those sites. And so you've heard that potential mitigation is something that's expected in any event, as one would expect in respect of these sorts of sites, given their scale. And so what we'd ask you to note is that there isn't an in-principle objection on the part of that highway authority to the cruise hill allocation. It's capable of being dealt with in the usual way. So that's the response we've made.
Okay, understood. I wasn't. Did I? Because I was obviously I looked at referring to the Regulation 19 concerns. I'm loath to call them objections because I think they were highlighting issues rather than necessarily sort of representation saying, well, we expect there to be a problem. But I don't think I said that my concern was that Hertfordshire concluded they were objecting. But if you're just just confirming that position, that's fine.
Just simply confirming. I wasn't suggesting that you were suggesting that there was an outstanding objection on the part of the County Council.
Okay. So just confirming position.
So no.
Okay. Thank you. Helpful. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Okay. If there's nothing else, then I'll move on then to RUR. I'm just going to call it 01 instead of RUR 01 every time. I think it's a bit of a mouthful. For the benefit of participants, what I do, you'll see my MIQs are split up. They start with the Greenbelt questions, then move on to broad location issues, then move on to development requirements. So what I'll do is I'll ask my questions about the Greenbelt, open it up. If there's any points about that, then I'll talk about any sort of, irrespective of the Greenbelt, are there any location issues? For example, in this case, I think there's a transport issue we know about. Open it up, I'll ask my questions, then open it up, and then we'll look at the development requirements. And what I'll do is I'll go through all my questions on all the criteria, so it's just quicker that way, and then open it up. So that just makes sense. So if you're sitting there thinking, oh, well, I want to get my point in, it might take a little bit of time sometimes for me to get through my questions, but I try to cover as much ground as I can. Obviously, Enfield Society have been here before, so they know the way it works. So if I might start then with sort of, well, it's Greenbelt, but also some matters of clarity, I suppose, about this allocation. Just to confirm a few things. Sometimes I find it a little bit hard to reconcile the inset maps and the policies map. And obviously there are no keys on the inset map, which makes it a bit hard as well. But the area, presumably the area to the east, I think this is right. The area to the east, opposite the A10, on the opposite side of the A10, I should say, is in the Greenbelt. Is that correct? That remains in the Greenbelt. That's already Greenbelt.
Yes, that's part of the Greenbelt.
And the land to the north is Greenbelt. Is the A10 itself? Presumably the A10 itself is currently Greenbelt, albeit washed
Yes.
over. Yeah. So the result of this would actually be removing additional land. That would be, the effect would be to remove that piece of the Greenbelt from the A10.
Yes, that's right.
I think we can all agree that the A10 is probably not for serving a Greenbelt function, but yeah.
Yes.
But just so I understand, so obviously I have to think about, okay. So that would come out of the intention is to remove that area from the Greenbelt, albeit it's outside the allocation. And the reason for that being that it would just, serves no Greenbelt purpose, so it would be, Okay, thank you. And then in terms of, I just want to be clear what this site's allocated for. The land use requirements, which I'm told are policy, says the site should provide new homes. So it's just new homes. There's 291 new homes, 10 years plus. But then when you turn the page, there's a few sort of what I might call slightly oblique, unclear references to other things. So in infrastructure requirements, it says should provide community uses. And then criterion J, should locate non-residential uses, brackets church community along the A10. So obviously I understand from reps what has been promoted here, but just to be clear, what actually, because obviously the allocation is for housing, and then there are these other references. Now, my understanding, obviously, if you've got somewhere like, say, Chase Park or Cruise Hill, you know, the large strategic sites, you've got mixed uses. They're proposed for mixed use, residential-led mixed use development, and a lot of the non-residential uses there to support the new community. Don't get the impression this is the case here. The references to the community uses are from effectively a private enterprise, albeit a church, who want to utilise the site, facilitate the development of a church by delivering housing. So it's not that the community users aren't there. When it says should provide community users, that's not to support the new community. It's actually what you're really proposing is a mixed use development. So it's housing in a church. That's what. But is that right? Yeah, because that's not what's in the plan.
Yes, that is right. So the way it's worded is to provide that flexibility, but you're absolutely right. In terms of the perform, we should be highlighting that this is not just new homes. This is a non-residential use as well. But we have worded it as such so that it provides that flexibility to cover community uses, whether that be a church or a multi-use building.
So you're right, though, the land use requirements element in the proposal doesn't reflect that presently and would need to.
Yeah. Okay, so logically, if we start from the premise of exceptional circumstances, as far as I know, but if I'm wrong, you know, I've read a lot of stuff. I don't always know, but I don't see any reference in any evidence to exceptional circumstances for a church.
No, you're right about that.
So one would assume, am I right to say, that there would, as part of if this is a mixed-use development, the exceptional circumstances should also include the church?
Well, so the justification for it is, as we've identified it, by reference to the residential element. And as an ancillary aspect of that, there's the proposal for that community use. And once the adequate justification is there for the release of the site on an exceptional basis for housing, along the same principles that we've already looked at in stage 1, that then allows that justifies the site coming out of the greenbelt. It then allows for those other uses as well. But to be clear, it's the release is justified on the basis as we've put it in our evidence.
Okay, slightly careful, because obviously there's two elements to this. If I was looking at it, let's put the church, the fact it's for a particular proposal, the site promoter is this is not, we want to build some houses here, and it might be we'll put some community uses in as part of that scheme. This is where we want to, the reality seems to be, we want to build a church on this site. The way we will deliver that is by, delivering housing on it. Now that might be perfectly justified. In anywhere that's fine, but this is Greenbelt, so we've got a different question. It's not ancillary. That's the point. Community uses may be ancillary to a residential development where it's of a scale or location that require community uses. That could be ancillary community uses. This isn't what's being talked about. Now, the policy might be worded such that that would allow for that, but that's not what's being proposed. And I think if the land use requirements are inaccurate, so this is for new homes is inaccurate, and actually that is so therefore, because one way I could say, well, no, the allocation's for housing, so the other things are not justified. There is no justification. I mean, as far as I can tell, no justification for a church in terms of the scale of housing or the location of housing. This is purely a best one in the world. It's a community use in that respect, but it's a private. It's not serving that housing. So what might be considered a sort of quasi-commercial use or quasi-private enterprise on a greenbelt site, facilitated by the release of that for housing. So I do wonder, the extent to which I do need to, if the purpose is primarily to deliver the church, from the site promoter's point of view, it's promoted to the church, the extent to which that has to factor into the exceptional circumstances argument as well. I mean, you obviously say no, but that's...
Perhaps I can just clarify in terms of the ancillary aspect. I was referring to the fact that, and one can often fall into the trap of it, of using it in general terms rather than the specific terms in a planning context. I wasn't suggesting that in some way it's serving and therefore incidental to the use for housing purposes. What I meant by that was that it was not the major aspect of the site. The site's justified. The site's release is justified on the basis of the housing, but that isn't to say that other benefits or other community aspects that weigh in the balance can't be taken into account as part of that. But of themselves, the council wouldn't be suggesting that this is exceptionally to be released on that basis alone. Hence why it's driven by the residential release. Now, as I say, it doesn't mean that one doesn't take into account the existence of that community use as part of what we've indicated already as part of, as contained within the design principles. So it does factor into it, but not significantly in the context of the overall balance.
Is it significant in terms of, and we'll obviously get onto this, but significant in terms of delivery? I mean, obviously the site promoter can speak to this in due course, but is it if the church isn't part of the mix, then the site doesn't come forward? So in that question, if that is the case, then it becomes a significant part, or does it become a significant part of the release? Because that's the only mechanism by which it would actually be removed from the greenbelt. So if I was to say, well, I don't see a justification for the church element, when that actually then follows through that it wouldn't be delivered without CPO or whatever, or another willing landowner coming along, so that actually is a factor.
Absolutely. Aside from when one's looking at the question of the justification for release, one's looking ultimately at what's the benefit that is derived from the development of the site, and is that benefit sufficient to outweigh exceptionally the greenbelt protection? And the result is that the substantive driver in this case is the housing, and albeit with, as I say, a subsidiary substantive element related to the church. But if what, as a matter of fact, is the position that the delivery of that housing, which is regarded as being of significance to the authority, the delivery of that housing can't come forward without that use being also provided on site, that of course is something that would add to the weight of the need to include that element. So it substantively isn't positive, but as a driver for its delivery is necessarily material.
Of course, and we discussed this yesterday, you can never, unless you are obviously delivering it yourself, you can never guarantee things are going to be delivered. But obviously, if the substantive reason for removing this site from the greenbelt is to deliver around 300 houses, then the mechanism needs to ensure that, doesn't it? Rather than remove the greenbelt, the church is. I'm casting aspersions on the reason for a church, but clearly a church would be inappropriate development in the greenbelt. I think in normal circumstances would need very special circumstances and so on. So in the normal course of events would be not approved. So the outcome of this, from the council's perspective, would not be that you remove the land from the greenbelt, church gets built, and then the 300 houses never come forward. So is there any? I mean, as far as the council can control such things, maybe can't, but is there any way of ensuring that benefit if you are taking the step of removing land from the greenbelt?
Well, certainly as part of the design requirements or as part of the description of the development. You'll have seen in another context, RUR 04, that we've indicated, at least previously we indicated that it should come forward with another site. So as a matter of principle, there's a linkage that can be made within the design principle section, and it's certainly open to the main modification procedure to include the requirement that the housing is required to come forward as part of any use of the site. And of course, in the event that an argument is made, given that policy context, with that sort of modification in place, given that policy context, there would have to then be, in effect, an enabling development argument made and a relevant Section 106 obligation put in place to achieve that.
Would it be, I'm not sure it's in there now, but would it be something that would, in your view, be a valid / effective sound, in fact, using the policy to have what would be akin to, I guess, a Grampian clause to say, how, before any community use, non-residential use was delivered, the housing must be implemented, or where's that effect? Thus ensuring that if I do take the view, well, the housing is the driver for removing the greenbelt from this location, then that, then it's not as an indirect means of getting another form of inappropriate development through, unjustifiably. Because obviously, no, I'm not saying you couldn't, you might want to make exceptional circumstances for the church here, but you're not. So, in terms of if you're going to go down the route of how are you, making sure that the outcome fits the argument, then I don't, if that's speaking as the council / legal expert on these, whether that would be a sound approach to achieving it.
So it would be sound insofar as the bringing forward of two elements, or rather one element, in order to ensure the delivery of that which is important. That would be sound, so long as it's properly protected under the policy. As to how it plays against the question of deliverability, of course that's a matter of judgment, but the judgment that is to be made is whether or not there's a reasonable prospect of that land being delivered. And in the light of what we've seen, we believe that it is deliverable. And the fact that it may be tied to another element doesn't, as a matter of principle, prevent that conclusion from being reached.
Okay, thank you. So I'll move on then to other aspects of Greenbelt, and obviously Greenbelt harm. I think you've argued here that there would be moderate harm overall. I think, sorry if I'll get my trusty map out. It's in figure 6.6, isn't it? Yeah, anything you want to particularly say about the characteristics would lead to moderate harm? It's obviously, it's quite built up in the area around it. You've obviously got the main, a very significant road passing by, perhaps different characteristics, some of the ones we've been talking about thus far.
Ms. Rain will be able to speak to the extent of the harm that's identified as moderate, as you say.
Thank you, Inspector. Yes, noting the position of the A10, it was considered that the harm would be moderate, as you say. It does benefit from the Enfield Green Loop to the north, and then obviously the Green Link to the east. So these are accessible. But I think, yeah, in terms of overall harm, that's probably just about as much as I can say. In terms of, well, you'll come on to defensible boundaries, but I'll cover that separately.
So I'll just add that, of course, there is a degree of linkage. There is a degree of linkage between the land to the south and the north, at least in the Greenbelt assessment. and so you'll have seen that it's low moderate to the north, outside of the site, but nevertheless low moderate to the north. So in terms of that tranche of land, and I should say it's also got two, on the eastern side of the A10, low and very low levels of harm associated with other greenbelt elements. As a result of that, so you can see how it fits within that mosaic of essentially low levels of harm.
I mean, one point, I suppose, is about just looking at the policies map and the greenbelt map together. One thing that did raise some... oh, hold on a minute. Looking at the policies map, I was looking at the inset map. It does appear that the A10 is outside the green, is being removed from the green. But I'm looking at the policies map, it may not be, but there's two different shades of green. So I think the policy map suggests it's still green belt, and the inset map suggests it isn't. At least perhaps they're not as critical as removing other bits, but just be accurate about these things. But anyway, sorry, my substantive question is, clearly the area to the east of the A10 is a sort of a little bit of an adjunct to the green belt anyway. It sort of sits there, and it's got a link, a relatively narrow link across to the main chunk of green belt to the west, if that's a obviously technical term. You would be narrowing that even further. So does that have any risk in terms of effectively severing the area to the east, which I presume is mainly the crematorium, and severing the area to the east of the A10 from the green belt, thus actually undermining that area's function as well? I mean, there would obviously still be that area to the north, but it is obviously just the narrowing effect of it.
Well, it should have the opposite effect. We've got the green link to the east, excuse me, the Enfield green loop to the north, obviously the Turkey Brook wetlands to the north. There's a new cycle route opened up from Enfield to Broxbourne, I believe last week, and then you've got the footpath that runs to the north. So effectively this would be opening up the connectivity to those green existing linkages. So, yeah.
The only other point I'd make is that, of course, the Greenbelt assessment has looked at the effect of not only the development of it, but the effect on the Greenbelt purposes generally. And so we'll necessarily have looked at the issue of what's the consequence of development of that on the remainder of the Greenbelt.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, this next question is one of those which sort of, unfortunately, perhaps goes into a grey area between Greenbelt and locational issues and so on, but it sort of speaks, I think, to exceptional circumstances. You've obviously pointed me to the when balancing the harm to the greenbelt purposes with the benefits, and does that amount to exceptional circumstances? You've obviously pointed me to the site selection topic paper to determine why this site's been identified against alternatives, and it refers to meeting housing need and also providing large family homes. That's a general thing about all greenbelts. I know there's an overall housing need requirement. There's also the affordable housing need, and then there's the family homes. That's a debate still raging. It's got issues about I've got to views on to come to about local housing need assessments and so on. But here you're seeking 291 dwellings on just over 4 hectares, which I think, again, my basic maths results in a gross density of 71 dwellings per hectare. But if you're taking out land for open space, buffers, landscaping, etc., and potentially other uses, then that was inevitably make the density, the net density would be higher than that. I can't say how much higher, but it would be higher than that. So again, a similar point to what I was saying about yesterday about, does the vision for the site and the expectation in terms of typologies and so on actually match the argument for green belt release in this location? And it is different, I think, in nature to say, if you look at the other smaller greenbelt release site, for example, at Hadley Wood, you know, it's a different order of things, I think, in terms of scale and density. I know in terms of Cruise Hill, there's like different areas. It's a completely different kettle of fish, so I'm not, you know, comparing some higher density, some lower density. But here, it's quite going to be potentially quite high density scheme. So, yeah, does the family housing in particular, large family houses, stack up? Argument here, does it stack up both in terms of the density, but also the nature of the site as well, and is it actually configurable for that kind of development?
Maybe Ms. Rain wants to add something, but it's right to note that at point H, of the design principles, the site is identified as providing a mix of typologies, courtyard blocks, mansion blocks, and terrace housing considered the most appropriate. So the overall need in respect of family housing itself covers a range of types, not just what one might imagine by family housing in, say, Cruise Hill or Chase Park in terms of some of the parcels, Cruise Hill as we saw yesterday, but also nevertheless family housing as defined as 3 and 4 bedroom, but smaller in scale. So there's still the ability to be able to provide for family housing, hence the justification as we've seen. But I don't know whether Ms. Rain wants to add something.
Just to expand on that really, so I think what we envisaged for this particular site was flatted and terraced housing. Again, to further justify the release of the Greenbelt site, obviously there is the comparison to Hadley Wood. I think we just need to note the special character of this part of Enfield, how that differentiates between Hadley Wood. Very much making the best use of that released site, and in our view would still provide family housing, albeit different from what's being provided at Hadley Wood.
One of the arguments I think has been made, and is often made about obviously Greenbelt release anyway, but certainly here is that the Greenbelt sites and Greenfield sites offer an opportunity to do something different, you know, that you can't do on your brownfield sites because of obviously their existing character, their constraints, their scale, and everything, and that therefore justifies sort of, yeah, it's like we can do different things, and in a site, again, obviously I recognise on the scale of say Cruise Hill, Chase Park, particularly where you've got existing brownfield land, that might mean different typologies, but you can still deliver something different in there as well as the brownfield elements. But what you're telling me about here, you know, flats, terraces, you know, reflecting the character which might be more built up, is that actually providing anything different to what you would be able to deliver on your brownfield sites? Because obviously, again, going back to the original purpose of the Greenbelt release, it's not, you know, it's not about meeting a particular number, is it? You've not got a number. You're not starting with a number of X demography and then trying to get there. You're getting to your number by releasing sites that you feel are justified, you know, can be justified to release. And part of that argument is that, you know, it's delivering the full range of houses. But, you know, flats and terraces, are they not what you're going to be delivering on your brownfield sites anyway? So is this actually a different form of development that would justify removing land from the Greenbelt?
Well, so there's obviously no requirement that we have to deliver something different in order to establish exceptional circumstances, and there's two sides to the issue. The first is there a need to release, and there is a need to release, and I fear of going back to some of the issues at matter one. There is the question of whether one should be looking solely at issues of the supply-based analysis that we have undertaken, or capacity-based analysis that we've undertaken. Because for the reasons that I said previously, the context does need to be borne in mind, the context of the future delivery of housing within London. But so I'm not going to go back over that, but it does nevertheless provide a solid basis for the release of housing and particular types of housing, including family housing, as we've seen in respect of the LHNA that I referred to yesterday. So one can justify release without having to do something different. The ultimate issue is whether the needs in question are being met. If they're being met, are they capable of being met in a way that would lead to ultimately good design in that area, high quality design in accordance with the aims of the MPPF? And the Council's reached the conclusion that it can do that and has indicated how to do it.
So am I wrong then to have made the point that one of the arguments, not the only argument, except that, but one of the arguments for releasing Greenbelt was that it would provide, enable the council to deliver a different form of housing that would not be possible on its stock, existing stock?
No, certainly in terms of the type of stock that is capable of being delivered on the Greenbelt sites, the aim is to ensure a greater level of family housing. And the difficulties that there are as a corollary of that, of delivering it on brownfield sites. But in terms of the form of development, that's to say that terrace houses, for example, as opposed to normal housing, and the delivery of family housing by way of that terrace housing, that maybe in form capable of being provided on brownfield sites, still isn't capable of being provided to the extent that is anticipated on the greenfield sites, for the simple reason that it's much, in viability terms, much easier to deliver on greenfield land than on brownfield. Those are the difficulties that, as a matter of reality, the council's taken into account.
Okay. Just thinking, is there any more to say on that? Right. Okay. I've got the argument. I'll have to take that away and give it some thought and perhaps review your original justifications again. Move on then to boundaries. I don't think I've got as much to say, or you obviously anything you want to say. Clearly, you're sandwiched. The south and east are pretty clear, and the west pretty clear. The north. The statement refers to east and southern boundaries being built development. Yes. Just remind me what the north and west, what the north and west boundaries would be.
The northern boundary would be the Enfield Green Loop, which is an existing unlit footpath, and the western boundary would be the Green Link, which is the new cycle route from Enfield to Broxbourne.
Okay, thank you. Nothing particularly to say about that. I think it's fairly clear. And then compensatory improvements. We talked a lot about these. We've talked a lot about BG7. I don't intend to go over that. I've asked the question several times about whether or not citywide, that'd be large, Enfield-wide, borough-wide improvements can be used to justify or be, if you like, count toward compensatory improvements. I've had points made to me about what's committed and what's not committed and how that works. I don't need, just again, as usual, it's relevant to this. We don't need to have the debate again. Obviously, if people want to raise it, they can, but I will be mindful of that discussion when coming to my view on this, rather than having the whole debate again, unless there's anything you particularly want to say about it.
Just a matter of fact, actually said that would be relevant to your assessment of that, and it's the opening of a cycle route on the western side of the site. Mr. Cole will deal with some of the highways issues that we're going to come on to, and he can highlight that to you, but that enhances that argument.
And that would provide better access into the parts of the Greenbelt immediately, or retained parts of the Greenbelt.
Yes.
Inspector, if I might just come in on this point, I feel like we're underselling the site slightly. It has just been described as the most beautiful new route in London. So there is a huge potential here to link that up to the existing green loop. As I said, that footpath to the north is unlit. So there are opportunities to vastly improve that existing loop as part of this scheme. So I just wanted to put that on your radar.
Thank you. Well, come on. Obviously, the one thing I haven't asked actually in terms of the Greenbelt issue, so it's relevant. It's also relevant to the general location. Is actually, I've not. This is a site I've driven past and seen it from the A10 as much as you can. And I've seen obviously the boarded blocks back. I've not been. I will be honest. It's one I've not been to. I would need to talk to the end about how best to view it from outside and whether you can, what existing uses and everything. We'll come on to that when we get into locational issues, where there's any constraints about the existing use. So we're talking about, I'm not saying that's the most beautiful area, but if there's, what it's currently used for and its accessibility. So we'll come on to that. Okay, I've got a few things to think about there. Is there anything you want to say again? I've heard, we've talked about exceptional circumstances and so on generally, and you've touched on it here as well. Is there anything more you want to say about that, and/or obviously the ongoing issue about Greenbelt release and conformity? Again, I mean, whether there's anything, again, I've had the general issues. Is there anything more you want to say specifically about this site in those respects?
Not for my part, sir, unless Ms. Rain wants to say anything further.
Just from a site assessment point of view, throughout this site assessment process, it's only ever been assessed as a residential site. So all the IIA findings, etc., will reflect the impact of this as a residential site. From an officer point of view, the church community building use, from my point of view, was only ancillary. I appreciate you've had that discussion, but I just wanted to make you aware of that. Just secondly, on the design front, in terms of my reference to flatted and terrace development, again, noting the existing residential built form that's already there on, I forget the name of it now. Severn Drive. We are trying to reflect what is there at present. So it's an extension of the adjacent typology, so that it was a consideration in terms of what should go there. And again, just wanted to make you aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you. We've talked about the church in terms of Greenbelt. There is no, you've not put forward, you haven't, so I've put forward a exceptional circumstances argument for the church. It would be small a ancillary, if we're talking in that respect, not truly ancillary. And maybe enabling and facilitating development. I think any other aspects of the effect of having a church on the site that haven't been assessed, I'll come on to when we get into location, because it may or may not have any implications for some of these, some of the criteria, but also some of the. If you say it's only been assessed on the basis of housing, it may well be that the effect of a church is, subsumed within all that and would be negligible, or maybe there's some particular aspects of that which would have a bearing on various aspects of these criteria. So we'll probably pick up on those, and I'll have that in mind as we go through.
Yes, sir.
Okay, any points anyone wishes to make about the Greenbelt side of this? Enfield Society?
Thank you, sir. Oh, sorry. Thank you very much. I'll start again, sir. It's an important site because although it's not beautiful, it is part of the green belt. And if you walk the London Loop, particularly from west to east, it's the last really bit of green belt and green land on open side before you get to the A10. And then you've got an urban section of the London Loop before you reach Epping Forest and the Epping Ridge. So it is quite an important part of that green space. The Enfield Society, in fact, did a little pick up the A10 along the London Loop a few months ago, and it is possible to get onto the site from the north. And what struck us was how, yes, it's described as shrubland, but it's actually really well developed. There's a lot of wildlife on it, and actually it's quite an attractive site. If it is to be developed, a lot of work would need to be done in terms of decontamination, looking at levels, because clearly it was built up over a period of many years. So there are a number of factors which are quite complicated, I think, on this site. But the important thing is it's almost the end of the green link as you head west to east. Thank you.
Thank you. That picks up a couple of points about location, general constraints, which would be there irrespective of greenbelt. We'll take the point. We'll get to those, but you say they're noted.
So may I just add, if you wanted to see the site, you can access it from the north. You have to scramble up some mounds, but it is possible to get on the site and have a look at it.
Well, I think the first thing is there's lots of sites you can get onto. You know, with the gaps in these, whether the sites you should go onto or whether they're publicly accessible is maybe a different thing. So I would always like to check my standing on that before I start wandering over people's land. But anyway, we'll come on to site visits at the end, I think. Mr. Murphy.
Just to highlight that, obviously, yeah, we represent Jubilee Church. We formally put forward the site for allocation with the church, and the residential use is enabling the church use on the site, so both would come forward together.
Just out of interest, there's no proposals, and I'm not dealing with a planning application, but I'm trying to get a feel for the you know, it sort of speaks to delivery as well, but a feel for the site and what is intended. What kind of land? I mean, out of the 4 hectares, this site is not huge. What sort of land take would the church be looking at in that?
So we did carry out, we're in development partnership with VFund, who are the residential developer side, and they have carried out a pre-app with the council. And at that pre-app, it was of the, sorry, I don't have the hectares, but 10 acres, there's 7 is residential and 3 for the church, whatever that transpires into hectares.
Okay, so 70% residential, 30% housing. Sorry, 70% residential, 30% church.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I mean, that's not, it's more scene setting for me rather than anything else, but just to understand these things. Okay, thank you. Have you got any views on, have you any views as a site promoter on the point I was making about the extent to which exceptional circumstances have to be justified for both the housing and the church?
We have put forward the site for the church use and the exceptional circumstances because they're a large community use in the area. They have a congregation of over 2,000 people. They currently don't have a site. They've been looking for a long time. We put forward in our representations the evidence on that. So we do consider that to be part of the site allocation.
And is there any locational reason why, you know, this, is there any reason why the church could not go outside the Greenbelt in terms of, you know, what form of, what is the constraint that says, right, we need a Greenbelt site for this?
Well, we put forward, there is evidence to say, you know, they have carried out a long site search over the last 10 years plus. They're currently working out of, or operating out of temporary facilities which are not ideal, so there's isn't other available sites that suit the congregation.
What, locationally, operationally?
All of the above, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Just put your sign down when you've finished. Right. Okay, we'll move on then to sort of more general locational aspects of this. And the MIQs listed as sort of subheadings. What I'm going to do, because I haven't got huge numbers of questions about I think we're going to guess what the main topic conversation is going to be on this. Again, I'm going to run through all my points and then we'll come on to it. But when we if we do get to, there might be one or two where I just do take a pause and open it up if it would be helpful. Sorry, can we just open up your suggested modifications for a second? It's I'm jumping ahead to that purely because it is relevant to the first point I've got about, you know, constraints and suitability. So document E6.1. If I can find it, sorry, it's right. So in your suggested modifications, I'm conscious we've had discussions about the you know, background to these, but they are still before me, and they are still things you've agreed with TfL, and we'll come on to something in particular we've agreed with TfL in a moment. But there's one thing in your suggested modifications, and I think it's point 6, VI. It says the scale and density of development must be reviewed to ensure it aligns with the site's transport constraints, with any proposals demonstrating how they will achieve compliance with the London Plan. And then, of course, we have criterion 4, or the new 1V 4, which says proposals must avoid direct access from the A10 to maintain safety in line with strategic transport priorities. So I'm starting this one, I normally start with sustainability, but I'm starting this one with transport constraints. So we've got two suggested modifications, two bits of stuff agreed with TfL about site being constrained by highways. One to the extent that it might affect the capacity, and one to the extent that no access can be taken from the A10. So if that is the case, you know, can we explain to me what the situation then is with those transport constraints, and are they both in principle sufficient to justify, you know, if you like, render the site unsuitable, that the constraints are such that it can't be developed, and then of course there's a more, if you like, concerning issue which says, you know, you suggested no access can be taken from the A10, and from what I read and what I look at the map and from the information, there's nowhere else it can be accessed from. So perhaps this seems fundamental to me.
So it is, you're right, there is no other location that accessibility can be obtained to and from the site other than via the A10. And that requirement under point 4 is not promoted by the council and is in error, in short, in terms of the agreement that's been reached. There have been some discussions with TfL about this issue, and Mr. Cole will be able to speak to it. But there's 2 points to make about it. The first is that the ostensible reason that was given was that it's, rather than it being something to do with the nature, point that you raised previously actually, something to do with the potential for delays on the network. It's in fact stated to be that it's unlikely to be safe or feasible. That's what's stated in correspondence. And Mr. Cole will speak to it. That's, though, the first point. That's the reasoning behind the issue. So it's not about, well, there's going to be delay on the line, and as a result, when I say line, of course I mean the road. There's going to be delay, and that renders this an unacceptable site as a result. The second is that, as least as we understand it, and Mr. Cole will confirm it, the observation is the observation of objection in respect of the site, to the extent that it existed with regard to the access, was one was a standard response, rather than it being specifically analysed for its either safety or feasibility. I hope I've described that correctly. Mr. Cole will tell me if I'm wrong about any of that. I'll tell you, sir, if I'm wrong about that, but that's at least as we understand it. But the position is that, as Mr. Cole will explain, that the council believes that one can have access via a particular mechanism, access onto the A10 and from the A10. So perhaps if I turn to Mr. Cole, or rather let Mr. Cole.
Thank you. Before he does, can I just, a couple of things. So where you're saying this is not a severe cumulative transport, Mr. Cole might be able to explain, but not a severe cumulative transport impact issue, notwithstanding the suggested criterion about, which I've just read out, transport constraints. Those transport constraints are, in the context of what TfL, albeit may have been a standard response, they are purely site-specific transport constraints, not the A10 is beyond capacity and cannot be added to.
So can I ask that Mr. Cole, if to the extent that he's able to, answers that point, please?
So the other point I've got is, I don't want to labour it, obviously. I don't want to labour it. But I think this is another example whereby I've got a statement of common ground signed by the council. I've got a set of main modifications put to me. These are what we think is correct. And then I've got hearing statements which make no reference to the fact that actually we've changed our mind. Or not changed our mind. Well, maybe we've changed our mind. We've had more discussions and now have come to a resolution on this. Or we've noted this was in error. So, again, I'm sort of pleading with the council, I think, we've got a lot more hearing statements to go, probably. Please try to make sure they're accurate and that things that are put to me are accurate, because it's obviously it's not great to come and be told, actually, we were wrong about this, it's an error, because it's not a timing, because these things were agreed, but I'd say in March, so it's now July, so there's been plenty of time to sort of determine, and obviously if at the time it was all done in good faith that you were concerned about the A10, but you've had discussions further since then, and of course that's what the hearing statement's for, and that would have been. So I've been again prepping, if you like, under a misapprehension that, albeit I might have been able to suspect that you didn't really intend to say the site was undeliverable, because that's the only access. But that's what's before me. I have to go on that. So it just makes it just. I don't want to keep saying it, but it does make life very difficult. There's probably not much more you can say. I understand.
No, I think perhaps Ms. Rain wants to say something before that. If I can just say as noted, sir. Of course, at the same time, we have a number of issues that are going on at multiple times, and so I think it's now been very helpful that you've indicated that you want to see corrections before we come to the examination itself, rather than.
Well, ideally, I mean, obviously, preferably. I mean, I do. Obviously, I've been on your side of the table. I understand there's lots of plates spinning and everything, but it's quite a lot of this. So it's not one or two instances. It's becoming quite a regular occurrence, and it just makes things, slows it. I mean, we're having these discussions slows down. So rather than, I mean, I don't really want to have lots of documents coming to me to say addenda to hearing statements, not least because then our interested parties, well, if the council can do it, we want to do it, and I suddenly become an avalanche. But I also, if there's something I mean, it's a minor thing. This is not a minor thing. This is the only access to the site. And presumably you spotted this before today or before yesterday, and knew it was an issue. So I think forewarned is forearmed, and we could have. And I could now be discussing: is the left in, left out junction? Does that work in principle, or does the all moves junction that's being put to me, does that work? Rather than the principle, because the principle would be penciled. So that's all.
And that's yes, it's certainly noted, and obviously, as a matter of course, apologise to you for being put in that sort of position.
So thank you, Mr. Cole. Then perhaps you can you walk me through the why either the access as it is now or modified could be suitable.
Yes, certainly. So as you can probably hopefully see from the site map, but certainly in terms of the Google map that I'm looking at in front of me, there is an existing access into the site off the A10. That is something which could be modified to, as you described there, the left in, left out, a possibility to provide vehicle access in and out of the site. It should be noted that the A10 is 40 mile an hour, and therefore it's likely to require some considerable changes in order to make that safe and accessible. But to use the phrase I used yesterday, it becomes an engineering challenge in order to, as part of the site design, in order to prove that that is possible. It should also be noted, of course, the A10 is TLRN, therefore it is a Transport for London route. It is not the council's. We are not the Highways Authority for that, so therefore it would require TfL's agreement in order to make those changes. The other proposal is for an all-direction significant junction change. As I said just now, it is a TfL road, not ours. I suspect that is something that TfL would be unlikely to accept because that would cause more delay to the A10. But they're not in the room. I obviously can't speak to them. That is me using my professional judgment in terms of what they are likely to say. I can also talk around the active and sustainable transport while I've got the mic, if you'd like, sir.
I've got a couple of points about the junction and the access, rather. Junction. Bear with me 1 second. So we've got a situation where, irrespective of what the statement of common ground says, put that to one side, I've still got an objection, albeit you're telling me it's a standard objection from TfL. I haven't got it from them. So I obviously, fully accept, you're a highway, as far as you're concerned, a scheme could be delivered, but I don't have that from TfL. So when I understand you've just, I was told discussions have been going on with TfL, but I mean, and I did talk about maybe getting an updated statement of common ground with them to reflect any discussions that have been taking place, because just that would help me if it clarifies this. So, but are you in a position where you could say, at least they're not in the room on their behalf, that they've tacitly accepted that a left in, left out with various engineering works could be suitable in principle, with all caveats engineers would want to put on these things?
I don't think I can go quite that far. The most recent communication, they're still saying unlikely to be safe or feasible is the most recent communication that we've had with them. I think there's a question of demonstrating how it can be made safe and feasible. TfL have also raised the potential prospect of access via either Severn Drive, or, and this is where it gets slightly complicated, because you've got the Great Cambridge Road is effectively 3 carriageways. You've got the 2 for the dual carriageway, and then you've got an additional parallel road, which is kind of residential, but is still called Great Cambridge Road. So there could be the potential for, with some further land purchase, to provide access off either of those. But as of here and now, those options have not been further explored.
So it was Severn Drive and the other one was?
So it's this third parallel residential element of Great Cambridge Road. There are 3 carriageways at the time. I can show you on Google Maps.
Yeah, sorry, I've got.
Not clearest on the site allocation, but there are effectively 3 carriageways, dual carriageway and a separate slip road, parallel residential road. It's very difficult to describe in words, easier to show, but hopefully you've got what I'm talking about.
That would need third-party land and not being tested.
Correct. But TfL basically say if Enfield would like to propose further modifications to the once agreed through SCG, they're happy to review and come back. That is the statement from TfL most recently.
Okay. So what I'm hearing then that at the moment is that I've still got a, if you like, in principle objection from the relevant highway authority that the most likely access isn't going to be suitable, or again isn't sort of, there's no way of making that suitable, and obviously the potential alternatives are not in a position where they're worked up to a sort of, again, reasonable likelihood or reasonable certainty that they would be suitable as well. So is that a fair position to be in?
So the position, I think that does encapsulate it, save that the position is stated that it's unlikely to be safe or feasible. So it's unlikely to be safe or feasible. I wouldn't like to suggest that that it's anything further than that.
I should add that there are other examples on the A10 of 1 in, 1 out, notably directly opposite at the crematorium. So, I mean, I believe that there are ways that you can make that safe, but it does need to be done in conjunction with TfL.
Okay. Just matters of principle again, for a scheme of around 300 houses plus potential church community use, would again from your perspective, left in, left out be something that would be considered acceptable from a operational perspective? Obviously, you've got a safety side of it, but then there's also the just from a practice point of view that I've been in situations obviously where you've got a technically left in, left out, but you've got a ghost island filter lane in front of you and people ignore it and go right I don't think you can do that here, can you? Because it's central reservation, so that's fine. So you explain, no one's going to be able to do that. But would it be any other sort of detriment, if you like, to the you wouldn't normally, as an authority, higher authority, want to see that kind of thing for that scale of housing, or would you be ambivalent, agnostic about that?
As you say, sir, the central reservation would prevent the dangerous manoeuvre. It would be able, if you provided a slip road in order to join the A10, then you would be forced to go in their direction. There would not be any other alternative. You would need to consider, if there was traffic that was seeking to go southbound, the routes that would take. Are there other manoeuvres that we need to consider at junctions to the north of the site? And that would need to be picked up very carefully in the transport assessment and judged accordingly.
Thank you. If we just pause there about, if there's anything more you want to say about the access, because it might be that we'll pause there before we get onto the active travel and sustainability, because obviously that's quite a crucial point. So is there anything more you want to say about the access?
Not from the vehicle point of view. Obviously, I can talk around the sustainable and active travel access.
We'll pause there and allow if there's any comments from this side about the access, and then move on to the sustainable travel side of it. So
before we do that, I wonder if I can just ask for Mr. Cole's position on what I said earlier on about whether the answer given is understood to be, that answer given by TfL is understood to be a standard response, or whether it is a site-specific response. I just want to be clear about that, just in case I've misrepresented the position. So.
Sorry, just to clarify, Mr. Reid, I myself spoke to TfL on Monday, both with the planning department and also an engineer. Obviously, I don't have that in writing in front of me, but I was assured it was a standardised response and that this sort of access issue would be resolved at the planning application stage. Now, that's not what you have in front of you. Just to going back on your wider point in terms of the modifications that you have in front of you on TfL, you'll appreciate probably 6 months ago we didn't have a particularly great working relationship with TfL. The council have worked extremely hard over the last 6 months to build up that rapport with TfL. We do have regular engagement with them now. I do have a meeting with them tomorrow morning, and the proposed output soon is to produce an updated statement of common ground for you. I am conscious I don't want to produce another statement of common ground that's 130 pages, so it will be a short, succinct, very clear position on which of the modifications were not necessarily reflective of the council's position. So with your support, I'd like to produce that in due course.
Yeah, well, I suppose it's, on one hand, we're not writing the plan as through the examination, but on the other hand, if there are changes in position that are relevant and helpful, and it would be somehow obtuse for me to ignore, because, for example, on this site, where I am now, that can be all clear, it's a pretty fundamental problem. There's a site that the relevant highway authority is telling me that you can't get in, and it's unlikely it's safe, and it would be somewhat churlish of me I would suspect if you had a conversation with TfL and they said, well, actually, no, that's not correct, and I'm not going to accept you to tell me that. I want you to tell me. But of course, it might prolong the I nearly said prolong the agony, that would be far from it. It might prolong the discussion, whereby then I have to go back to the parties and we have to have another debate and discussion about it at some point, because we're not really ever at drawing a line under things. But clearly, obviously, it would be silly of me, I think, or not silly, unreasonable, I suppose, more inspectorial term, at the end of a long week, to sort of say, no, I'm not going to have regard to those. But obviously, at some point, I really would like to stop this plan being written as we're going through it, and have a clear bedrock on what I understand the position to be. So, thank you for that. But yeah, do you have any positions on Mr. Murphy?
Thank you. Yes, just to, we'd welcome obviously the acknowledgement that it was in error, and we welcome that the clarification that it's not an in-principle objection to the access, to the existing access that's there, and that being used for the future development at the site.
Sorry, I'm not sure that's actually what I heard. I heard that the TfL's position is still that it's still saying it would be unlikely to be able to provide a safe access. That's what I heard. Is that correct? Yeah.
That's the official line, yes.
So, I'm not quite sure that's reflecting what you're saying there.
Our position is there's an existing access, and it's appropriate through the planning application process that there will be upgrades needed to that, which will be assessed through the process. But what I understood was that there's no in principle. What Mr. Cole was saying, there's no in principle objection to the use of the access with necessary upgrades, but that can be clarified when we see that in writing, I guess.
Yeah, I think that Mr. Cole was saying that he felt there could be a suitable access with necessary upgrades. With all due respect to Mr. Cole, it's not his.
Yeah.
it's not his decision. It's TfL's decision, and TfL position, until I'm told otherwise, is that there's an outstanding objection. But you know that hasn't changed. The representations haven't changed. The statement of common ground effectively still says that, and albeit I understand discussions have been ongoing, the outcome at the moment is, I'm told, that they're still not happy. So one thing for me, obviously, I know you've got a transport person. I don't know if he's going to speak to that, but my consideration is, with all these things, is there a reasonable likelihood that when allocating a site, the constraints can be overcome or not? It's not. Sometimes it's the case that you can say, well, you can leave that to a planning application because I'm pretty confident that that can be dealt with. And then some things we'll deal with through a planning application might be slightly more problematic because there's very little comfort that that can be addressed. And you know, I think one of the fundamental things about an allocation is, can you get in it or not? And at the moment, I'm being told that you can't. And I'll have to take that away with me. That seems to be the position. But you obviously have a different view that you feel it can be achieved. So you know, if you've got some comfort, then
Is it possible for my colleague Nick to
we'll call it hot seating for now, as long as yeah.
I'll keep it brief, sir. I don't have too much to add to what Mr. Cole has said, but sort of clearly you'll visit the site yourself. There is an access junction there. It's not an informal access. It's fully formed. It's got tactile paving. It's got road markings. It's a formal junction. You know, I think the A10's about as straight as a bit of road as you could wish for. So in terms of visibility and alignment, we've got a nice straight bit of road, which is perfect. Obviously, you know, when you have bends involved, there can be concerns there if the road's bending away from you. Perfect straight bit of road. We don't have a 20 or 30 metre site frontage. We've got a very generous site frontage, so visibility can clearly be achieved. Obviously, we need to look at vegetation and keeping that under control, but you know, a perfectly straight site frontage, which is great for safety. Visibility display is entirely within our control or within the highway boundary, which is another bonus. Yes, it's a 40-mile-an-hour road, but up and down the A10, there's a mix of all movement signal junctions, which is one option we were considering, and lots of priority junctions. And without going down the third-party land route, which we don't wish to do or consider here, there is no other option for this site to be accessed. And my sort of professional experience would be, not just on the A10, but across London. Obviously, TfL's preference is for any access for any development not to be directly onto their network and to be onto the more sort of secondary borough network and then to enter the A10. But you know, clearly we have an existing access here, so that's slightly different. And there is no other way of accessing the site as currently demised. And the precise type of junction, obviously it can be improved. Again, any land required for tapers on or off, that's within our control, or with highway land, we have a very generous site boundary here. So you know, there are various, so probably similar to Mr. Cole, I would be very confident that a technical solution can be found here. Obviously the precise junction layout, the precise number of dwellings, you know, would influence those discussions, and very much the issue left and left out has certain benefits, but obviously if you're sort of exiting the site and wishing to turn south, obviously we need to look carefully at that routing and the most appropriate point to turn south. So lots of technical issues to discuss, but you know, clearly the site has an access there. That access wouldn't have been permitted by TfL in the first place if it was unduly unsafe. Obviously, the level of traffic involved in that is, you know, again, that needs to be discussed as part of the analysis, but I'm very confident that safe access can be achieved, again, subject to improvements to be discussed with TfL, subject to various levels of junction modelling to be discussed with TfL and Enfield, but that's our position.
Thank you. Yeah, there's some useful points there for me to pick up on. And it might be for both of you. I'll ask you both open-endedly, and you can. Yes, yes. To be fair, I'm going on what the conclusion of TfL is, and looking at their reps, it does just say we don't think it would be safe. To be fair, in all that discussion, that's still very important what their conclusion is. But I don't have a lot of understanding of why that conclusion is. I'm taking it that it's the speed of passing traffic and the current visibility displays and nature of the access being. I must admit, I've done a drive-by rather than a walk-by on this, but you know, the geometry of that isn't satisfactory. And then if their continuing objection is that it's unlikely to be able to do safe, again, I don't suppose because they're not here, their prerogative, I suppose, is to understand what that point is, and if it is about the length of the visibility displays or the speed of, you know, traffic, etc., etc. I suppose I don't understand that. So all I'm really going on is I've got their objection. That's quite an important material consideration, probably, but I will be able to at least see for myself, hopefully, what the situation is, and see whether or not I can use my judgment on that as well. One of the other things, so I don't know if you can enlighten me perhaps on, from discussion with TfL, what it is, what specific issue there is that I can at least go and observe. But the other thing is, it has got an existing use, existing access. Can you just confirm what that access was serving? Because it's obviously, if it's a now unused site, if it was, I'm not quite entirely sure. Perhaps it's in the evidence somewhere. What that was serving? Was it trip levels?
Historically, there was a gravel pit usage in there but we don't know any more details on that, but we understand that's what it was for.
Okay, so obviously not anywhere near the level of traffic that would be generated now. Any enlightenment on that, what they're bothered about?
Yeah, I do actually have a short email that I can share with you, so you can see they passed a form of wording that they were happy to share with you. I too am conscious they don't have a seat at the table, but in short, it was poor connectivity. The site would rely on car dependency, and then there was the issue about public transport, active travel improvements, and whether that would be suitable for the 291 homes. So I can provide that in writing too. So it's not just access; it goes beyond that.
Yeah, I know they've obviously got other concerns there, literally standard concerns about all things matter, sustainability and active travel. But I was wondering if there's anything specific about the access itself. But perhaps we'll leave it there, because I'm already conscious we're halfway through there. We've only got on one point. We've got another site to do. So we'll have a break now, a little comfort break, and we'll come back at 20 past. I'll pick up any sustainability issues and then try and whip through quite quickly the other things. So thank you. 20 past, yeah, thank you. I was slightly worried I'd said 20 past, but the fact that everyone's sort of still around 25, but that's good. Just want to, so one thing that literally occurred to me as I've been in my room about the same to common ground with TfL. It's or a revised one. It's a timing thing, obviously, as well. If you feel, obviously, that you've resolved, you've had conclusions that have come to a logical conclusion, then well, obviously that's great. But I'm conscious also of not having another one, and then there's still outstanding things. So I don't want lots of versions of it, but also, but then the sort of corollary of that again is that we've got Chase Park coming up in a couple of weeks, which is obviously a very big scheme. So if there is, again, even if there's something specific about Chase Park that's relevant, that would be before a complete statement of common ground, which might cover all the other sites and everything else, then that might be useful. And again, it may be that it's like a like an addendum. Not ideal, but if we can get to a position where at least I know what's going in there, that's better. Thank you.
So yes, we'll do it on that basis. Thank you.
Right, what I'm going to do, we're a bit behind, which is not unusual, but what I'm going to, rather than pause every topic now, because in the locational stuff, I'm just going to ask all my questions. If that addresses every point that needs to be addressed, then albeit I'll open it, and then I'll move on to the criteria. In terms of sustainability and sustainable and accessible location, I note that the main mods, this is just the main mods, understand the provenance of those, but it does talk about the site's low PTAL rating. And so in terms of the discussions we've had before, is this a case of it's a not a particularly accessible same location can be made so, or as far as you're concerned, is it a case of, well, notwithstanding its PTAL rating, because of the following criteria, it's actually, a bit like with the discussion that was on Hadley Wood, as far as you're concerned, it is a sustainable. It's a low PTAL rating, but it's actually got other credentials which make it classed as sustainable accessible.
It's the latter, yes. And I think Mr. Cole will be able to speak to some of the aspects of that, particularly in relation to cycling, and walking for them. But I'll leave that for him.
Yeah, so in terms of the sustainable and active travel access to this route, there are two reasonably high-frequency routes along the A10. One is at a 20-minute frequency and one's at a 10-minute frequency, so combined two of those is actually quite good. I believe TfL actually in the process of updating their PTAL anyway, which actually would lift it up to, we believe, 2. But that's, again, I'd also refer back to my point I was making the other day about the connectivity to other services and so on, which would also should be considered. In terms of cycle routes, I think we've mentioned the brand new cycle path on at least 4 occasions, but it is a very high quality route. It was the Walking and Cycling Commissioner who provided the quote about it being the most beautiful new route in London. We've also mentioned the east-west route that goes the London Loop. That could be improved. It is a kind of single path in certain locations, but again, as part of the planning application, that doesn't seem insurmountable. But it does connect to quite a significant cycle network through those 2 routes, and so on. In terms of going across the A10, there is an underpass right at the southern part of the site, which provides an accessible, it's a ramp as well as stairs, so it does provide accessible routes underneath the A10. There is also a bridge to the north, which again provides those connections as well. So from the active and sustainable point of view, actually, I think there's an argument to say this is actually one of the, it's quite a well-served site in terms of connections to Enfield, Waltham Forest, via the buses, and again by the bus to the cycle route. There is also a cycle route, I should also say, on the A10. It's not the highest quality at the moment, and it's not the most pleasant environment to cycle along, but say there's the parallel new route at the back, so there is plenty of cycle routes in the area. So that's.
Thank you. So in terms of, again, it is before me, and it is obviously it is a reflection of TfL's position anyway, and whatever circumstance in which the statement of common ground was signed and put forward. But it does talk about the council acknowledges the challenges of providing high quality public transport and active travel options. So it sounds like you're not necessarily accepting the challenges of certainly the active travel options, because what you told me is there's obviously quite a lot of active travel options already. So.
Well, I believe so. And I think I've described them in reasonable detail. My colleague has just confirmed it is now PTAL 2. So it has been upgraded. I can't comment on how TfL done it, but it may have been done from Google Maps rather than actually a site visit.
Okay, right. Heaven forfend. Yeah, so obviously, as I read that, it doesn't necessarily give a ringing endorsement to the site sustainability credentials, but I think I'm going to have to take a lot of these highlighted yellow main mods with a significant pinch of salt and determine whether or not they're necessary and whether they reflect reality or not, without necessarily having the same discussion every time, unless in circumstances where you actually think it is correct. Just in terms of access to, so you've got options to get walk and cycle in terms of routes, but where do they go in terms of like local services and so on? Are there readily accessible services and facilities in the area?
Yeah, so the cycle route is the Enfield Town to Broxbourne route. It's one that's just newly opened. The A10 also provides that north-south movement. Again, it'd be towards Enfield Town. The east-west movement would go towards, there's a Turkey Street station on the other side of the A10. Westwards, it goes towards 40 Hill, which is a very pleasant leisure green belt area, managed land and so on, and a really quite pleasant area to go to as well. The buses, I said, go Waltham Forest to the north, Enfield Town, and I think Cock Fosters is the end of the 207 route. But yeah, I mean, again, what it does do is if you did want to go further beyond that by going to Enfield Town, you do get the connections to numerous places, and of course with the Mayor's bus fare, where hopper fare, you can connect between services quite easily on the bus and not incur additional charge. So that does mind, once you're into Enfield Town, you have the ability to connect to a large number of locations.
Thank you. I think that's covered those points, so thanks, very helpful. I don't know if you want to say, obviously there might be some comments from the other side, but I imagine they're supportive of what you're saying as much as anything. Just going to move on to some other matters of principle and location points. The site selection topic paper, and I think your hearing statements refer to the site being designated as open space, and that's page 59, I think, of your hearing statement or the topic paper. But from is it and what, just let me look at the and on the existing use on the table it says existing shrubland, which actually sounds more accurate than from what I've been told than it's open space. So my question was, if it was open space, as in formal open space, has it been assessed in light of the national policy in terms of loss of that? But is that not actually what it is anyway? So it wouldn't fall into that category.
No, that's right. It's not designated as open space.
Thank you. I've raised the question, obviously, is again, it's not open space, but it is identified as vacant scrubland. Actually, a point about biodiversity has already been raised. So, to what extent, does the site contain any potential features of importance of biodiversity, and what has any assessment been taken of that?
Just to note, it's not a sink, although adjacent to a sink. So in terms of assessments, we know that the land is not best and most versatile agricultural land. We know it's adjacent to the new river wildlife corridor, but the site itself doesn't have any significant, to our knowledge, ecological contribution.
Okay. Obviously, always with the view that when a plan application comes in, we'd have to go through your normal policy about assessing biodiversity. But I guess the question now is any sort of obvious showstoppers. It's not a sink, not a triple SI, not been identified as a haven for newts or so on and so forth.
No,
okay.
No newts there.
Good. Okay. Right. Again, obviously, I'll when I do my visits, I'll be able to see some of that. I think I did look at the aerial photos around about. It's about tree cover So the extent to which there's existing tree cover, I'm not sure if that's referred to in the site, the design requirements about retention of those. So, but obviously from aerial photos is one thing. When you're on site, it might be slightly different in terms of amenity value and so on.
Yes, there is limited information in terms of tree cover. We do have the buffer that's going to be retained, so it could be included as part of that criteria. But yes, there is substantial tree cover, especially to the north as well, along the Enfield Green Loop.
Thank you. Okay. And the statement refers, your hearing statement, I think, refers to grade 2 listed, in my question, I guess, about grade 2 listed viaducts, not viaducts, aqueducts even. The development requirements refer to the 40 Hill conservation area, but I note that the RAG rating is blue. So, I mean, not obviously, so suggests no heritage issues. So, notwithstanding what the RAG rating says, are the fact that there are those things you referred to, the listed aqueducts and the conservation area, do those designations have any particular bearing on the principle of development?
They are a consideration. So as you said, there's nothing on site. There's no designated heritage assets. We've got the adjacent New River, which includes the aqueducts, which you said. It is noted in the IIA the potential for indirect setting effects, but that concludes that those can be addressed through sensitive design and landscaping.
Okay, thank you. And then, well, again, the site information refers to the site having been identified as partly or fully overlying historic landfills. So, again, as whether any assessment has been taken of the suitability in terms of contamination and the like, or stability.
Sorry. No formal assessment, but we have engaged with the Environment Agency, and you'll see that they require a foundation works risk assessment. We've also got the criteria within the pro forma to say the Environment Agency will require a permit to develop that site. But again, not a showstopper, just something that needs to be considered as part of the planning application. So, can I come back to you on one point about the open space? So the adopted policies map shows that the site is local open space, but it's effectively it's not used as that. So effectively, there's no loss.
Has it ever been used as that then? Is there between a gravel pit or landfill to where it is now? So is the adopted policy map in error? Is it plotting error?
It is, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarification. So in terms of, yes, the policy does the policy in terms of contamination and so on does set out that it would require an EA permit. I suppose, again, when we go back to thinking about reasonable likelihoods of that, is whether, obviously, it's reasonable. There's a reasonable likelihood that EA will grant a permit. Again, the EA gone beyond highlighting the problem to the extent that they've said any more than that it's likely to be acceptable? Is it something that can only be assessed once an application comes in?
I believe it's something that can only be assessed upon application, but the wording that we have from the Environment Agency is that they are strongly advised to make inquiries. So for us, it's not a showstopper. I think it's just to be able to deal with it adequately at the planning applications stage.
Okay. So give some thought to that. because again, it's I've got some thought. It's alongside lots of other constraints, and the building up of a picture of constraint. The other point, a similar point, is the point, and again I've raised this, I think, with where Thames Water have said this about a lot of sites, so it may not be specific to this one, about necessity to upgrade the water supply network. So whether or not there are any delivery implications of this, or does it render the site unsuitable because it can't connect?
No, we've considered that and felt that it could probably be dealt with by a planning condition. So, no, not an issue.
Did anybody read yesterday's Planning Resource magazine?
Yes, I was thinking exactly that, sir.
Okay.
You'd be in good company, I think, is the answer.
I will have regard to the evidence before me. And then the site's in a source water protection zone. So again, in terms of particular implications, this in terms of principle, it's not alone, I don't think, in that, is it? No, so it can be dealt with, and the policy addresses it rather than a showstopper.
Yes, absolutely.
And the statement, your planning statement, and sorry, I'm terrible for not making the notes, paragraph numbers. I will endeavour to correct my behaviour. But the statement refers to the need for additional primary school places and investment in NHS primary care infrastructure, but the site-specific policy makes no reference to this. And I'm taking it as not what's meant by reference to community facilities, having a discussion we've had this morning. So, so I acknowledge this might be picked up by under generic policies, but in terms of this being a suitable site, in terms of if you're looking at capacity of schools and educate and health and the other social infrastructures, is there any particular concerns there?
No, having liaised with education colleagues, there is some existing capacity, but potentially not to accommodate all 291 units. So it would require contributions to enhance that existing education and health provision.
Which would be picked up presumably through your standard policy. I think as we go through all of these, there'll be sometimes I think where it mentions it specifically, and sometimes it doesn't, and there'll be a does it matter or not point. Yeah. Okay, that's all my questions on sort of locational issues. Anything you wish to raise between you that I've not covered?
Yeah, just to highlight the point, to obviously in agreement with the sustainability points raised on the site and the improved cycle routes to the west, and obviously the development would allow the improvements to the east-west route along the north, which provides access to Turkey Station, 10 minutes walk away. Just highlight as well, obviously, there has been illegal fly tipping, and we would engage with the EA to clean up the site, obviously, for residential uses. So that will be all part of the planning application process. But the proposed development would enable the decontamination of the site.
And just we'll jump into the delivery, but I'll ask it now rather than then. Is that, in terms of site promotion, site assessment, and you've considered the costs of all this. I'm going to assume the answer is no, but I should ask the question: have these costs have been assessed and they do not render the site unviable in any way?
So that, as I said, I'm representing VFund, and the church and VFund are the development partners to enable the development come forward, and they are promoting the site for development. They're long-established developers who we've brought sites forward with them. So yes, they are confident to bring the site forward.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. I'll move on then to development. development requirements. I'm going to try and whip through this quite quickly. I'm not, I'm not going to go back through all of these, what I refer to the TFL mods, because we know where they are, and some of these might be necessary, some of them might not. I'm going to take them all, go over them again. There is, I will talk about this proposed modification to N when I get to it, because that's slightly different, and it relates to another discussion we've had. Starting with the yeah. So actually, my first question, when I said I'm not going to talk about, was about those mods, but I'm going to put a slide through that because it's all about the good growth principles, and I think that's a matter of principle that runs through the plan. So again, if I need to come back to that, I will as a matter of course. I think part 3 of the, and we've talked about this already, but just says should provide community facilities. So notwithstanding the discussion we had about what the site is allocated for and everything else, should provide community facilities could be considered slightly ambiguous, one might suggest, and whether or not some clarity about what that means would be effective. I don't know. Assuming it's all acceptable in principle. I take the point you said earlier, you've written it to be flexible, but one assumes, I assume, very pompous, that it's not intended that, somebody could come and build a hospital on the site, or, to take it to extremity, extremes. It's about, really you're talking about what's being proposed by the site promoter. So I think, you should be open up front about that, and not the unintended consequence of other things going on there, which wasn't the expectation.
Yeah, so it can be specifically set out.
Okay, thank you. Most of these are fairly standard things. Most of them are musts, a couple of shoulds. I'm not going to get into that until I need to. J talks about, again, sorry, we've talked about the community use come church, so should locate the non-residential uses along the A10. I've no particular point about it, unless I come back with a view on that whole issue we talked about. That might be relevant to that, but I have no particular point. If it's suitable to be along the A10, then that is the case. L is, K should consider long views from Fort Hill Conservation, demonstrate how the design proposal responds to this to avoid harm. Is that, in the ongoing, is that actually what the council want? Do the council expect? I have no problem at all with the council saying avoid harm, because if that's not what you've assessed the site on the basis of it, whether there could be a degree of harm, but you want to minimise that harm, or then that, of course, it's reflecting reality, because they are two different outcomes, aren't they? So I just want to make sure that understanding what the council is expecting.
Yes, I think we probably need to propose a modification there just to remove that sentence entirely. Again, just to bring clarification. Sorry, Mr. Reid. On criteria B, there is an error. It says north-west connections. That should be east. Sorry, it says north-south connections. It should be east-west connections.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. I think on K, it would be looking at, and eventually we might come to a consistent form of words, but it would be the sort of minimise harm. Should carefully consider views of Fort Hill conservation, but the weird thing would be minimise harm to the setting of the Fort Hills conservation area. One would assume is the sort of wording that you'd be looking at that for. But thank you. And I've noted B. And L, it must carefully consider design solutions to minimise overlooking into the existing rear gardens of properties along Severn Drive. I think we talked about this on another site, where I don't think that's what you mean. I think you mean don't result in unacceptable living conditions of the residents on Severn Drive, because minimise overlooking might lead, again, I don't know what that means. It means where you design the house so there's no overlooking, but that's not necessarily achievable or possible. So I think understand the sentiment, but the wording maybe just needs to be cleared up. And then yeah, criterion M refers to the access for serving the site and other large vehicles from the A10. Notwithstanding that one of the suggested mods said no access from the A10, we'll put that one on side. I know that's, but there is no other access, so M seems somewhat redundant.
Yes.
Because the
It's superfluous, and also in any event will come up for consideration during the planning application.
So I would suggest that M just comes out as being unnecessary. Now I think there is one mod which I think is important to suggest as modification that is useful to talk about, is the new criterion N suggested by, well, I think now actually I've often said these suggested by TfL, but I think suggested by the council to satisfy TfL's concerns. And this is about minimising parking provision consistent with London Plan Policy T6B, which is now, understand it all much clearer now from the discussions that this is the car light / car free. So it's, if you like, going beyond the parking standards, because if it's PTAL 1, it's 1.5 spaces per dwelling. And the TfL obviously want a lower number to reflect that. If it's PTAL 2 now, then I'd have to go back and remind myself what Policy T6 says, but I might actually change things anyway. But is this something you're still sort of supportive of in principle, that actually it is reflecting what the council wants to see, a car light, car...
That's right. So it's still reflecting the desire to ensure that, as you said 2 days ago, I think, that the aim is to future-proof the position and to enhance the prospect of sustainable measures being properly utilised. So that's why it's been agreed to.
I think just from thinking about practical terms of how this would work in practice, because obviously you've got, if the plan as a whole, I think I can't remember, T4 isn't it? Talks about parking standards, and it differs to the London Plan parking standards. Okay, that's fine. Is it going to be effective to have site-specific policy, which, if you like, then, shall we say, override those parking standards by being specific? So you're saying, well, actually, in these cases, it's not the TfL parking, sorry, the London Plan parking standards. We expect it to be the parking. I guess it's better. We're expecting to go beyond that. You justified that to me as sound on the basis that it's justified because of the nature of these sites. You're seeking to bring them out of, make them more accessible. So that's the logic there. But from a kind of practical point of view, when planning applications come in, is that going to be enforceable is the wrong word, but enforceable and achievable, or people are going to argue, no, the parking standards are this, and that's what, is it possible to override that parking standard in light of what the national policy says as well about applying parking standards?
It would be, given that the London Plan is part of the development plan in any event, so there'd need to be a proper understanding of the relationship between what is set out in the allocation and what's contained in the London Plan itself. As long as the objective is clear, it would then, in the usual way, be a requirement on the part of the applicant to justify why that shouldn't apply, rather than trying to argue why it should, in this instance, apply, despite what the London Plan says.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think the word, I I can see what you're getting at with referring to T6B, because that's the car light. Perhaps when we come to, because this comes up a few times, you know, it probably would end, wouldn't it, at consistent with London Plan Policy T6B, ensuring a car light design, full stop. Yes. Or ensuring a car light design which prioritises sustainable transport options wherever feasible, full stop, rather than referring to the site's low PTAL rating, which is sort of superfluous information which you don't really need. Yeah. Yeah. But we'll, sorry, I'm going beyond that. Okay, that's me done. And the mods, so I have no other questions on the modifications, so I think we've covered all those. Any points on the criteria that I've not picked up?
Yes, just a couple of points. Yeah, just on the community uses, I think just to pick up on a point earlier about the church being a private church as such. It's a long established local community church. It's been in the area for over 30 years, and it provides multiple services to the local community, including food bank, debt centre, domestic abuse crisis, help for uniform projects, back to work help, and a fuel bank. So just to clarify that, it is a community use. It's located currently in the Cineworld, which is a tenuous location for them at the moment because that's up for redevelopment. So they you know, this is quite a high value community use that needs a relocation. So we would emphasise that criterion. Obviously, our most recent reps from Canaparo confirms, as I think Ms. Rain confirmed as well, that the PTAL is 2, which is a slight increase from the previous 1B. Thank you.
But otherwise, nothing in that list that troubles you?
No, and support the discussion on the
changes
the
we've talked.
east, west, etc. Yeah, obviously that's clarification.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't trying to cast any aspersions on the community. I'm just saying, you know, it's not a community use in terms of it's an NHS facility or a facility which is serving I'm not saying it won't serve the needs of people living on the site, but it's not there primarily as a requirement resulting from, you know, it's not an education facility or a health facility which is there because you've suddenly increased the population. It's an entity which is potentially wants to be in the area but is more footloose in that respect.
Well, it's not necessarily footloose. It needs to be in the area because it supports the local community that exists in the area as well as the new residents.
It doesn't necessarily need to be on this site to serve the area, whereas if it was a school use, it might need to be on this site because it's directly serving. It's not directly related to the housing, other than it's facilitating delivery. So, yeah. Okay, thank you. So, just quickly, we've covered quite a few things on delivery, I think. This site is, well, no, I don't think there's anything for you to come back on. It was, again, supportive, so always sorry I forgot to make sure. So on delivery, I asked if there's a reasonable prospect that this site could be developed at the point envisaged. And I think when we get into sort of more detailed discussions on, or at least the trajectory will be more finely grained than this, but this is talking about 10 years plus, and that's 10 years from, we did have this discussion, it's 10 years from the plan start date, isn't it? So it's 2029 onwards. So 291 between 2029 and 2041, that's obviously, I think, you know, a generous amount of time. I just wonder, is there any anything anyone wants to say about start date? So, or annual completion rates, or when it could actually be brought forward. I mean, maybe it's more from you know, the council have obviously told me it's 10 years plus 20. Well, from now actually it's 5 years, isn't it? Because of 2029. But do you have any position on that?
Yeah, as I said, we're actively engaging with the council through the pre-app process, and subject to obviously the allocation being resolved. We have put forward in our reps that it could be delivered within 10 years.
From now?
From now.
And do you have any views on build-out rates and that kind of thing? Just I get a feel for that.
I don't have.
Or is it premature for
it's-
that?
Yeah, it's
fine.
but we have, it's in our reps that we said it would be brought forward within the 10-year.
And 291 is not of such a scale that we would, you know, if it was 50 a year, one outlet, 50 a year, then it would still be able to be delivered in it's a 5-year, 6-year build-out rate, isn't it?
Yeah,
So-
it's a 5-year build for the actual dwellings, yes.
Okay, that guy's not, and I've not heard anything other than the access, perhaps, which sounds, you know, which may have a cost implication and the potential contamination. There are no particular viability concerns in terms of affordable housing provision.
No, nothing that's onerous as wouldn't be as any other brownfield site in London.
Okay, so all been assessed on that basis. No. Okay. Any points from? I went the other way around, but I suppose site promoted.
No, that was why I said from my say. So, and no, nothing from us.
Okay. Right. Thank you very much. Then that covers all my questions, I think, on that site. If anybody else, no, it doesn't actually, because it's about the site visit. I obviously am aware that from what you've said, there's plenty of public footpaths and public rights of way and cycle paths around the site that I can see it from. Just in terms of what Mr. West said from the site point by the access site from the north, is when someone says is it publicly accessible or not? No, I assume not. No. So I will not, unless I go in the area, have a look and decide I need to go on the site, in which case I go through the programme office and the council to do an accompanied site visit. My intention is to do unaccompanied. I'll take as much views as I can around the from the public rights of way and the roadside. I will obviously look at everything we've talked about today. It will inform me. But again, if I do decide it would be useful to go onto the site for whatever reason, my preference is not to, because it's obviously more problematic. But I will obviously contact yourselves and the council through programme officer to deal with that. So thank you. I'm going to have just a 5-minute break. So if anyone wants to leave, they can, and we can just and then we'll come back and I will endeavour to get through 05 before lunch. And I think we can. I'm sure we can. Yeah, so, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for your contribution. Very helpful. Thank you. So, yeah, what time is it? We'll just come back at 10 past 1. So it's just us.
Yes, I don't know whether Mr. West is.
No, it's I think I had Mr. West say he was coming back this afternoon.
I didn't hear that. Thank you.
So just me and the council for this one. We're going to move on to, if I can find my questions. Move on to 05 Land Northwest of Innova Park. Presume I can get through these quite quickly, as there's obviously no one to ask anything in Greenbelt terms. I just wanted to clarify something about the inset map. Shows the red line. So this is about the area being removed from the Greenbelt. The inset map shows the red line of the allocation, and then there are green areas outside the boundary which don't appear to be Greenbelt, but they are Greenbelt at the moment, I think. So I suppose it's so are you intending? So yeah, it's a similar point last time. Are there areas outside the allocation which by in effect would have to come out of the Greenbelt because they no longer serve a purpose? Is that? Let me just get the policies map up so I can see this there as well. So it's actually the area. It's actually the area to the north of the allocation and below and to the south, if you like, of RUR of 03. So it's effectively like the road plus a buffer, I think, to the south of the road. I think it's is that currently Greenbelt?
That is currently Greenbelt. Yes.
So that area would be coming out of the Greenbelt, presumably because you don't want a sliver. Tiny
Indeed,
sliver
yeah,
of
to
land
create
between
defensible
two.
boundaries, that's correct, sir.
Yeah. But it's identified and the inset map as that sort of greeny colour. which generally, so I've taken it that mainly when you've coloured in parts of the inset map, it's to reflect what you're expecting developers to provide. So this is where we expect the open space to be illustratively. So is that area of green, the green buffer there, is that something that already exists and would continue, or is that something you're expecting someone to sort of provide a formal area of open space or something?
So that green buffer does exist. I think there's opportunities for enhancement of that buffer as part of any development.
Okay, thank you. I think here you've concluded, or the Greenbelt assessment has concluded that it would be there'd be low to moderate harm to Greenbelt purposes. Is there anything you want to say? Obviously, it's well related to some existing. The orange area to the sort of east and south of the site is that existing employment?
That's correct. That's existing employment. It forms part of the existing industrial estate.
And then you've got the road. Is that Solar Way, or does it move on to Solar Way?
So it's Mollison Avenue that
Mollison
runs,
Avenue.
and then it gets the roundabout and becomes Solar Way. Coming
So,
off there.
so Mollison Avenue to the north. So it's even now. You've got the sort of it comes up. The Greenbelt comes up the eastern boundary of the borough, if you like. Then you've got this sort of little dog leg to the left at the top there, where you've got the Ramney Marsh site and this site, and they're kind of a little adjunct. They're both going to go, but obviously, in and of itself, RU05 is sort of already a slightly tortuous boundary around the industrial estate. And
That's correct. So the boundary is marked currently by palisade fencing and some planting.
Okay. Okay. No particular questions on the Greenbelt harm. Unless you have anything else to say, why it's low, it seems fairly self-evident from being, and then from boundaries, in terms of Greenbelt boundaries, again, you've got fairly strong boundary. Well, the Greenbelt, obviously, this not here. The Greenbelt boundary is not relating to the site to the north, because obviously it's going beyond. So it's taking it beyond that to Ramney, beyond Ramney Marsh. So obviously, there's not a new boundary at the edge of this site, so that's understood. You've got a clear physical boundary to the south is presumably obviously the existing industrial areas. To the west, which is the features to the west? So it's a wildlife corridor on the policies map, is it?
Yes, that's a railway line.
Railway line, yeah, makes sense. And yeah, and obviously to the north, it would go beyond. Well, but actually, yeah, well. There is sort of no boundary to the north, is there? Because that's because of the dog leg that comes in. To the north of that isn't Greenbelt anyway. So actually, so it's just connecting up to the built form, and then you've got another area of built form beyond, and then it's in Epping Forest according to this map. And so the boundary is really, I guess, Solar Way, Mollison Avenue to the east, isn't it? And that's where the new defensible boundary is correct. Yeah. Mainly for RU03. That's understood. And then in terms of compensatory improvements, I don't think there's anything to me specific around this. So it's mostly about the stuff we've already talked about in BG7 terms and so on. There's nothing more. So again, there's no need to have that discussion again. I can take away that and obviously come to a view holistically.
That's correct, sir. I also want to flag that there's an infrastructure requirement number 3, which talks about biodiversity improvements to Ramney Marsh, and Ramney Marsh will remain within the Greenbelt.
Thank you. Is there anything, again, I've obviously got your overall argument and justification, but on all of these greenbelt sites, I'm just going to ask if there's anything you want to add to the, that's a specific flavour for your exceptional circumstances / general conformity issues. Obviously, this is different to the other sites. We've been talking about housing need, and this is obviously sort of quantitative and qualitative. I think there's a quantitative and qualitative argument to the employment land. This is, you've got a quantitative need for a certain amount, but also qualitative in terms of the types of location that businesses will want to locate in. Is there anything else you want to? Have I summarised that adequately?
Yes, I think you summarised that adequately. I'll just refer you also to our response to question 4.7 of the Stage 1 MIQs, and also Chapter 3 of the Employment Topic Paper, that's top 4, and Chapter 10 of the Enfield Employment Land Review, that's EMP 1.
Okay, and again, obviously, I've got your views on how greenbelt release relates to general conformity, which again, will something I'll be taking into account in the round. So yeah, clearly, I've got to weigh up the harm to the greenbelt versus your arguments you've made, and then come to a view on exceptional circumstances. So that's fine. So anything else on greenbelt? Nothing.
No, thank you very much. So no, the way you just summarised it is exactly the way to do it, of course. But the levels of harm in this location are identified very clearly as being low and adjacent to low to moderate.
Sorry, literally, sometimes just occurred to me actually. What you're saying is the and this is perhaps where I, on reflection, should have dealt with 3 and 5 together rather than split them up this way. But it was trying to organise things where I thought the discussions would be. But if just on the sake of argument 3 were to not progress, would that have any alteration to the view on 5 in terms of it would obviously still be low because it would be looked at in isolation, and it would wouldn't necessarily negate the argument. I mean, there's clearly a relation between 3 and 5, but they are the opposite sides of Mollison Avenue, so they are separable.
Yes, quite so. And in fact, having the two adjacent to each other as individual releases has the potential, of course, to, in overall terms, reduce the extent of the effect on the greenbelt than if it was split up and there was somewhere else individually brought forward that it was also of moderate harm.
Okay, thank you. Just on a few points on the locational issues. I'm going to start with my usual issues around sustainable location. Again, notwithstanding the background to these things, but obviously there are references to issues around the need to improve public transport services in the area and facilitate active and sustainable transport measures and so on. So that sort of, again, is there an implication here that this is not necessarily a sustainable location for employment development, recognising probably that there is a difference between what that means for industrial development and residential development and so on, but either way, are people going to be able to access this site and by means other than the car?
Yes, sir. So it's our view that the site is sustainably located. It's got ready access to the strategic road network very close to a junction of the M25, which facilitates specifically the movement of goods for logistics firms. The site's also a short distance from Enfield Lock Station, and there are a number of bus routes running along Mollison Avenue, so we consider the site sustainable in terms of getting that labour force to their place of work.
I'd actually also add there is actually a bus route, the 491, which goes along Solar Way. Right. There are also opportunities to connect to the cycle network along Mollison Road. There was a conversation previously to connect up to a route which goes up into Hertfordshire. Just for financial terms, that didn't actually go ahead at the time, but there is actually therefore a preliminary design for connections to that part of the route. There is an existing, although not high quality, I accept, cycle route along Mollison Avenue as well. But that again could be something that looked to be improved as sites along this area come forward.
So is that, when you say it's a route, you mean cycle or bus?
That's a cycle route. A cycle route. It's sort of it's an older design. It doesn't conform to current standards, but it is actually cyclable. It's just there are some things that need to be upgraded to bring it up to modern LTM 120 standards.
And where you say that there's buses there's bus routes that go along Mollison Avenue and Solar Way, and so people will be able to get to work by that. Is that where are these routes coming from? Are they going through where if you like the main residential areas?
491, which specifically goes along Solar Way, goes from Edmonton to Waltham Cross to the north. There is also the 121, which goes reasonably close to the site as well, and still the 491. So I'm tracking things around on Google. So there are a number of bus routes, both east-west and north-south connections that are within a reasonable walking distance of the site to a bus stop to provide those connections. Some are slightly further away, I do accept, but as, again, sites come forward, there is the opportunity that I think TfL will see if there is patronage that they will seek to increase that in any case. And this suggestion, and I'll pick it as a modification, as a suggested modification, and again, it's reflecting TfL's, I guess, concerns, where it says must contribute towards increasing the provision of a more direct and frequent bus service along the A1055. Is that the A1055? Is that Mollison Way and Solar Way? Is that actually what that is? So Mollison Way is the 1055, yeah. Solar Way runs parallel to it. So I would envisage that's the corridor rather than the specific route. Right, okay, yeah. Would that be something the council does consider would be both necessary and deliverable? It's certainly deliverable, not a problem at this stage. I haven't seen the specific loadings of that bus service to understand whether it would need additional buses, and we spoke about that with Cruise Hill yesterday. But as I say, if it's showing that there is significant patronage, TfL would normally seek to improve that in the matter of course. And I say the frequency currently is 20 minutes, which is not, which is reasonable. In that particular location for the bus stop that's closest. So, yeah, it's reasonable. Could it be improved? Potentially. Is it deliverable? Certainly. I mean, to the extent that this is why, again, hindsight's a wonderful thing. If I dealt with 3 and 5 together, with this is the same discussion for 3, really. And I guess when you're looking at the overall justification for those two sites, for the sustainability aspects, then I'll be looking at the 16,000 square metres plus whatever the Ramney Marsh figure is to see, what that means in terms of sustainable, both the need for sustainable access, but also the likelihood of being able to improve it. And obviously, when I'm looking at the Greenbelt side, I'll be looking at the scale of the floor space proposal, and that's also part of the benefit versus harm factor as well, isn't it? But yeah.
I was wondering if you wanted to get Mr. Cole's input at this stage on the sustainability issues around 3, because that just might enable you to see the proposal in totality. But
yeah, the only it can't help, but it might obviously if some people are there this afternoon who've got objections, representations about it. They may obviously not been here to hear it and hear it again. It's entirely my fault. I should have reflected on these two and put them together, and that would have made much more sense.
Well, we can certainly leave it.
But I think I'll obviously bear in mind if there's anything specific in terms of 5. If it relates to 3, I can at least say, well, I've heard of this, but if anyone's got any comments, you might be required to come and respond to those. My evidence will be remarkably similar, almost word to word. Yeah, the thing I would just point out is that if both sites come forward, then the cumulative impact of that certainly lends itself
to more patronage on the bus service. And again, it wouldn't necessarily need an uplift from the Section 106 or anything like that contributions in order to see TfL see that actually there is sufficient patronage to actually do that on their own anyway. But again, yeah, it comes back to the point. It would basically be potentially advantages to increase the frequency. Combination of the two sites probably increases that potential.
I mean, unlike some other sites, and perhaps some of the sites we're going to talk about this afternoon, another site we're going to talk about this afternoon, this is obviously already, it's already commercial activity in the area. So sometimes I do wonder, obviously with TfL not being here to explain themselves, is what is the, if this is already an area where there's a certain amount of commercial activity, what is their concern about adding to that commercial activity if they didn't have any concerns about Greenbelt or, put that on one side, or highway safety? And there's already buses running up here. What's the problem? But you might try to be not too simplistic about it. Quite okay. But they're not here to explain themselves. So fine, thank you. That is helpful.
Does, I should say, raise the general point that we've made already, that, and I made it, I think, in matter one, which is that TfL, in respect of some of these objections, appear to have taken a stance of principle rather than looking at the specifics of the particular locations, and one needs to look at the specifics if one's going to reach the right conclusion.
I suppose from a traffic point of view, moving on, obviously sustainability, is whether or not, again, this is all with sort of standard points, I suppose, and I know the answer has been given, that obviously everything's been modelled and everything else, but and collectively the council has come to the view that there is no severe cumulative transport impacts overall, and I've got the views of, but it's whether or not, again, just drilling down to this level, you're obviously increasing the amount of floor space and therefore the amount of activity around this locality, and whether that throws up any particular local concerns or issues that could or couldn't be dealt with.
Mollison Avenue is very much a route that is designed to carry high frequency, heavy duty vehicles. So from that perspective, doesn't particularly raise any issues. Yes, the junction of Mollison Avenue and the A10 is busy. There's no getting around that, but there have been recent upgrades to junction 25 of the M25 to increase its capacity there. And so in some respects, some of the work has already been done. And then, yes, I would refer back to the modelling in terms of the specific traffic impacts in that area.
But the answer is probably straightforward, yes, because we've discovered the quantum of floor space that's been identified here and the likely type of floor space been identified here has been plugged into the model robustly.
Yes.
I have to. Well, so it's good to get that on the record, isn't it? Just looking at the Mollison Avenue. Where it joins the A10. Obviously, I know, and I know what was said. Hertfordshire County Council have raised some general, points. I don't think. Again, I don't want to catastrophize. They've raised some points as they would about potentially. So, and I know what you said yesterday about Broxbourne, but Broxbourne's obviously still have the outstanding concerns about cumulative impacts on the A10. I didn't particularly pick this up with a view to the site we've just been talking about, because that was more about the access, but obviously that will have an impact on the A10 traffic-wise. This presumably would as well, because if everything to get on the junction, so to get onto junction 25, or sorry, to get on the N25, is the only route is to along Mollison Avenue to the A10 and then up. Is that right?
That is correct. Yeah. Given the likely significant distances that the vehicles that are like to be coming to come here, I suspect most of those vehicles, I don't have a percentage, but I'm going to, from my professional experience, would be majority of that traffic, vast majority of that traffic would go straight on the M25, rather than heading across to the A10 and going up into Hertfordshire. So again, I'd then come back to the fact that the modelling and the modelling impacts have taken into effect the floor space of these areas, and therefore the traffic impacts are shown within the modelling results, which were approved by HCC.
And presumably, yeah, and the model will have taken some account of behaviour and I imagine logic that the nature of the routes will be more likely to be on the M25. That, yeah, just okay. There seems to be a logic.
For the record, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, the and obviously policy allows for this to be investigated further to a certain extent. But your view would be no showstoppers from a highway or sustainable transport perspective.
No, and again, I refer back to the position that was made by HCC. Yes, we do look at the cumulative impacts, not these sites individually, and that's what we need to be able to do and show. But again, the modelling for the local plan does show the cumulative impacts. But as planning applications come forward, then we would need to consider the fact if these two sites come together in similar periods, what the cumulative impacts of those would be.
But sorry, I know I'm labouring this point. But even if that were to happen, the likely load on certain junctions is such that it's like there's no reason to assume that there's not a mitigation that couldn't be put in place with enough.
That is correct. It's already a high capacity route in existence there already.
And this is where I was talking about the other day, the difference on when we talk about the Junction 24 improvements, it just referred to Junction 24 improvements in the evidence, and there's a big difference between tens of thousands of pounds signage and tens of millions of pounds realignment or whatever. So I think that's, yeah.
Yeah, the Junction 25 was upgraded. It would have finished, I wouldn't say last year, but please don't hold me to that. Relatively recently, there were improvements made to that junction in order to increase the capacity fairly significantly. It was mostly to the north side of the junction, but it was widened to the southern side as well. So yeah, I don't, that as part of the modelling that Highways England would have done would have taken into account future scenarios.
Thank you, it's very helpful. The only other couple of points I've got in terms of locational aspects, things I picked up on the previous site are things about the EA, landfill and Thames Valley points. I don't know if, again, if it's the same answer, that these are addressable.
That's correct, sir. It's the same answer. They're both addressable. Capable of being addressed.
My fault, it's my fault. I'm making words up as I go along. So, yeah, sorry. Yeah. Right, okay, thank you. My reading of things you can confirm is that what's within the archaeological protection area. So is most of north of Enfield, so nothing necessarily specific there, and you've not highlighted any specific heritage concerns in the area. So we're looking at what I've read, and it's mostly industrial and transport infrastructure. It's not area of sensitivity in that regard.
That's correct, so we don't consider it an area of sensitivity from a heritage perspective.
Biodiversity-wise, again, it's obviously looking at the information I have. There's some potential tree cover, well, not potential tree cover, potentially tree cover, and if it's open space, so there is some potential for biodiversity asset. Has any assessment been done?
No, an assessment hasn't been carried out. As you've observed, there is some existing tree cover, and provision is made in the set map for that to be retained as green buffering. I'd also like to flag the wildlife corridor running north-south along the railway line, and again, the insect map shows buffering along there.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, no, I haven't other points on that then, so unless there's any other sort of locational issues you want to draw to my attention, I'll move on to the requirements. As I said before, I'm probably not going to go through all those, necessarily go through the modifications, the 1 to 4 ones, because that's sort of familiar, and I'll keep, as I keep saying, I'm going to come back to those. Yeah, I'll just take a view on all those as I need to. The first point of my development requirement question is always about scale and density. My question on scale is, I know it's at least 16,500 roughly square metres, so could be more. But I note that in design principles that criterion F, criterion I, no, criterion L. Sorry, criterion F, criterion H. Sorry, criterion F refers to providing stacked industrial uses to make efficient use of available land, and then H could consider heights up to 39 metres for industrial intensification. I just wanted to check whether or not that was the 16,500 was taken with a view to that happening stacked, and or is that 16,500 without that?
So the 16,500 without that, that's the 16,500 figures based on a 65% plot ratio, which is a common standard. Well, it originates in the London Plan footnote policy to policy H5, which talks about employment site capacity as being 65% plot ratio or existing floor space on site. And yeah, so we consider that a minimum that should be provided in the context of it's a greenbelt site, and in that kind of transition out to Hertfordshire, we're aware of schemes coming forward at much lower densities, but we did want to retain a higher density that's reflective of a London context. Notwithstanding that, we do have aspirations for industrial intensification. The London Plan very much advocates for that approach to providing for employment need. So we wanted to provide a positive policy framework to enable developers to deliver greater than 65% plot ratio if market conditions allow them to do so.
Thanks. So any assessments, I'm thinking again, going back, I suppose, to my queries about transport and so on, that the assessments will have been based on 16,500, so, albeit a minimum. But clearly, if significantly more than that were to come forward, by virtue of it being stacked or taller buildings, then that might have a different outcome. And so I wonder whether, I might have to think about whether it should be subject to some of these, the intensity. You've not assessed whether or not this is achievable, so it might be, in order to address any outcome, this should be subject to things. All policy, all development is subject to your things, but making it clear, I suppose, on the basis what you've actually assessed. Have you a view on that?
Yeah, that seems like a very logical and positive approach to flagging the need for future assessment if the quantum, if quantums proposed are greater than that indicated in the site allocation.
Yeah, I'm not saying categorically that is the case. That's one of my, I think I'm going to think about whether that's needed or not, but it's something which just sort of slight alarm bell, but not necessarily a big alarm bell. Okay, thanks.
An apology, so just on design principle H, as you referred to that earlier, I've got an additional comment on that.
Okay, do that now, because I've got some comments about the others, but I've already opened the door to that, so okay.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, the figure 39 metres is actually incorrect. The figure should be 36 metres relating to the character of growth work pursuant to policy D6 of the plan. It's an area, it could accommodate heights of up to 36 metres to facilitate intensification.
The while we're on H then, although we'll be jumping back to A. So it is based. We've said could consider height of 39 metres or 36. This is based on some, what you've just said, the characterisation study saying that these certain areas which will be acceptable for taller buildings. Is that?
That's correct. I believe the wording is potentially acceptable.
And it's only could, so it's only could. So it's not an expectation that anyone will do that. Okay. And in terms of, albeit I can obviously see this for myself, the comparison to what's already in the area. Is this going to be a significant step if buildings of that scale came forward, that height came forward? Is it a significant step change in character, and therefore would it be significantly altering the character?
It would be an increase, but the building typologies in that area are very large and tall. It's quite a loose grain of development with quite significant heights and quite significant floor space coverage. We've got the OMA film studios to the south east of the site. That's quite a kind of considerable. It's a very large building, but doesn't appear incongruous in the street scene because of the grain of development in the area.
In terms of your policies on long distance views or medium distance views, would buildings of that height here have any bearing on that? Does it fall within any of those views?
No, it doesn't, sir.
Okay, thank you. Right, okay, thanks. That's my questions on H. I'll move back. On A, it talks about must maximise the retention of existing high-value trees. That's sorry, I don't know. My question was probably just a point I made. That was good. But I suppose there's a difference between maximise the retention and retain. I think that is always my thing. Is so maximise, minimise. I guess it's just a general question about is that clear and unambiguous? Because clearly someone could say, well, we've actually got to get rid of all the trees. We've all kept one tree, and that we've maximised what we can do, and then give you a reason. Now again, if that's the intention of the council, okay, but I always look for unintended consequences of wording. And is that an unintended consequence of the wording?
I think on reflection, sir, an alternative form of words could be must retain existing high-value trees.
Thank you. At least then there can be a discussion about what is a high-value tree, which is in the normal course of events. C, I think C says could maintain a pedestrian connection parallel to the watercourse towards Small River Lee. Again, my question was, I suppose twofold. Is there already, because it says could maintain a pedestrian, so is there already a pedestrian connection parallel to the watercourse along towards Small River Lee? And so it's an option. So I suppose I just wondered, again, for context, really.
Yeah, there's a very small watercourse which feeds into the Small River Lee. There is public access. There is accessibility along there at the moment. It's not public accessibility, but it is used by workers on site at present.
Okay. So I suppose what are you hoping to achieve then? Are you hoping to achieve public access there then?
The intention behind that is to, I guess, enhance the permeability of the site.
To,
sorry.
to public or to workers or?
To workers.
To workers, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. F, we've talked about F, haven't we? Sorry, no. F is, oh yes, we have talked about F. Should provide stacked industrial uses to make efficient use of available land. So that is a, it's not a must. It should. If primarily logistics, that's the primary option, you know, and it may well be that there's a trend, there's a trend toward moving towards stacked, or there are models out there that could be stacked, but I don't get the sense that's standard. You know, if council would be the wording of that policy, the wording of that criterion could be, well, if someone came to you with a normal logistics scheme, normal B8 scheme, if it's not stacked, you would be less than welcoming of it. Admittedly, it's not as strong as must, but it is still, you should be doing that. So again, is that reflecting? I'm not saying it's wrong. I just want to understand if that's actually what you're expecting.
Yeah, I think the intention is to encourage developers to provide stacked industrial uses. If that's feasible, we recognise that market conditions are challenging for that form of provision, especially in this kind of context, getting out to Hertfordshire where much lower plot ratios are common. So the intention behind that policy is to encourage rather than require.
Yeah. Okay, I'll think about whether it needs a tail piece or something about, because clearly there's a slight mixed message. You know, it's at least 16,500. That's not based on stacked. So obviously the council is content if, you know, as far as you're concerned, if overall that site was developed out 16,500 square metres, it's met your policy. So there's no absolute requirement to be stacked. And it's sort of, well, you should do it, and it's all a bit. I understand what you're trying to come from, but you could obviously end up with a situation where you don't get, you know, you get low-rise buildings which deliver 16,500, and that would actually meet the requirements of your policy. If that's not what you want or expect, then that needs to be something flagged up. If you're quite content as that as a council, and it would just be lovely if it was more than that, well then maybe that's not a problem then. So yeah. I don't know. If you're content at 16,500 with low-rise buildings, then that's. But it'd be nice if we add something else. Then that's great. But yeah.
I think so. The aim is to ensure that there is the flexibility inherent, whilst indicating what we would prefer. The flexibility being there because of what Dr. Jones has said about the difficulties of delivery of intensified units at the present time.
Yeah, I think there's probably a way. It may not need to be changed at all. Or may we're wording it so that you can achieve what you want. And then we talked about the building heights. Criterion I should provide limited parking to promote active travel. And I think this is where you've suggested a modification. Must minimise parking provision to ensure consistency with the London plan, prioritising sustainable transport modes and reducing dependence on private vehicles. Different to some of the others where you're making a specific reference to T6B. Obviously, there's always going to be that danger that T6B will disappear in the fullness of time, but you know, at least you're pointing towards car light and car free. It's not what you're saying here. You're saying minimise parking, but that isn't particularly, and I think even as standard, should provide limited parking to promote active travel, I would say is ambiguous, because what does that mean in terms of parking standard? Are you suggesting that providing limited parking to promote active travel is what the London plan parking standards is doing, and therefore you're quite happy to defer to the parking standards, or are you seeking something more stringent than the parking standards? And if you are, rather like those other examples, and I know all of this is, there's no one here, but there's no all this without prejudice to what I finally decide on all this. It would be it's not clear. I think so. There needs to be, it's either limit parking in line with the parking standards in the London plan, or because of, justify it to me on whatever basis that, you need to be more stringent than the parking standards in order to limit things. And at the moment, I don't really know, and I don't think either the as set out or the mod tells me what that means.
Thank you, sir. And yes, it's the former rather than the latter, where seeking to limit parking in line with the standards set out in the London plan. So in effect, by utilising London plan parking standards, you are limiting parking. Yeah, so it's having that effect. So, okay, so probably, if it needs to say it at all, because obviously you've got that policy plan anyway, but if you are saying it, then it probably needs to be, it may as well be clear to say, deliver parking in line with the London plan parking standards, I guess. Oh, and the only other thing on that is that this modification changes it from should provide limited parking to must provide limited parking. But I guess it is must because it's in line with the parking standards. So it's kind of like, it's one of those where you don't really need should or must, because it would be deliver parking in line with the London plan parking standards, and it takes out any ambiguity. That takes out any ambiguity or argument. But anyway, that's possibly neither. Once assuming we get to main mods stage and everything, so there'll be these periods of like bottoming out these sort of wordings, so we know. Okay, and I have nothing to say on must provide pedestrian vehicular access from Solar Way with a secondary pedestrian access point on Mollison Avenue. I'm assuming that's all been assessed, and I don't seem to have anything from TfL saying they're not happy with that. Or would that be not a TfL road? Is that a Enfield road or somebody else's road?
We're a Highways Authority.
Okay, so you're clearly content with that then. So, right.
Yes, and it's not the subject of any of the discussions around the modifications. So had it been a problem, it would have been flagged up.
Good. Right, and then so that's me on. Unless there's anything you want to say about the other criteria that I've not raised. Thank you. You've pointed out the issue on H, so I've picked up that. There's nothing else. Delivery. Obviously, I'm not as concerned about the years with this because it's not relating to 5-year supply or anything. Obviously, the main thing is question is is it deliverable within the planned period, and whether or not there are any, I guess, in line of that, how long it would take to build out, and if there are any sort of very significant abnormal costs which would render it unviable. I'm not getting any impression of that. As I say, there's no sort of, the main thing for me on this is that it's delivered in the, can it be delivered in the plan period? If I can find it, you said it would be built out within 5 to 10 years, so we're in that period now, aren't we? Sort of thing. So again, I mean, just in terms of any realism, is it actually likely to be built out within, effectively before 2029, 2030?
We believe that's, we believe that is reasonable, sir, yeah. We've got a statement, the Reg 19 rep from the site promoter confirms that they can deliver the quantum envisaged and haven't raised any kind of showstopper concerns in that regard.
It's for 16,000. I mean, subject to, I don't know how the site promoter is going to deal with it, whether they're going to build things out, want to build things out, or would be potentially building out speculatively, or would want, people signed up to it before they'd go ahead. But is it, 16,000? Are we talking one very large unit? Are we talking 3, multiple units? Is there a vision for that from them?
We don't have any particular requirements in terms of the kind of spatial configuration of buildings on site, but we are keen to achieve that quantum as a minimum to help meet identified needs. I'd also add that the needs for logistics are very strong in Enfield in terms of our very good road transport accessibility. Vacancy rates are currently at 4.5%, so we believe that this site could be built out to meet market demands very quickly if allocated. Subject to normal planning processes, of course.
Okay, one final point, and we've hit exactly on it, so I've got is this, again, just my site visit point, really. In terms of information, I can obviously wander along Mollison Avenue, Solar Way, and have a look, but is the site, is it actually possible to view the site from public realm at all? Simply.
Yeah, you can view the site from Mollison Avenue and Solar Way, but I think in order to effectively kind of get a proper understanding of the site, I think it'd be beneficial to contact the site promoter in order to arrange supervised access.
Taking from that, there's no rights away across it at the moment, or as I've always say, I will do what I can, and if I feel I need to do any more, I'll contact yourselves in the first instance through a net, and then arrange it that way. But, we'll see what we can do from.
Just also to flag, sir, that the site is visible from part of Mollison Avenue. Mollison Avenue does dip down underneath the railway line, so you wouldn't be able to view the whole northern boundary of the site because of that road arrangement.
Just in terms of pedestrian routes, I'm thinking health and safety along. If I want to get a view for the wider area as well, I mean, I would say it's all sounds like it's some industrial type main roads. Is it all pedestrian? Is it all footways and so on? So I can go out prepared. I mean, clearly I can find out when I go out on site, but it'd be useful to know before I pole up there. And
There is a footway, but it's on the northern side of Mollison Avenue rather than the southern side, which doesn't help your visibility.
It's not unusual for inspectors to go wandering around with grass verges and things like that in the public domain, but I just don't want to get. Thank you. Right, I don't want to get squished. Right. Okay. Thank you. I've any other points you wish to raise? With miraculous timing, we've 2 minutes over, so that's brilliant. We'll come back then at 2 o'clock. Well, no, actually, we'll come back at 2:05, so the fire alarm can be sought, and then we'll come back at 2:05 and start on this afternoon. So thank you, everyone, and very much appreciated. See you again at 2:05. Thank you. So I'm going to start this session of the Enfield Local Plan examination, starting at 2:05. I'm sure Annette made people aware because of the fire alarm test. For those who've not been here before, I'm Stephen Lee, the inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to examine the plan. There's only four of you around the room. I hope you can all hear me okay. I think there are some people who've not been here before. Is that correct? Yeah. Have you had any opportunity to see or watch anything? No. Okay. Just so I don't know whether I need to explain how things are going to work or not. Just for the benefits of those who've not been here before, I'll try and run through this quite quickly. The purpose of the examination is for me to help me decide if the plan submitted in August 2024 is legally compliant and sound, and if not, how it could be modified to ensure that it is. So if any concerns about soundness, then please let me know how you think things could be changed to make it sound. This session will take the form of a structured discussion of the matters set out on the agenda that was published last week, and also follows my mainly follows my MIQs, matters, issues and questions that have been issued some time ago, and to which parties have submitted statements. And this afternoon we're dealing with 2 sites, RUR03, land west of Ramney Marsh, and RUR04 land east of Junction 24. I think it's 2-2 in terms of people here to talk about that, so I'm going to take it in the order that I've set out in the agenda. I'll deal with Ramney Marsh first, then if people are here to speak about that, they can depart, and then we'll talk about east of Junction 24. You're for Ramney Marsh and both? Oh, fair enough. Okay. I'd misunderstood. Yes, so I'm going to start each agenda item with some questions for the council. And once I've heard the responses to those, I'll invite contributions from others. I'll just deal with how I'm going to do that when I make the start. When you do wish to speak, please turn your nameplate on its end and I'll bring you in at an appropriate time. And when you do speak, if you could focus your comments on my questions or specific points made by others. And I'd ask each contribution to be as concise and focused as possible to allow everyone a chance to speak if they wish to. We should have plenty of time today, though, this afternoon, one hopes. I will always ask people to remind people there's no need to repeat or summarise what you've written in your representations, or written statements there before me, and there's no need to, or rather people didn't read out pre-prepared statements. And as an additional point, obviously your right to be heard is based on your representations made in your own representations, and the position your organisation is taking, not to discuss those of others, say who aren't here. Those reps are already before me. In terms of action points, the council is maintaining a list of actions that are being agreed today and in other sessions. Where I think an action is necessary, I'll try to make it clear where I can, but there will be a series of issues, no doubt, where I have to take it away and give further thought to, and I'll advise council on those in due course. We'll probably take a break around 15-20 minutes at 3:30, and then hope to finish no later than 5:30 at the absolute latest. That's a very potted approach. And there's more detail on how the examination will work in my guidance note, which is online, and the opening that I gave a few weeks ago at the very start. But are there any queries about the process? Like I say, it was quite a quick run through how things will work. It will become clear as we go through. As there are new people, I will ask the council first. So start off with some introductions, and then I'll see if there are any matters arising from this morning before we start with Ramney Marsh. So, could hand over to Mr. Reid, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. My name's Matthew Reid. I'm King's Counsel, representing the council, and with me is Mr. Dale Harris, who sits behind.
I'm Edward Jones, Spatial Planning Manager here at Enfield Council.
Chris Cole, Head of Strategic Transport Planning and Policy at the Enfield Council.
Luke Burrows, TfL Property. Mark Whitfield of Montagu Evans on behalf of Lee Valley Regional Park Authority.
Carol Fisk, Enfield Road Watch.
John West, representing the Enfield Society.
Thank you very much for that. Before we start, are there any points come up over lunch?
No, thank you very much.
Good, okay, thank you. Right, so we'll make a start then on RUR03, land west of Ramney Marsh, or 03 as I'm going to call it from now on. The way my matters issues and questions set out is under subheadings, it starts with greenbelt issues, then location issues, which are any constraints that might exist irrespective of greenbelt. Then I want to talk about the development requirements and any modifications that have been put forward, and also then move on to any issues of delivery, important issues of delivery. For those who weren't here this morning, obviously some of the issues raised, in particular location, are very similar to 05. So it may well be that I've got information on that. I won't necessarily ask those questions again, but obviously if there are issues you wish to raise in relation to those points, that if I don't ask a specific question, because it's very similar, it doesn't mean so. Obviously nobody can raise a point about that. If they are, then obviously the council can respond accordingly. So I'm going to start off with my greenbelt questions. I'll go through all of those, open up to see any greenbelt points. same as then with location, then with development requirements, then with delivery, and then I might just have well, I think I've also covered issues related to site visits. I don't necessarily need any more on that unless it's something different. So in terms of Greenbelt, I just want to get some clarity on, well, I was going to get some clarity first on what's being proposed here, and help me understand the overall picture. The land use requirements are 70,200 square metres of new employment floor space, light industrial, general industrial storage and distribution, and related sui generis uses. Two things. Here, because it's not just talking about logistics, or is the exceptional circumstances point, or is it both a overall quantitative point as well as a qualitative point about location? Is that the case?
Yes, that's the case, sir.
And in terms of, again, if I'm thinking about what the justification is for removing this land from the Greenbelt, you have a reference to related sui generis uses. This is perhaps as much as anything a point for the development requirements, because it's is it clear from the plan what that means? But what does that mean? Because are you talking about direct sui generis uses? Ancillary uses or things like that, or are you talking about car showrooms and things of that nature, which may well often appear in industrial estates and be sui generis, and that kind of thing will speak to the importance or not of the site being removed from the Greenbelt. Just want to get some clarity.
Yeah, so the reference to related sui generis uses, I guess goes back to the London plan, which refers to those types of industrial activities which normally occupy SIL locations. It's certainly not our intention to open the door to the kinds of uses you might find in industrial estates, such as kind of car showrooms, gyms, that kind of thing, that don't align with our identified needs for industry and logistics.
Okay, well, that might be something we just need to, as we go to the development requirement, see if that's sufficiently clear. But thank you. So if I was to get an idea for that, I'd look at the London Plan SIL, SIL, not SIL. SO. Yeah. Okay. The again, we talked about this in terms of 5. Too many documents. In terms of the harm. Here, 5 was identified as being sort of low to moderate. This is identified in the Greenbelt assessment as low to moderate again. Again, the sort of seems self-evident as to why, because of what we talked about this morning about being a sort of a dog leg from the other thing. It's surrounded on 3 sides by built form already. There's no Greenbelt directly to the north or the south. So I can see. Anything else you want to say about the harm to the purposes?
No, that captures our assessment, sir.
And again, for the avoidance of any doubt, clearly when I'll be looking at the overall pictures, see whether the benefits identified and the need identified is sufficient to justify exceptional circumstances in relation to considering the harm, as well as other factors. I should say, actually, yes, sorry. It's just a note I've made here. I'm jumping ahead of things. The council has put forward a modification that actually reduces the capacity from, I started off reading it as in the plan, 70,200. You've actually put forward a modification that said it's actually 56,300. Two things, just to obviously just explain the background to that, but also what that means, if anything, for the argument for removal.
So in terms of the background to that, so there is a area of sink to the east of the site, and so mindful of the need to retain that sink as it currently stands and make the most of opportunities to enhance that sink through further planting and biodiversity improvements. It's been decided to shrink, what we've proposed to do is shrink the developable area to 8.67 hectares, and then adopting a 65% plot ratio that would then yield 56,300 square metres of new employment floor space rather than 70,000. So in terms of the implications of that, that would mean there would be lesser economic floor space built and delivered. That would, I guess, have an economic impact, but that needs to be weighed against the potential impacts on the sink.
So, fair enough. So, originally, when you did your calculations, say 65%, you looked at the overall 12.01 hectares and did the maths. Yes, obviously, the question, a not unfamiliar question I was going to have about the fact that the allocation crosses into a sink, or rather the sinks, there's a sink within the allocation. From what you're saying there, you don't envisage the sink being part of the developable area.
That's correct. The sink would be emitted from the developable area, and additional space would be allowed for increased buffering to the sink as well.
Why, is there any particular reason why the allocation needs to incorporate the sink? Well, two things. There's two questions. Why does the allocation need to incorporate the sink if it's not part of the developable area? And then actually, why does it need to come out of the green belt? They might be two different answers.
Yeah, it was our view that by maintaining that area of sink within the boundary, it would be easier to secure improvements to that sink and properly plan and deliver planting and biodiversity improvements.
It does. It enables a link much more readily to be made through Section 106 obligations between those two elements if it's within the red line of the site itself.
I'm fairly certain that in my life I've seen policies refer to improvements to the neighbouring sink, or off-site improvements will be required, and so on and so forth. Is that not? It's not. I mean, it comes down to clearly the other way of dealing with this is the policy being absolutely fundamentally clear that there's no, you're not going to build in the sink. The sink might well be part of the allocation, but you're not. There's no. Because obviously the concern's bound to be, as it has with other sites we've been talking about this week, that you remove the site from the green belt, you incorporate it in the allocation. It's fair game. So if that's not the case, then however it's portrayed in the plan, it needs to be clear, doesn't it? And so that's one thing. When we get to the development requirements again, we'll see whether that's actually clear or not. But that's one thing. So I understand why you say it should be within the allocation. Why does it need to come out? I suppose the second is, why does it need to come out of the green belt?
Very similar point to what we were talking about over the last 2 days. It's in a similar location, and in principle, since in principle one could have the boundary against the area of operational land, it would be possible to draw the boundary in a way that would exclude that element from, that's to say, to keep it in the green belt.
Because notwithstanding any physical boundary on the site, which you have defensible boundaries and so on, it's not severing that area. It wouldn't. It's not like it's got to come out of the green belt, because it would be otherwise left isolated as a blob. It's pure. It's directly connected to the land to the east.
Exactly.
So it could be
It is true.
something. Yeah.
Yes.
So, okay, thank you. Give
It's
some thought.
exactly the same principle that we talked about over the last 2 days.
Okay. I know the inset map's probably meant to be illustrative, but of that, the area of lighter green on the inset map is larger than the sink on the policies map. So is this incorporating what you're referring to as the buffer?
It's intended to show an area of green space which effectively buffers. I mean, the inset map is slightly ambiguous because the dark green annotation strictly refers to buffering, but that green space would have a buffering function to the sink.
And sorry, just flying around the discussion slightly, it all flows back from this capacity issue. When you said it would be the reduction to 55,000 or whatever it is, would obviously be lesser in terms of economic benefit. But sorry, I might have missed the end where you're talking about. Does it make any? Does it have, as far as you're concerned, any effect on your removal from the greenbelt argument? I mean, it's a quantitative. It's a reduction of about 15,000 square meters. Is that significant?
No, so because of course, it's a balance, as you said before, between harm and benefit. And if one's reducing the extent of the built form, that will, in principle, reduce the effect of the development itself in openness terms and indeed in visual terms. So there's a potential relationship between the reduced area and reduction in harm. But even if there weren't, it's of a scale that is delivering the sorts of needs that have been identified already in the ELR.
Okay, I'm not necessarily accepting the first point of that because the if the reduction is because of not developing the sink, then there'd be the actual developable area is the same as what was always intended. It's just that you've now recognising through the policy that the sink is there, whereas before it wasn't recognising that. So the actual outcome is the same in terms of openness. That would be my. Yeah.
It is, sir, but of course the level of development was identified in square meterage. So in principle, if one was looking at that sort of level of development, putting aside the sink issue, there would be a necessary reduction in area. But of course it comes down to the particular analysis that was undertaken. I don't have that before me, so I'm not going to press that point. The more important point is that it's still delivering a substantial level at the level necessary to achieve the objectives of the ELR.
I think that's the question, isn't it? Obviously, if it changes anything fundamentally from your point of view.
It would be different if one was looking at a very significant reduction such that it couldn't meet the sort of scale that was being sought to be provided, but it is.
Understood. In terms of boundaries, we've again talked about obviously the boundary to the east. So the boundary to the west is a railway line, and the boundary to the south is, well, there is no, again, it's that there is sort of no boundary to the south anymore because obviously the whole thing comes out. So there isn't a boundary. But that's okay, understood logic. And again, similar to the north, because this was a dog leg, it just the curries up. So it's not about pushing back a defensible boundary. The defensible boundary already exists. It's taken it out. To the east, just, I mean, obviously you've got the sink coming into the area. Is there something on the ground there between the eastern element and the western element?
There's the small River Lee and associated planting, which is a landscape feature.
And in terms of compensatory improvements, I think you've given me a list in the statement of things which would be classed as that. And I think you've listed things such as creation of new open space alongside the small River Lee. Just to check, are all of these, because we've had this discussion before, in terms of what the national policy says about compensatory improvements, obviously improvements to the retained green belt, but some of these I take are actual improvements to accessibility within the site, or it's about the actual improvement takes place in the site. But is that then, but the benefit is in the retained green belt because you are improving access into it from outside? If that makes sense, I think.
That does, yeah, that's correct. So although kind of one small nuance, the requirements do also talk about biodiversity to improvements to Ramney Marsh, which is a much wider area that remains green belt and is just outside of the site.
And there's same reference in 5 to that, isn't it?
And so, of course, if you reach the conclusion that you ought to pull back the greenbelt boundary into the development area, the area that is going to be the subject of buffering for the sink would be a compensatory improvement.
Thank you. As I've been giving the opportunity on all of the Greenbelt sites so far, we've, just again a reiteration that we've had lots of discussions about principles of, exceptional circumstances and conformity, general conformity with the London Plan about releasing Greenbelt. Those are still mine, but always obviously an opportunity for the council want to say anything more about that on a specific basis for this site that's not already been said.
So nothing more from us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So any points about Greenbelt that I've not picked up from around the table? Enfield Society.
Thank you, sir. Can I just pick up the question of height? The
Not yet.
We'll
Because I'm
come
not
on
talking
to
about
that.
the height,
Okay,
unless it's
thank
about
you.
Greenbelt. But Greenbelt's not a landscape designation, so.
Okay, I'll come on to the height then.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, and Enfield Road Watch.
Yes, our main concerns were about the sink, so changing the boundary would be very good for us.
Just on that, working on the basis the council have now told me that there's no intention to develop the sink. There are different ways of managing that. There's obviously changing the boundary or writing something specific in the policy. It might amount to the same thing, but about clarity. So it may not be a boundary change. It may be a change to the wording, but the effect would hopefully be the same. If that's what I decide is necessary. Everything couched in without prejudice. So I have to always be very careful to say. I don't say it at least 5 times every session, just to be sure everyone's aware. Then I'm not doing my job. So yeah, but the point taken. Thank you. And nothing else on Greenbelt. Okay, I'll move on. Unless there's anything you want to come back on that. No. Okay, so I'll move on then to sort of general locational or other constraints of the site. We've already talked a little bit about. I've already talked this morning about. R5, so I've got quite a lot of information about the position of the site in terms of the SRN, and the road network more generally. We've talked about potential impacts, and when we did, we talked about obviously potential impacts in a cumulative way, and the council's already given me an answer that, as far as I'm concerned, there's the roads, it wouldn't lead to any cumulative impacts on the road network. Or unacceptable, not necessarily lead to any unacceptable impacts on the road network, or locally, and that the roads around the site are capable of accommodating that form and scale of development. And we've also talked about a bit about the active travel options and everything. So I just take it, is there anything to add which specific to RE to 03, which would add something to that, what we talked about this morning?
Not really. It's just referring back to the evidence I gave this morning.
And obviously, if anybody wants to raise those points, they can in a moment when I've just gone through these other questions. Just check something. Yeah, and even the points that TfL, or the same as common ground, it's the same points, isn't it? About it's the same measures, so all understood. Okay. Just on heritage, you say there are no designated assets on site. And I think the RAG rating just refers to the, doesn't say anything. Right piece of paper. Yeah, it's just the archaeological priority. Is it protection or priority area? Priority area. Is that correct? Because obviously we talked this morning about in RER5 there was some, the RAG rating said nothing about, but there are a couple of features I think in the vicinity. No, I think no, there are no features in. Yeah, fine, okay, fine. Double checking. Flood risk statement says the site isn't in flood zone 2 or 3. But I think, and I don't know, this might be the same for 5, but I didn't pick up on it. The site exception test report, sequential test, an exception test report sites identified in flood zones 2 and 3, and I think Environment Agency reps refer to it being in flood zones 2 and 3 as well. So is just perhaps provide a bit of clarity on that?
Yes, so yeah, the site is partly in flood zone 2 or 3, only towards the eastern boundary. The site's, of course, being promoted for employment uses which are considered less vulnerable with regards to the MPPF. An exception test is not required as is a less vulnerable use.
But sequential test is, so have you, so you've done that?
It has been done. It's set out in the sequential report.
Is the expectation, if the flooding is to the east of the site, where these green areas, presumably, it luckily coincides with the green areas. So is the expectation that you'd be you'd be expecting not to see tortured any development in those areas of flood zone 2 and 3 anyway?
Yeah, as part of redrawing as part of shrinking the footprint, we'd seek to avoid impinging those areas. That's correct, sir.
Maybe something again to look at in development requirements and clarity. That's the expectation. We've talked already this morning about both of the sites about being a source protection zone, having any implications for suitability or delivery. I'm going to assume the answer is the same, as far as you're concerned, it's the same category, no.
The answer remains no.
And we've talked about cumulative transport, we've talked about M25, we've talked about a landfill, again, historic landfill, same points apply, no expectation or no reason to believe this is an absolute showstopper.
Yeah, we've got no reason to believe that that's a showstopper.
Thank you. And similarly, Thames Valley, again, Thames Valley, all of these are quite familiar issues. I'm going to assume there's no different answer. In terms of, so we'll now talk about landscape, and character, that whether there are any particular, in this instance, I didn't touch to it on the southern side of Montagu, whether obviously this is, whether it's a larger site, this is obviously as well, and more, whether it's more prominent or not. Is the landscape, are there any particular landscape characteristics of this area which would be, again, make development unsuitable in principle, or lead to a situation where, say, 36 or 39 metre buildings would not be appropriate?
No, the areas identified as suitable, potentially suitable for tall buildings up to a height of 36 metres to facilitate industrial intensification. Just in terms of kind of landscape and views, I would note, sir, that the site, the eastern bit of the site does fall within the viewing corridor for local view number 7, Ramney Marsh. But again, pulling back the developable area would help to take development outside of that sensitive zone.
I've noticed reference in evidence to the site being in the Lee Valley area of special character. So is that again something? Is that a valued landscape slash particular impact, particular concern?
Yeah, the Lee Valley area of special character. It's quite a varied landscape. Quite a lot of kind of water-related infrastructure and kind of heavily engineered features in the landscape. So. Yeah, I guess that's the context within which development would take place. And yeah, the M25, I think, is very much the dominating feature in that landscape, which, of course, is the site is kind of hard up to right next to the M25.
Thank you. And then I think similar points I've made to some of these other sites, which are greenfield sites. Not apart from the part that is designated sink, not designated sink, but obviously whether or not, just by virtue of their current use and current use and character, biodiversity could be a particular area of concern in principle.
Yes, so that could be an area of concern, but we are seeking to provide biodiversity improvements as part of any development coming forward, including kind of buffering and enhancement to the sink and to Ramney Marsh more broadly as well.
Okay. But no assessment's been done, or potentially likely from your from your understanding and knowledge of the site and from any engagement you've had with relevant bodies, that there's some features on the site that would prejudice something coming forward?
Not that we're aware of, no.
So more of this stuff can be designed in?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any issues about general sort of constraints that would render the site unsuitable in principle?
Again, the report does say 39 metres high and 36 metres was mentioned. I think it's worth saying that is about 12 or 13 stories, which is about the height of the Civic Centre. And I'm just questioning the views from the Lee Valley is immediately to the east, and then beyond that you've got the Epping Ridge, Epping Forest, and you get fantastic views from that ridge across the borough. And the proposed development clearly will stick out above that. And I just think some consideration does need to be given to the impact of that on long-distance views, particularly when we're talking about the Lee Valley Country Park and the Epping Forest area. Thank you.
Thank you. The council will come back on this. I'm just thinking through. We had a discussion this morning about the same policy applies to 5, and it was put to me that obviously it's not a requirement to be 36 square meters, 36 meters tall. It's so it's not an absolute, but it may well be. Obviously, there's things that whether it's a subject to sort of approach. If there are particular sensitivities, I don't know. The council can come back on that. Any other points on that before I go to the council on sort of general constraints? So the main concern, I mean, I was obviously on the point that was made about sensitivity.
Yeah, so certainly the 36 metre height isn't a hard requirement. It's highlighted as being potentially suitable, so that would be subject to kind of further testing at planning application stage. Also, just to highlight, the site is immediately north of strategic industrial land, very large industrial estate, with quite sizable buildings catering for strategic logistics needs in the area. So that's very much the character of that part of Enfield.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, okay, well, we'll go through the criteria in a moment. So I'm just thinking out loud a little bit, is that clearly there'd be with all these things is it's sort of this implicit cross-reference back to whatever development management policy you have in the plan relating to tall buildings or impact on landscape and views and so on and so forth. You know, it comes back to whether it's needed, you know, the necessity of a cross-reference. Sometimes it might be that it's absolutely not necessary. Sometimes it might be that it is actually very useful to be clear that whether you've got particular sensitivities, that it is not an absolute 36-storey development is going to be fine. It is a, you know, we're content to consider this, but you know these constraints. Now that sort of goes without saying because that's planning, but sometimes it's belt and braces. So again, it's, you know, it's probably something for, I mean, yeah, is it for me to think about, or but that's if you consider that's how, is that how it would be considered anyway, you know?
Absolutely, that's how it would be considered anyway. And I think, yeah, there's certainly benefits to including that cross-reference to policy DE6 when mentioning the 36-metre height, to avoid the risk that someone might assume that that's an already tested and an acceptable height, when that isn't the case.
Thank you. Anything on the... No, sorry, I've already asked, haven't I? I'm getting I've already on the no other points on location. I'll move on to the development requirements then. Again, as much as I need to. Again, for those who've not been here before, we've had previous discussions about the worlds of should versus must, and I'm not, unless something jumps out at me, has been particularly. I need to get some clarity. I'm going to sort of, you know, and obviously if anybody around the table has a particular view on a should versus must, then please let me know. But my view is that I'm going to probably just, you know, review these without debating every single one and advise the council in due course. We've also had a sort of general discussion about the fact there's no particular distinction or practical difference between the infrastructure requirements and design principles. So again, it'd be for me to consider whether or not where there is some overlap and, you know, whether that actually is a soundness issue or not, and whether it, you know, whether it's just a feature or whether it's something that needs to change. But again, I'm not necessarily, unless there is something where the duplication is contradicting each other, which I picked out a couple yesterday, is potentially the case. I'm not necessarily going to pick out every single instance as much as I might be tempted. We talked about the scale. Don't need to talk about that anymore. The criteria under, I just want to talk about the infrastructure requirements. They're all shoulds, and I noticed again some of the sort of changes that have been suggested are musts. I don't know if there's anything you particularly, you know, given the provenance of those suggested, if there are anything, you know, these are contradicting slightly what I just said, but these are areas where it would be useful to know whether or not these are actually such as should deliver biodiversity improvements to Ramney Marsh, should contribute towards increasing provision of bus services and so on. You know, these are musts. Are these musts? Yes.
I think we'd be happy to have them upgraded to musts, given the specifics of the site and the need to secure sustainable transport outcomes and biodiversity improvements.
Okay, thank you.
So you'll have seen that in some of the modifications that have been proposed in respect to this, that in fact the changes do shift to must.
They must, yeah.
I'm sorry.
So yes, and that's where I'm conscious that sometimes I don't know.
Yes.
What the status of these changes are.
Yes.
And whether they're agreed or not.
I should perhaps tread a bit lightly on that. Yes.
Lisa. The four criterion 1 to 4, so they're mainly transport measures. No, sorry, 1 to 3 are infrastructure. 4 is about biodiversity improvements. and then 5 and 6, that's where we get on to most about ecological enhancement. So there's a link there. My question, yeah, I suppose one thing just to think about, you know, with the ecological enhancements referred to, whether this is part of biodiversity net gain, normal biodiversity, or in addition to.
Well, that I think it's more the latter, because that requirement originates in the ambitions of the Enfield Blue and Green Infrastructure Strategy, which talks about the existing very strong kind of green wedges in the borough and the opportunity to link those up and enhance those connections. So that's the origins of that requirement.
So it'd be policy BG, can't remember, required anyway, and then these are sorts of specific. Yeah. Okay. Fine. We talked very briefly about A. I just want to say, obviously, the same. A lot of the word in this is the same as what was in 5, isn't it? So, you know, and we talked about. I picked up some points in there. I might not labour them too much, but obviously, must maximise retention trees. I think you suggested it could be must retain high value trees. So that might be, and I think that at least is clearer. I think. I think if, in terms of B, if the site, if either the boundary was to change to come out, so the sink was removed, then you don't have to write anything about not developing in the sink. But I think if clearly the boundary is retained as it is, and you know, because of the reasons you've said about it makes it easier to deliver the improvements. Then clearly, I think around B, it also needs to be clear that this is not the intention. You know, that the sink is outside the developed area, and we do not expect to see any development in the sink or words to that effect. Clearly, if an application is forward and it's in the sink, then you'll fall back on your normal biodiversity policies. But clearly, as it stands, it could be implied that, inferred rather, that there's a tacit acceptance that development could take place in the sink. So. How that may modify, I think the main modification is needed, but how that manifests itself will be something that will come out. Yeah. H. Well, this we've already talked about that, about the building heights. I know you say it'll be 36 metres now. I think that's there, but the whether the sensitivity of this site is more so than the one we talked about this morning, not least because of its scale. So if you had a larger area, all of which at 36 metres might have a more significant impact, and you've said this is in local views, and you told me that the one this morning wasn't in any important views. So the thing, and I say, thinking out loud a little bit, wonder if a caveat is needed here to give the correct impression of what the count. So it's not an absolute thumbs up. It's a subject to. Some of these things go without saying. It's all very grey, but sometimes it's worth saying. I think sometimes it's worth being specific.
Absolutely, that's agreed, sir. And I think for criterion H, yeah, cross-reference to the tall buildings policy would be beneficial.
Again, we talked. Sorry, I'm again confirming. My assumption is because we talked about the scale, the capacity you'd identified for 5 was not based on stacked or 30% height. So it was based on a purely 65%. You've already confirmed that's the case. So it could be more than 55,000 if there were taller buildings potentially and mezzanines and what have you. So. Yes, and I think J, this is where actually there's a link to J, isn't it? Because this is where it says talk about should consider long views from east when designing front. So there's this sort of potential juxtaposition between 36-metre buildings. Then policy which requires long view, a consideration of long views. So I think that's probably another reason in this case why that being explicit about. So if you wanted to consider long views, don't stick 36-metre buildings in it. Would be very simplistically, but the policy's there. K, so K, I think again we were talking about, and we've talked about this very much similar wording, and I think again I assume the point here is that it's meeting London Plan parking standards is in effect addressing that. So it would be a change to reflect London Plan parking standards, if need, or words to that effect, cross-reference to T4. I think it's T4. And then no particular point on. Although I think no particular point on L was there. So there was one point I had about flooding and whether or not obviously there is a criterion. We actually talked about this in terms of the Cruise Hill sites, and the point was made to me, well, we don't need to because it's in generally in flooding policy. So that's your answer. But I do, again, it's if you're talking about specifically limiting the envelope of development, then whether or not that's something that ought to be in policy might be considered. I know ultimately it's for me to decide.
Yes, absolutely. So. And one reason might be that sometimes it's argued that because there's been an SFRA and because there's been an allocation, therefore you don't need to look any further than that. And this would make it clear.
Yeah, and fair point, because obviously the other situation is that the site is entirely in flood zone 2. You've done your sequential test, therefore you don't have to do it again, but there's an expectation, so development can, in that respect, possibly go in flood zone 2. If your assessment is based on the fact that there's no development in flood zone 2, then of course that needs to be factored through to the development management sense, so that's a fair point. And the other point that's just occurred to me as we go through this from this morning's discussion, I'm just double checking, is, and I guess this might it's probably deliberate, but I just want to check. On 5, you've got this reference to stacked building and intensification, whereas I don't see that here. Now that again might be, and in fact here what you've got is the alternative. I suppose you've got must be articulated and broken down to avoid a large single mass building, which is fine, okay. There's no, I've got no question on that. But is the stacked building thing? I mean, it's one of those things. Well, it's not there, so I don't necessarily need to interrogate it. But again, I just sometimes wonder if if that's deliberate and expected.
It's certainly not intended that there's any great difference between the two. I think that the wording of both is down to maybe, the principle's the same for both sites. It's not intended that the wording should reflect any kind of material difference between the approach to both sites.
I mean, I'm not sure, again, I'm not sure it's a soundness issue really, because it would presumably mean that if somebody came in with one of these forms of development, you would test under that thing. It's just, I'm just sometimes, when I'm thinking about this in the row, I like to make sure, well, do I understand at least what the situation is? And but I guess adding criteria in that respect, I don't think it's necessary because not necessarily necessary because it's a promotional side on your part, isn't it? On the other policies should consider stacked forms of development. Well, that's not precluding anything, so it wouldn't preclude someone coming forward with this within the confines of 36-metre buildings, subject to, and your must be articulated, broken down to avoid large single mass building, which I think seems perfectly reasonable. So. Fine. I think so. Everything I've got on the requirements. Any other points on the requirements, Mr. West?
So, a humble apologies for coming back to the tall buildings and design principle H, but I'm still wondering, it is quite tall, and accept linking it in with the council's tall buildings policy I think is helpful, but I just wonder whether a figure closer to 18, 21 metres is a little bit more reasonable, looking at the height of all the buildings immediately to the south along Mollison Avenue. Thank you.
Okay, Council, I'll come back on that, I'm sure. Thank you. Any points from side of the room, yeah, I say you don't have to speak, you know, you're not obliged, but if you...
This may be me coming slightly late to the party, so could I just understand the status of the proposed modifications that the council put forward in relation to this site? Because those are something that are reflected in the statement of common ground that was prepared and agreed with Lee Valley and the council. I think it actually also mirrors the London Borough of Enfield statement of common ground as well. So I don't want to make points unnecessarily if it's intended that those proposed modifications are carried forward in relation to this site.
No, fair. Sorry, I've probably been skirting over them because I've been generally looking at the areas where I'm, the suggested modifications have no status at all until I decide whether they're necessary or not. They are before me. There's been a bit of an issue about ones relating to TfL and the statement of common ground there. The council can obviously walk me through why they think others are necessary to be sound. Obviously, the fact you've agreed them doesn't make them necessary to be sound. The council can suggest them to me. I mean, we can go through them now if you want. There's slightly on the list as well. In my notes, it's because they're below. There's like two sets, so I've kind of just gone through it. But criterion C, details of the new public open space, and it has to be agreed with relevant stakeholders, including the LVRPA. I can say that now. That's not necessary to be sound. It's not for a local. It's for relevant stakeholders to agree anything in relation to a planning application. So that would be my view on that. It's maybe you would want that, but that's not necessary to be sound. Must create active frontages and high levels. This is criterion E. Must create active frontage and high levels of visual permeability at ground floor along key routes, reflecting the nature and function of industrial and logistics buildings and their operational requirements. It probably hasn't jumped out at me because, again, what is that? Yeah, it's not. I'm not sure what that's telling me really, or what is that fundamentally? It's adding a bit of meat to the bones, I suppose, but I wouldn't necessarily say, that the policy is must create active frontages and high levels of visual permeability at ground floor along key routes. That's the policy. Everything else is a bit sort of, well, why is that necessary to be sound? If you agreed, you might want to explain why it's necessary to be sound, but I don't know what it changes really. It doesn't change the outcome, does it?
No, I think most of the modifications that have been suggested have really been to provide clarity moving forward as to how the policy would be interpreted. I accept that doesn't go to soundness per se, but in terms of understanding what that policy is intended to mean moving forward, I think it provides clarity.
But the key point is what you've just said. Doesn't speak to soundness. So if the council want to, obviously the council can any time put forward additional. They can apply additional modifications if it doesn't affect soundness if they want to. I think it's a feature. It's again not a criticism. It's a feature of this. The way that these policies are set out is obviously in the main. You would have policy then supporting text which could explain that. So it could have the policy very clearly. That's what we want. Then the supporting text would say some of this other stuff. That would put me on the bones, but this is not how this has been set out. So there's probably a balance to be had between the policy going beyond what you would normally expect a policy to do. But if it does the basic minimum and is required, then there's no. I'm not going to sort of. That to me isn't necessary to be sound. Criterion F, you've suggested removing must locate yard and loading spaces away from the street edge. Was there a reason what's the reason for that?
The reason because we felt that criterion E effectively delivered on the intention behind criterion F. So having those active frontages creating the active frontages would imply locating yard and loading spaces away from the street edge.
Okay, I'll bear that in mind. And then you've got K. It's slightly strange on K because I've got two suggested modifications for K as it stands. What would it be? I guess, which is the one I've taken it to the one that we talked about this morning, which is about parking standards, because the second attempt, taking into consideration staff and operational parking requirements of industrial, logical, et cetera, and the PTAR rating. Well, that's, don't the parking standards in the London Plan do that? Yeah, quite. Yeah. And then L. Well, L's probably more fundamental because it is about adding a vehicular access point on Mollison Avenue. So one, I again would assume that the fact that you, well no, it already talks about vehicle access on Mollison Avenue, so. So what's the point of that?
I think that that's just to be clear. There's a Mollison Avenue roundabout, which is one point of access, and the work that's been undertaken in terms of looking at the capacity of the site would suggest that a second point of access and egress is required further along Mollison Avenue. So two points of access rather than one.
Normally, I would say that you don't need to be specific about the access unless you need to be specific about so unless there's somewhere you're not accessing, don't access can't be taken from you'd be saying access can only be taken from this point, or access can't be taken from this point. So you'd be very clear, it's telling the developers where you're not expecting them to do. If there's no particular constraint, access can come wherever the council considers it can come from, then it may not need to say anything at all about that, Mr. Cole.
So the nature of Mollison Avenue would, as you recall from this morning, it goes down a dip and then comes back up again. That is likely to prevent the potential for a second access. Also the consideration, it's actually a 50-mile-an-hour road at that point, and a right-in, right-out would not be acceptable on safety grounds. Therefore, the entrance from the roundabout is the much more appropriate location.
Okay, so that pretty clear then. So you wouldn't necessarily, the changes suggested to criterion L and wouldn't actually be what you'd want to see anyway.
No.
Signing statements of common ground before they're common ground.
Well, I was just going to say that answer has surprised me in the context of these common ground discussions that took place between Park Authority, Enfield Property Team and the Council, but there we are, it's been said.
I mean, in the normal course of events, that criterion L is not stopping a secondary access. It's telling you where the must provide pedestrian and vehicular access from Mollison Avenue roundabout and a secondary pedestrian access point on Mollison Avenue. It doesn't say there can't be a second access. It doesn't stop anyone proposing a second access and justifying that to the council, does it? So I don't think it's not prejudicing the ability to at least put that to the council and say this is what we'd like to do. So all your mod really is doing is just planning, isn't it? It's like we'll determine something based on further detailed highways capacity and junction modelling. Well, yeah, that's what you do, isn't it? So I don't see that. I don't think it's not. I don't think it's impeding the ability to at least put that to the council. And the council.
That's right. That's absolutely right, sir. And obviously, Mr. Cole has indicated what he has, and there have been discussions, but ultimately it's going to be the subject of a planning application. The only issue is whether any of these principles are preclusive of any of those matters, and they're not.
So I think we'll leave that there at that point.
Thank you.
Any other points about the requirements? Or the mods, for that matter? No, thank you. So delivery. again, you've got them all coming, again, we're not dealing with a 5-year supply requirement or anything, but you know, is it possible in the context of the justification for both the allocation and removal of the green belt and the apparent importance of the floor space, etc., that, you know, you could deliver the full 55,000 now, or 50-something thousand, in the planned period. You've got it all coming forward with it between now and 2030. Is that still what you think could happen?
Yeah, yeah, that's correct. So we believe so. There's no obstacles to achieving that, as far as we're aware.
But I'm going to assume that 55,000 square metres is not a single building. I kind of touched on this in 5 as to whether or not, I mean, and the answer we don't know. It might be we don't know. In fact, you'll be able to inform me on this. Is whether or not it's you know, speculative. It's going to be speculative. You know, you've got the plan in place, and where you're going to deliver speculative sheds, and they're going to be built, and we're going to wait for occupiers, or we're not going to build the sheds until we've got somebody signed up, and that obviously means there's got to be a lead-in time for that. But to go from a position where there's no planning application in, no permission, and then, you know, 55,000 square metres of floor space in 5 years is going some, isn't it? So is that? I mean, it might not, in the great scheme of things, matter too much if it's delivered by 2030 or delivered by 2032. My claim is, can it be delivered by 2041? But I'm just, you know, if we're just being realistic about it, is it really realistic to get that done from a standing start to 5 years?
The landowners of the site have certainly indicated their willingness to, well, they've indicated that timescale is achievable. And I'll refer to what I mentioned this morning about the the low vacancy rates, particularly for logistics occupiers in Enfield, and the spatial benefits of this site in terms of meeting specifically logistics needs with ready access to the strategic road network.
Noted, of course, Mr. Pestle. It should be noted, of course, that Mr. Pestle made clear that that there is a demand at the present time for this sort of scale of facility. He was very positive about that.
Okay. Is there anything to add what we talked about this morning about site visits here? Is it more publicly accessible than 5? Is it the same level of lack of public accessibility as 5? Or, sorry, beg your pardon. I missed you.
Don't worry. Just on behalf of the Park Authority, I can confirm that it's their intention to bring the site forward as quickly as possible, and 0 to 5 years is their time horizon.
And do you have any, just again, it's more just for, if you like, adding some meat to the bones for my thinking, is the general approach for this kind of site in this area to build on a speculative basis, or would it be generally build to order, as it were?
I think it's a function of the scale and size of the development that's actually brought forward. Clearly, the larger the single built form, possibly the more likely it is that would proceed on a pre-let basis, but there would be demand for a range of unit sizes and types on this site, I'm sure.
And actually, thank you, that's prompted something, going back to the development requirements, something I mentioned right at the start about the sui generis uses, and whether the requirements somewhere should be clear about what it is, the unintended consequence of that, and so perhaps being clear what sui means in this respect, or what it doesn't mean, actually, what it doesn't mean, more to the point, probably. And this is where, again, I think it's just a feature, isn't it? If it was, you've got the sort of traditional reason justification, you'd put that in there and it'd be very clear and you'd be able to explain that, but we haven't got that, so it might be more in the policy.
That's noted, so yeah, we certainly don't want to open the door to a wide range of sui generis uses.
I think so that applies to 3, 4 and 5.
Sorry, I missed that on 4, didn't I? 5 or...
I've just seen it come back.
So it does. Clearly, depending on what I've read, what I've read at that particular moment, or what day I've prepped. But yeah, thank you. The point still stands. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Right. Any other points on Ramney Marsh? No, you've not. Is there anything you want to say? Your content. Good. Okay. If there's nothing else on 3, then we'll have the break early, and then obviously if people are not staying for 4, they can depart, and then we'll move on to 4. So we'll come back at 3:30. No, we won't. We'll come back at, it's already 3:15. That's slow. We'll come back at 25 to 4 and deal with the rest. Okay. Thank you. And thank you if you're leaving now. Thank you very much. Thank you. 4, we'll make a start. Again, I have in moments of reflection, one thinks of things, and unfortunately the 2 representatives from the other who were here to talk about 3 have gone. But I think one thing in the sort of discussion about the suggested main mods, I did forget to see if the council had a response to Mr. West's point about 18, the heights and whether it should be not 36 metres or 18 to 21 metres. So I do apologise. I don't think it prejudices their views because obviously they're not.
And I was going to make a simple point on that, which was that, of course, it's the subject of a planning application in the usual way and will be considered at that stage.
Okay. Thank you. The point being, it's not saying that buildings have to be 36 metres at height. It's could be 30.
It's already
but subject, and then we've already talked about maybe having a subject to. So.
Yes.
But even so, I will obviously, when I've done my visits, consider my own views on whether or not, in line with the evidence, as to whether or not there are any particular views on that, and we can come back. So, okay, thank you. Right, move on then to RUR 04. Land east of Junction 24, the M25. As usual, probably a couple of points of clarity, but also they feed into Greenbelt. Just one point, so as sort of a general point on the inset map. We're obviously going to get on to the point about what happens west of the site, and there's obviously some talk about that in the plan and everything else. But just a matter of course, clearly, whatever happens with allocation, the inset map has coloured lines on it relating to a local authority, a local planning authority that isn't Enfield, and so, matter of course, can't. Whatever those lines are for, it can't do that. So clearly would have to be an alteration there.
That's noted, sir. Thank you.
So I'll just say that straight away. You might want to just explain a little bit of it might be helpful to explain a little bit of context for this site. The plan, I think, currently refers to development coming forward on neighbouring land. So yes, in the land use requirements, it must be brought forward in conjunction with the wider land ownership in Hertsmere District Council. I understand, there's a suggested modification which we'll come on to. But my understanding is, and this is probably what precipitates the change, is that Hertsmere are not proposing to allocate that land to the west.
That's correct. So in their latest iteration of their, I believe, Reg 18 local plan, they have not chosen to allocate that land. It has been promoted to them by the landowner, but they've chosen not to take that allocation forward.
Who's the landowner?
Enfield Council.
So, it's a bit more than that, isn't it? Hertsmere have not allocated it, but they've also objected to this allocation. I mean, again, I know it's not necessarily a DTC issue in terms of agreements and everything else, but they have raised concerns about this site. So it's not just, it's more than just we're not allocating that, it goes beyond that.
That's correct, sir, yes. They did put in representation to that effect to Reg 19 consultation.
We may move around this point a little bit, but you've put forward a suggested modification that says that it goes from must be brought forward in conjunction with the wider land. To should. Yes, so sorry. It's just two different ways of... The modification is proposed to amend the land use requirements commentary as follows. Should provide 30,450, blah, 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 subject to feasibility, testing at the time the application is made. And then 2, so a new criterion, should be brought forward in conjunction with the wider land ownership in Hertsmere District Council. So there's still an expectation then that it's dependent on land coming forward in the neighbouring authority.
So the original wording was must, because we believe that it would be preferable for the site to be brought forward as a larger employment proposition to amplify those economic benefits, and also to holistically manage any impacts of development. However, we believe that it's not essential for both sites to be brought forward in tandem, hence the wording should rather than must.
So it might be worthwhile if Dr. Jones just explains a little as to why it is that there was initially thought to be benefits that were important for to justify the bringing forward of both of those parcels, and as to why that's now been revised. Maybe you'd be helped by that.
Well, there's two things. Also, the extent to which the bringing forward of both of those parcels is fundamental to the justification for removing it from the greenbelt, and that's before we get into the greenbelt harm as well. And to what extent, following the logical conclusion of that suggested modification and Hertsmere's attitude towards this site, their land, in their area, what that means for the justification for removing it from the greenbelt.
Yes, so I know Dr. Jones will deal with that history, but in terms of the relationship between the two sites on the basis of should, that indicates preference, but it isn't a necessity in the way that we've been approaching this. And the Council's approach within the proposals, and certainly in relation to considering this site in the context of the Employment Land Review, is to justify the case on the basis of the employment provision that will be within this within the borough's area. And it's the delivery of that which is satisfying the specific needs of this borough that have been already dealt with by Mr. Pestole, and that forms the core of the exceptional circumstances case for release. And it isn't an exceptional circumstance case based upon a necessity that it comes forward with the other site. in short, the benefits of synergy that were identified previously are not put forward as being ones that of themselves justify an exceptional case for release. It's very much based around the need case.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So it was originally considered that it would be far more preferable to bring both sites forward together, simply because that would amplify the economic benefits of the site. It's a site located right on the junction of the M25, offers a very good location for logistics occupiers, and yeah, ready access to the strategic road network, enabling logistics occupiers in particular access to London from that strategically located hub. However, the landowner did promote the site repeatedly to Hertsmere over several calls for sites, most recently in April of last year. However, Hertsmere are of the view that they're not willing to entertain de-designation of the Greenbelt south of the M25 for various reasons set out in their Reg 19 representation. Bringing forward both sites together would also offer the benefits of managing the impact of development more effectively. The site's located very close to Potter's Bar, and if both sites came forward together, then of course, Hertsmere would be at the table and would be much easier to, for example, make active travel or sustainable transport measures in place to facilitate those connections to Potter's Bar. So there are a number of benefits to bringing both sites forward together. That said, bringing forward this site in isolation would still result in the development of 30,000 square metres of employment floor space, which is a considerable amount of floor space given Enfield's strategic need and the difficulties in bringing forward short-term supply on brownfield sites.
Okay, we'll probably come on to some of those points about mitigation and so on when we get into more locational requirements. But let's be clear about, I want to be sure I'm absolutely clear. When you say that you've gone from must to should, and there's somehow, well, we now reconsidered it and we don't think it's absolute necessity, that's fundamentally because Hertsmere are not releasing it, isn't it? Not because there's been a reassessment of the benefits or it's just purely because actually there's no chance of it happening.
I think it's, I think will still be greater benefits if both sites came forward together. It's not a kind of hard requirement that they should that they must come forward together, but we do recognise that it would be preferable for the Hertsmere site to also come forward, hence the wording that we're suggesting in the modification.
So can I just add to that in relation to the topic paper? The topic paper deals with this under the justification for the allocation at page 65. Sorry, the allocations topic paper, top two. And page 64 is where RUR 04 is dealt with. And so you can see on the first page various matters being dealt with. I won't go over those at this stage. But if you look on the next page, page 65, it says the site could potentially be brought forward in conjunction with land under the same ownership in the adjacent borough of Hertsmere. So on the basis of potentially being so brought forward.
Obviously got some more points about this, but in terms of the modification, I can see, again, all things being equal, how the modification's been put to me. Clearly, as it stands, must isn't sound, because it clearly would not be effective or justified, because you can't justify must when it simply can't be delivered. Again, taking that forward, part of my consideration is going to be what you've just told me, but also, well, what does that mean then in terms of the overall justification for the site? Or not, but just in terms of like, if assuming it was going forward, you can't do must, that's clear. Should, though, in most cases where it should, it's still got to be a sort of potentially logical thing that could happen, you know, and somebody might be able to do. And it's like, well, you know, you should be putting higher densities further to the south of the site because of that, and well, that's, yeah, feasible and so on, and somebody might come, well, we've done this and you cannot, but should deliver in accordance with, you know, should, it still says should, sorry, get the wording correct, should be brought forward in conjunction with the wider land ownership in Arts District Council. Well, that's still fundamentally impossible. So is a sort of, whether it's must or should, you presume that's not justified, because there's absolutely no way, as it stands, that could happen. So wouldn't must or should stymie that site altogether?
Well, I think so. The should that's used there needs to be read consistently with what's been said as to the justification for the allocation, which is relating to its potentiality. So the should is really a preference for that approach. Dr. Jones will say whether or not that's inaccurate or not, but that is the intent, at least if one's reading the justification. But on that basis, whilst one can argue about whether it is necessary at all to include it, it still has the ability to be logically a sound element. But Dr. Jones will be able to say whether or not that's how it should be read.
That's correct.
I think that's your answer. I'll take that away. Looking at Greenbelt harm, the evidence, I think I'm right, concludes that there would be very high degree of harm to the Greenbelt on Greenbelt purposes. And I think the wording used is due to the creation of an isolated inset of urban development in the Greenbelt. So you've got an amount of development proposed at just over 30,000 square metres. You've got very high degree of harm, very different to what we've been talking about at the sites this morning. We have been talking about very high degree of harm with some of the housing sites, or parcels of housing sites. So again, how does the 30,000 square metres of floor space there justify what would be a very high degree of harm? And also, I think just in terms of spatially, the sites we've been talking about this morning are clearly, they are an expansion of the existing built form into the Greenbelt, as it is. We talked a little bit about Cruise Hill, in terms of, Hadley Wood is the same, there's a line that extends into there. We talked a little bit about Cruise Hill, about the fact that it's a hole, it's creating a hole, but even there was talk about, well, the fact if you look at the south, there's already built form in that area of Greenbelt, and there's already a hole in the Greenbelt, and there's obviously a lot of brownfield development there, so there's some grey belt, and what is perceived as grey belt, so on and so forth. So this is very much a hole in the would be a hole in the Greenbelt, completely surrounded by countryside, not particularly, it's not like 4 and 5, we'll be talking about there's already a bit of industry around there. We're talking about open countryside, albeit the M25, accept that, but in the context of the benefits and the level of harm, you know, is that not a consideration that you are talking? I mean, the key word here seems to be isolated area of development within the Greenbelt. This sort of be a very small, dare I say, you know, slightly incongruous pocket of industrial development. And it is quite small, isn't it? It's, you know, how does that stack up for 30,000 square metres of floor space?
You're correct in understanding the outcome of the Greenbelt assessment. There would be a very high harm resulting from this development. Given the site conditions, it is very close to the very heavily engineered environment of the motorway junction and the M25. And there is some development in the immediate vicinity. We do recognise that at present the site is greenfields and surrounded by other greenfields. However, there are commercial and residential properties along the Ridgeway, including, I think, is a builder's merchant. So there is some development in that area at present. And then through the design principles, we are seeking to minimise the impact of that development through, for example, kind of this siting of buildings, the articulation and screening and enhancement of existing green infrastructure to help mitigate that impact.
We will obviously come on to that,
Yeah.
but I'm just going to think about reference to 36 metre high or 39 metre high buildings in that context. That's still in that policy, and whether or not what you've just said ties in with that. Question mark.
Yes, apologies. So I should highlight that the specified building height in that policy wording has been included there in error. This isn't a tall building zone, and it was an error, essentially, to include that specified height.
Is that a suggested mod? No? No. Not in the hearing statement either.
No.
Right. So, albeit the Greenbelt study washes over quite large areas of very high harm, would there be, to your view, sort of gradation within that of if you like, high harm, but then you're looking at the specifics of the site, how far this is away from other non-Greenbelt areas, the fact it would be a pocket rather than an extension, and so on. Do you think, is there anything to suggest, well, actually the degree of harm, if you like, when you start to drill down even further, that would actually be sort of greater because of the slight, the very different character that would be created as a result of the development. It's not pushing at the edges. It's driving along, and then all of a sudden, and then you pass it and you're back into the countryside.
I think, well, we'll get into this with the design principles, but I think there are ways of kind of managing the kind of massing and articulation of buildings on site to help mitigate those impacts to local views. And as I say, it's, for example, driving from the east along the Ridgeway, the buildings would be read kind of in the context of the motorway junction. The land rises up to the motorway junction, so that would be a feature in the streetscape.
But in terms of Greenbelt, but that's obviously a visual thing, and primarily Greenbelt's not about visual. It's about being open and undeveloped, and so clearly there's no matter what you do to minimise or mitigate the visual impact of development, there's clearly going to be a very significant change in that character. It's no longer going to be permanently open. So, fine.
That's correct. So we do recognise that very high harm would be the result of development on this site. However, we do obviously weigh that against the economic benefits that would arise from development coming forward.
I don't know whether I can just add something to that. It would be fair to say that the council isn't under illusions as to the scale of the harm that is identified under the Greenbelt assessment. And indeed, when we'll come on to it, in the context of landscape and visual issues within the site allocations work, it was acknowledged that there was the potential for significant landscape and visual assessment impact as well. That said, of course, the need case is, as I said, the primary driver for the justification. And as part of that, the site allocation work had looked at the various sites that potentially were available for consideration. And ultimately, having gone through an assessment of all of those sites, some 38 sites, I think, allocated essentially half of those sites that were identified and reached conclusions as to why was that those other sites, in comparison to this site, shouldn't be allocated. So there was a consideration of the alternatives, and the conclusion was reached that this should be one of the allocations. And it has, in terms of its satisfaction of the need case, not only the ability to provide a significant amount of floor space, but also ready access for its purpose, which is primarily for logistics purposes. But as I say, the council's fully aware of that there are challenges with regard to the delivery of the site in those contexts. Let's say greenbelt harm and landscape and visual.
Thank you. I think you acknowledge, in terms of boundaries, you acknowledge in your statement that the eastern boundary is weaker, and that's a strong, enduring feature. The boundary to the north and west well, the boundary to the south, I should say, is the road, and obviously the boundary to the north is the road. Boundary to the west is obviously there's a district boundary. Is there a physical boundary on the floor, on the ground?
There is, sir. That's a hedgerow.
So what about the east then? What's the issue with, and how is that going? How is that sort of consistent, if you like, with what's required of the framework?
So the eastern boundary is a narrow track, but it is heavily planted along the boundary of the site. So there are a number of mature trees and hedges along that boundary, and there are, of course, opportunities to enhance that boundary as part of any development which may come forward.
I mean, given what the council's aspirations are for the land to the west, or council in the broadest sense, I suppose, does the western boundary provide that level of what the framework's after, which is level of permanence? Because the expectation, of course, would be that once you've established that boundary, albeit it's outside Enfield's control, you wouldn't be going beyond it.
So just point of clarification, you're referring to the western boundary of the Enfield site?
Of the western boundary of the greenbelt, the new, what would be the western boundary of the greenbelt within the pocket?
Within that pocket, yeah. So, as I say, there's a hedgerow there at present, but there are opportunities to enhance that as part of any development.
And I think what you referred to me to in the in terms of the compensatory improvements approach is the sort of plan-wide BG7 points again, which I don't intend to sort of go over again. I've heard enough about those, and I can come to a view unless there's anything else you want to point me to.
Nothing in addition to that, sir, no.
And before I open it up, again, the sort of standard question I've just been asking, in terms of exceptional circumstances or general conformity, that's other than what we've discussed. We've discussed a bit more about this time because obviously there's been a change in approach, and whether that constitutes a change to exceptional circumstances. But is there anything else you want to say on those grounds? So, anything about greenbelt issues you wish to raise, Enfield?
Yes, several points. In addition to high harm in the LUC report, the Enfield characterisation study at page 159 says that this area should be protected, as do the historical records that the Enfield Society submitted. Dr. Jones talked about driving towards the M25 junction. He didn't talk about driving from the M25 junction, where this site currently forms a very green entry to Enfield and characterises Enfield Chase and Enfield as a market town and its long history. So I think that's important. We would dispute that the hedgerow between the Enfield site and the Hartsmere site is anything of significance at this point. If you look at it on Google Maps, at one point, it doesn't even look like there's a hedgerow there. So it is a very weak boundary at this point. And I'd also like to point out that the KC referred to having looked at many sites in Enfield, but it's of our opinion that where this particular site is located, it will not be actually providing jobs for Enfield people. It's just as likely to provide jobs for people coming in from Potter's Bar. It's 3 miles from the Enfield built-up area. And there are significant brownfield sites at the Junction 25, which are available for logistics just across into Hertfordshire, including one that was recently released by Sunset Film Studios, which decided they were not going to build there. That's 37 hectares already prepared for logistics. And as was said this morning, that junction has recently been upgraded, especially to the north on the Hertfordshire side. There's a second location there, which is an old print works of 10 hectares. So those two between them could provide logistics accessing onto the M25. So since this site will not really provide that many jobs for Enfield people, we just think it's unnecessary at this point. And I'll have plenty more to say later.
Okay, thank you. The point about, there's another point about the distance it is from residential areas, because that will come into the as well as Greenbelt, perhaps the locational factors about transport and suitability from that perspective. Mr. West.
Thank you, sir. I think my colleagues covered most of the points. Other than that, I wanted just to draw attention to the integrity of the historic landscape. I think our statements in response to the plan do refer quite clearly to Enfield Chase, to the historic linked with Enfield Town, that this is part of that whole historic landscape. With the very weak boundaries of the site, I think, have already been covered. And yes, it's the integrity of the historic landscape is basically an important point relating to this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Again, there's always grey areas. This probably goes beyond the Greenbelt point, but as well as moves into general points about, historic landscape, impact on landscape character. So thank you for that. Yeah, back on. Yeah.
Just 2 points, I think. So the first relates to the DES 43, which is the characterisation study, which deals with the Turkey Brook Valley, which I think is what Ms Fisk is referring to when she says that the Greenbelt roles of the area to be protected. I think she said that it needs to be protected from development. Actually, the requirement is that that the areas are protected in terms of their roles, but the future development is restricted, not prevented. Important to note that. The not prevented is my words, but it says restricted. That's the first point. Second point, and the reference to that, so it's page 32 of DES 43, which is page 150, page 159. The second issue relates to the question of need and satisfying that need. The need calculation, as you know, sir, has been related to logistics and other forms of employment development within this area, not within neighbouring areas. How the neighbouring areas have satisfied their requirements is for those other districts and boroughs, but it doesn't affect the justification in respect of employment land here.
Does the location, does it matter if in terms of location being quite separated from the main built form of Enfield, have any bearing on that in terms of the need, translating that into jobs for Enfield residents?
It may do, but there are two aspects to it. One is to make sure that there is sufficient employment provision generally within an area, which brings with it not simply jobs, but also the spin-off financial benefits associated with further economic activity. In any event, as we'll come on to, there are sustainable links through to the site. And on a more general level, the various requirements for ensuring that there is economic provision isn't necessarily always related to a particular borough, but can cross boroughs because of the general need for economic activity. Hence why we have the duty to cooperate, if nothing else.
But there's no argument here that you're meeting the needs of Hertsmere or anywhere else, is it?
No, sir. I'm not promoting that there should be a wider economic area analysis, because we've got the ELR, which is dealing with the position in the borough.
And are you going to pick up the point about the integrity of the historic landscape when we get onto the landscape points? You might want to.
So that just in terms of the historic element, the question is whether or not it's a designated asset. It's not a designated asset for present purposes, and so it will be a matter of it then falling in the balance as to whether it's appropriate on an exceptional basis to release.
Okay. When you say you have more as in response to what Mr. Rizzo, more that you could have said before about Greenbelt?
Well, focusing on the purposes, which...
Sorry, I assume you'd finish when I do say, get everything out
I know,
in one go. So
I needed to get my brain back in gear.
Well,
Apologise.
It doesn't help me get things moving.
Purpose 1, sprawl. This is not preventing sprawl, it's encouraging sprawl. I don't need to go into too much detail with that one.
Just think before you, I don't want to stop your flow, but before you go into all that, obviously I don't think the council is suggesting here that they are challenging the results of the Greenbelt assessment. So in terms of the fact that it's very high harm and all of the things, the document says about the purposes, I think they are mindful. So obviously, it's not as if they're saying we disagree and it's not harmful. But I just want to say that. So telling me what's already in the report isn't going to take me very far, because the council aren't challenging what's in the report, unless you want to say the report's wrong or something.
No, not at all. I was just going to say that particular site fulfils the purposes a lot, and the harm will be indeed very high. So I've done.
So, there's no. I don't think there's any dispute about that. There's a dispute clearly. Well, not dispute. There might be. Well, I'm sure there is a dispute on your part. You presumably don't consider the benefits are sufficient to outweigh that harm. The council say they are. I'm going to be arbitrating on that, I imagine, at some point. But so I'm cognizant, and I don't think there's any. I think it's one of those situations where if there was a statement of common ground, everyone would be in agreement that the impact is very high. It's what the planning judgment comes down to on that. So fine, thank you. So I'm going to move on then to my questions about location. Obviously, starting with sustainability, access, and transport issues. In terms of sustainability and access, obviously note the proximity of the M25 and Junction 24. So, I'm not. In that respect, there's good access to the motorway network. But we have the Ridgeway, in terms of. So I'll look at it from the suitability of that road for the form of development that's being proposed first. So from a kind of purely, is it a suitable, is there suitable forms of access that can be created onto that road? Is it a suitable road for heavy goods vehicles? Is it likely to cause any problems, particularly I imagine with eastern traffic, traffic coming from the east or to the east, because obviously it's not very far before you get back onto the west, onto the motorway, and so on. And then obviously I'll look at the active travel public transport side of it. So I guess I'm looking to Mr. Cole for this. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Cole.
So, try and take those points in order. As you say, it is very close proximity to the A25. The Ridgeway is an A road. It does carry a number of larger vehicles. Certainly, it would be preferable that vehicles entered the site from the M25 junction rather than coming through Enfield and beyond. There is because it's again at the boundary of Herts County Council to Enfield, a significant portion of the route between the junction and the site entrance would not be London Borough of Enfield's control. In terms of the sustainable transport elements of it, again, kind of noting some of the comments made by Transport for London as well, I would agree that we do need to look at improving the sustainable and active travel links to this site. Currently, there are 2 bus services within local proximity. The first one goes on the Ridgeway, 313, runs at a 20-minute service. The second one is the 298, which goes along Stag Hill. Again, works at a 20-minute frequency. Both of those go towards Potters Bar to the north. 313 also goes down through towards Enfield, and 298 goes towards Hadley Wood and then on towards Cockfosters. It's notable that TfL, in their response, talk about innovative solutions to public transport. To my mind, that doesn't necessarily mean that we need to increase those bus services, which are towards the end of their route. There's a bus garage in Potters Bar, and therefore that's often used as the turnaround. It could be in the form of, for example, a shuttle service which connects to railway stations. There are 3 lines close-ish to this. There is the Great Northern Line, which stops at Hadley Wood and or Potters Bar. It's the same route. There is the Piccadilly line at Cockfosters, and then there is the Great Northern route, which goes to Gordon Hill or Cruise Hill would be the 2 local stations towards that. I mean, really, this sort of, to some extent, could be determined by the actual usage. And acknowledging the point you made earlier today about the fact industrial uses has a slightly different requirement to public transport than perhaps a residential one. And for example, this ended up being a data centre. The number of employment at the site would be quite low. But if it was something more logistic-wise, there'd probably shift patterns and you could kind of accommodate a shuttle service, as the site I described earlier, could be accommodated. In any instance, we need to acknowledge that the walking and cycling routes, particularly in the vicinity of the site and connecting to the bus stops, either existing bus stops or bus stops which could be relocated, would still need to be improved. Crossing the Ridgeway, crossing Stag Hill, both of those would need to be improved. Again, those are not insurmountable. It's an engineering challenge, but we acknowledge that those would both need to be improved. It is unlikely that people are going to be walking or cycling from Enfield Town, given the distance. Probably similarly from Hadley Wood and or Cockfosters. It is the most sustainable link could therefore be north towards Potters Bar. Again, I acknowledge that the M25 junction does present a challenge, but there are a number of examples where cycle routes have crossed over junctions of that site across the UK, and then so you could be able to do that. There is certainly room on the carriageway to be able to do that. It then just becomes how do you make it safe and appropriate from that perspective. I noticed that TfL in their response were talking about connections to Hadley Wood. I would say topography might be an issue there because Stag Hill is quite a steep road, and therefore Potter's Bar might be the more appropriate thing if you were taking public transport and then seeking to cycle the last mile, as it were, as it's known. That's not the actual distance, that's just the terminology. I think Potter's Bar would probably, be the more appropriate route that people would wish to take in order to connect to the train via in that way.
Okay, so that's a good picture. So it's not one of the suggested modifications or things that have been agreed with TfL is must prepare a comprehensive sustainable transport strategy that addresses the site's isolation and current low PTAL levels. Clearly, it's got low. From what you've told me, that's not. There's been debates about other sites where that kind of TfL's kind of wording about accessibility has been a challenge. We don't agree with it actually. But is it fair to say when you said that in at least active travel terms, it is an isolated site and would not be something you would expect the vast majority of trips to be made by walking, cycling, or even public transport if coming from certain areas of the borough.
As you say, from certain directions, I think you say it would be very challenging, very expensive in order to provide suitable infrastructure. Plus that's where the sustainable connections towards Potter's Bar are much shorter in distance. There is also a more significant population in that area as well. Yeah, I think it, to provide a link all the way from the site into Enfield Town, for example, would be an awful long route along an awful lot of sites. I mean, there is a pavement along the route currently. It's quite narrow. It's not frequently used other than by joggers mostly, and cycling along that route is usually done by people out for a significant ride rather than commuting.
Leisure.
Yeah.
Okay. It's interesting. Obviously, the point was picked up earlier about who is this site serving in terms of jobs. The point was made by Enfield Road, which apologies, I always tend to organisation rather than people. About it's potentially serving people in the neighbouring borough rather than Enfield. I know, Mr. Reid, you made the point. Well, that's not in and of itself necessarily problematic. It's the nature of you're never going to put a wall around it, but clearly when looking at the economic or the employment land review or the topic paper, there was jobs. My attention has been drawn to the similarity between the trend-based data and the jobs forecast data. That jobs forecast data presumably is Enfield residents, so it is about meeting the purpose. Presumably, when you get down to people, is the purpose of this site is to primarily provide jobs for people in Enfield rather than the boroughs. Because as you say, it's not. This isn't here to meet the needs of Hertsmere or the districts. So if it is, as Mr. Cole said, actually at least from an active travel or sustainable travel perspective, it's actually not. It's actually going to be more attractive to people from outside the borough. Does that have any bearing on anything?
Well, I think there does need to be a distinction drawn between employment floor space and the need that needs to be provided for, and the benefits associated with jobs, because under the MPPF, what the borough is required to deliver is the objectively assessed needs of the borough's area. And that isn't dictated by the number of jobs. That's a metric related to economic activity and what floor space within a borough is required. And that is the subject matter of the EALR work, and then has led to the conclusion that an amount of floor space is required. And that of itself, that meeting that objectively assessed need, as you know, sir, just as it would be for housing, is capable of justifying release of land from the green belt, if that is the way to provide it, which is why I referred to the alternatives or the assessment of other alternative locations and the conclusions that were reached. So, so in terms of economic activity, we meet that requirement that is set down by the MPPF. An associated element of that or of the factors to take into account when reaching a conclusion as to whether there are exceptional circumstances justifying release in a borough's area, it's possible to then take into account the employment provision that would derive from any particular location. And so, whilst it might be the case that there may be fewer jobs associated with it directly related to the borough, that doesn't undermine the need case in that way. You understand? I'm going around the circle.
No, but that's I suppose that's the point. That's the answer. Then I need to take away and give some thought to, and I'll compare that to the arguments I've had before and the evidence and see where it takes me. Just sorry, Mr. Galt. You did say that the Ridgeway is capable or accommodate, you know, it's an A road and therefore sort of not absolutely out of the question to accommodate that sort of, you know, HGV or commercial traffic. In terms of just in terms of a direct access onto the Ridgeway and the site itself, is there anything you've identified as being potentially problematic there in terms of the width?
Yeah, I mean, literally at the border of Enfield and Hertfordshire, there is a bend in the road. There have been a fair few significant accidents at that particular location. So any access would need to be towards, I'm just getting my compass direction right, east of the site in order to ensure that there is adequate visibility. Within Enfield, the Ridgeway is 50 miles an hour, 50, but at the borough boundary, or authority boundary, it does go up to national speed limit from that bend to the roundabout. So I think consideration would certainly need to be given into reducing the speed limit of that road, which is actually something which probably, given the number of speed-related accidents along the whole stretch of the Ridgeway, I think is something the council is actually considering as a matter of course. But you know, I think that would be of assistance. I'm more worried about the pedestrian crossing across the, you know, and as I said before, there's an engineering challenge there to make sure that there is sufficient capability for pedestrians to get access to the bus stops and get across the road safely, more so than access to the site.
Thanks. Just looking at the inset map and the space for that from the bend. So the further east you go, you've got if you like a stretch. Then you've got the little inset around that building, which will obviously no doubt come on to what that is. And then you've got another quite narrow stretch toward the other side of that building. So I don't think there's anything on those maps or anything which indicates where the access would have to go. In that, but in order to, would it be in terms of what we were talking about this morning about the site that was on the A10, 01, you know, in terms of if it's a 50-mile-an-hour road, notwithstanding that might be reduced to 40 or whatever, you would need a certain level of visibility splay, so a certain length of available land. Obviously, if I go up there and look at what that would mean in terms of trees and hedgerows, that's one thing, but in terms of has some assessment been made then of, well, if we can't go too close to the bend, we need to move further east? In that stretch of land, if it does have to be the other side of the, and it's obviously hard to tell from these maps about scale, you know, how far that stretch is, but if it has to be, you know, would there be sufficient visibility display? Because I know some of this stuff would be dealt with at planning application, but also, as I said this morning, there has to be a reasonable likelihood that you can actually access the site before it's suitable. So.
That has not been assessed at this time, but everything you said is correct, and assumptions on the A10 would also need to apply here. You would need some form of ability to turn left in. I would note that probably we would be looking at right-hand turn out to head towards the M25. So therefore, you'd probably be looking at a single splay rather than a double splay like it was on the A10, where it was north in, north out. Does that make sense?
I think so. And would it need, we're speculating, but in terms of, when I go and visit, look at the widths and things, obviously, when this is not an insignificant amount of commercial floor space on a 50-mile-an-hour currently road, would that normally need a filter lane ghost island or whatever it is to go in there? Would that be the kind of thing the council would, you know, in all things being equal, for that area be the sort of thing that would be needed?
Without an assessment with it, I can't categorically say exactly what would be needed, but yes, those would be the sorts of things that we would expect as the planning application come to forward would be able to look at, and we'd be able to consider in a more full way.
But thanks. But there's nothing designed. I mean, you know, subject to in terms of the council. In terms of the council as site promoter / council as planning authority has done any work on that aspect itself?
No, I was just confirming with Dr. Jones there. No, I don't believe anything has happened at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Again, we should point out, of course, that there was an intention at one point that this would be 2 sites rather than 1, and that obviously would, you know, if it did come forward as 2 sites, if ever, then that might change the location that would be required and so on. But as we've spoken before, that may or may not happen.
Yeah, well, probability, in terms of what I can give weight to, probably not. Yeah, things might change over time, but I can see how that might change the issues in terms of access. Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. We'll move on then to sort of the landscape character and local character issues.
Can I make a point about site before we move on, or not?
About what?
Site location.
I'm not moving on from site location.
Oh,
I'm moving on from transport to my other points. The landscaping and local character, you say in your statement, is influenced by nearby urban infrastructure. I think you've already pointed me to the M25 in that respect, which is obviously a significant feature. You've also said that there are some other commercial properties in the area, but I can't be right about this. These are sporadically located, one might argue, historic accidents, not large industrial estates.
That's correct, sir. There's no large industrial estates within that part of the borough.
Okay. And I was obviously going to ask about the issue around what you've suggested in terms of building heights and the effect on landscape character, bearing in mind it is irrespective of what area of special landscape character falls into. Everything. Obviously, it is a largely, barring the M25, a largely rural character at the moment, with sporadic buildings, trees, hedgerows, lanes. It's that kind of thing. So, the impact of inserting a large industrial use into that, Mr. Reed's already pointed out that you've been cognizant of that and everything. Is there anything else you need to say about that at the moment? I'm sure it'll come up.
Yeah, the only thing I would say is that there is, of course, the the site is influenced by the adjacency to the large M25 junction 24. The development, we've taken some urban design views on this, and we're of the view that the development would be read as part of this junction infrastructure, as well as and of course there is the context of various builders' yard, groundwork type companies clustered in the area. And we do believe there is the ability to control visual impact through measures such as increased screening and addressing the articulation of the building and massing in order to reduce that visual impact.
And presuming that were the removal of the 36 metre, 39 metre proposal comes out, because of, you know, that clearly would not fit in with that approach.
That was included in error, so yeah, that we'd like that to be removed.
We do apologise, because I'm just now looking at the what you've just said about the proximity to Junction 24, and it has just reminded me that to Mr. Cole, we've talked about improvements to Junction 24. Presumably, what we were talking about, I think when it was Junction 24 where things had been agreed about sight line. So that's presumably also having a view to that this allocation could be forward.
Yes, I mean the proposals that I mentioned. Yesterday or the day before, whichever it was, were actually related, you know, to the full local plan, not specific to a particular site. It was to address the consolidated impacts of the local plan.
But there's no reason to assume this would cause any greater requirement. Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to say, looking at the relationship between Junction 24, and obviously it's one thing to look at it in plan, another thing to look at it when I'm on site. So that would be the thing. And I have actually driven down Ridgeway. I come off Junction 24, and I've been in that area. So, but you just said that it would be the development would be seen in the context of Junction 24. Was that the view when you were looking at the two sites coming forward together? Because if we look at there's actually quite the area to the west is actually you're not obviously significant distance in miles, but you are a significant distance from Junction 24. I mean, you've left Junction 24 well behind by the time you get to the edge of the site, and also if you're travelling towards it, you've got quite a, particularly when you go around the bend, you've left that site behind by some distance before you reach the junction. So is it true to say that development there would be seen in the context of the M25?
I think if both sites came forward in tandem, then that effect would be kind of amplified. But I think even taking the site in isolation, it would be read in the context of quite a large motorway junction, and of course that wider engineered landscape of the M25 itself.
But you can't visually. You're going to see it mainly from the Ridgeway itself, and I don't know if obviously, again, long views, if there are long and medium views looking into the site, in some cases you'll see that in the context of the M25, I'm sure, but when you're travelling along Ridgeway, you'll not be seeing it in the context of the M25 because you can't see the M25 from there, so you'll see it in the context of, presumably, the countryside, which is predominantly countryside, which is around it. So again, I can see this for myself when I go out there, but is that really telling me that it's going to be seen in the context of the M25 from all angles?
Possibly not from all angles, but certainly from the Ridgeway itself, travelling west. But yeah, of course, the M25 and the junction is the large kind of engineered intrusions into the landscape, and that does form the local context of the site.
Okay, I will decide for myself whether or not the M25 is what's the word? Large engineered intrusion, which set the context for the site when I go out on site and see. So thank you. So obviously, I had several questions about the potential relationship of tall buildings with the character. I don't need to talk about that now. It is in the Enfield, is the area in the Enfield Chase area special character. I believe it is. We've talked about that in the context of other sites. I know it covers a large area. I think, Mr. Reid, the other day you said it was capable of being considered a valued landscape in terms of 180, paragraph 180. But that's, but also read in the context of the commensurate, the level of consideration has to be commensurate with the status of the designation and so on, and the impact of that. So is anything more to say on that, at least?
No, save that, of course, one needs to look in terms of the issue of a valued landscape at the specific area that you're considering, rather than simply reaching the conclusion because it's within an area of special character, which itself is very large, necessarily the whole landscape should be regarded as valued.
And in that case, the M25 and other buildings will be relevant. The current use is agricultural, presumably. Is it so is this? Do we know what the BMV? Are we in the same? Obviously, it may be that you can categorically say it's not BMV, or are we in the same boat as the others? Is it 3?
It is the same boat, and we've looked at how it's characterised within the Natural England risk assessment, and it's got a moderate likelihood of being BMV.
If with that in mind, does that, as far as the council is concerned, alter anything from your assessment?
In terms of the conclusion, the balance of conclusions.
And finally, I think finally, no, it's not finally. Similar context to what we've been talking, again, all of these sites are greenfield, obviously. This is not a sink. I'm right in saying there's no designation here, he says.
That's correct, there's no sink designation.
But given its obviously greenfield nature and current character, is again, any reason to suspect there are priority habitats or anything which would render the site unsuitable?
Not to our knowledge, no, sir.
Now, finally, in terms of heritage, it says, in terms of heritage, it says none. It says none, but then within the wider setting of a locally listed building. So, just if again, perhaps is the locally listed building the sort of I drove past the building because it was obviously the sort of thumb that goes in. Is that a dwelling that's or is that the locally listed building?
The locally listed building is the water tower, which is located, I think, about 250 metres south east of the site.
Okay. I mean, it might be blue, because presumably you don't consider it to be a significant issue. Fine, but it's just obviously it says none, and then, but fine. But so just tell me what this, just so I can understand it when I'm there. The building that sort of sits as the basically the development's going to wrap around it. What is that? Is that a dwelling? Is it a business? What is it?
It's a dwelling.
Okay. So does whether the development requirements say anything about their living conditions? Maybe not need to. No, okay. Have you a view on their living conditions? I mean, it might only be one dwelling, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's not something that should be given consideration to.
I think wider policies in the plan would be incumbent on any development coming forward on that site, and so would adequately protect the amenity of the occupiers of that dwelling.
So let's just look at that practically. You've got to one side or the other of that house, you've got to have a access into a industrial estate, and because of the configuration of the site, you know, it's obviously wrapped around to a certain extent. And if you're trying to get, you know, various sheds and buildings in there, it's the extent to which there's nothing in there about buffers that will provide a buffer to that dwelling or anything like that. So is it going to be, even if you can identify mitigation measures, is that going to be quite significant impact on the scale that you can achieve?
So the inset map does show buffering around the house and does indicate that massing would need to be reduced towards the edge of the site as it approaches the house.
Is that G? Building heights must decrease towards the south and east boundary.
Oh, sorry, so I was referring to the inset map
Right.
of the allocation.
So the inset map's got some red squiggly lines, which I've taken to be sensitive edges. Yeah. We talked about this way back when, if you remember, that the inset, I think it was on Hadley Wood, you've got squiggly lines saying sensitive edges and nothing in the policy that talks about sensitive edges, which was, there was a bit of a, an issue there. So the same thing applies. It doesn't appear to be a buffer around the dwelling. I mean, it's a red line that goes around it, but it doesn't appear to be anything which says, a certain element of the site would not be delivered to ensure. I mean, I say it's one dwelling, not 1,000 dwellings, but presumably it's still a expectation that person's living conditions would be protected, unless you're seeking to take control of the site.
Yes, sir. I think it may be that it's covered by H, Design Principle H. Albeit that it's brought into account by reference to all the rest of them. But that may be the way in which it's done.
Okay, right, thank you. I'll open it up now then. Enfield Roadwatch, thank you.
Yes, I wondered if this site had been considered in relationship to the current London Plan spatial strategy, which is still the one that we're dealing with, which protects open space and places logistic sites on the internal strategic road network within London, such as the North Circular Road. The site promoted by Thames Water, which I think is an omission site, would fulfil that, whereas this site does not. So it probably isn't in conformity with the current London Plan. Thank you.
Do you have a policy number for that?
It's Chapter 2 Spatial Development Patterns. And the map is, if I can read it, it's figure 2.1, the key diagram.
Thank you. You get it? Is that all?
That's it for me.
Oh, good. Because there's a tendency to say that's it, and then it goes up again. So fine. If that's everything. Thank you, Mr. West.
So thank you. You were probing the access, which I think we said the access to the site would have to be probably from the east because of the bend in the road. It's worth noting that there is a public footpath that leads northwards from the Ridgeway. There's a tunnel goes under the M25. At the moment, it's part of the rural network of paths. It's quite an attractive route that goes through. Obviously, there's a crossing point for pedestrians on the Ridgeway, so there's a safety issue there if we're looking at access to a site, as well as a well-used pedestrian route. And I think that's something that needs considering.
Thank you. Presuming something I'll be able to see. It's obvious on site. Cool. Thank you. Any other points about locational issues in principle that haven't been covered? Okay, thank you. Anything you want to come back on?
Just two things, I think, or perhaps three. The London Plan doesn't prevent the identification of this site, subject to the Greenbelt issues, which, of course, we've dealt with already as to the ability to bring forward development like this within the Greenbelt if it's justified. The second point relates to what Ms. Fisk referred to in relation to the water company site, which I think is the William Girling Reservoir site. If you recall, we had a debate about that site, including the fact that it's a designated waste site, or a safeguarded waste site, I think is the correct phraseology. So that, of course, deals with that site. And then the last point concerns the existence of a pedestrian crossing. And Mr. Cole will be able to, I think, just indicate whether it's possible to accommodate an existing pedestrian route in the context of a proposed access.
I think I covered it. I agree that creating a safe pedestrian crossing over the Ridgeway is important not only for the pedestrian route but also for the bus stops which are currently located in either side of those. So yes, I'm in agreement that we do need to do something to ensure safe crossing for pedestrians. Again, it'd be something that would be done at the design stage rather than here and now.
In terms of the art of the possible, though, is it you know, again, without everything designed up from sort of, there are things which are definitely doable. There are things where there's a reasonable certainty or reasonable likelihood that they can be doable, and then there are things that definitely wouldn't be doable. So where does it fit into that category?
I think I've often used it as an engineering challenge. I think it is certainly in the doable range. There are challenges, but I should also point out, of course, that the school is there's a school next door. So actually, you know, providing a safe crossing actually has multiple benefits, and therefore should definitely be something that would be very important to consider when the planning application comes in.
Okay, thank you. Your boards are up. Thank you. Okay. Thank you for that. I'm going to move on then to the development requirements, and I'll pick up the modifications as I feel necessary. We've already talked about the scale issue and the scale issue is based on presumably still the same 0.65% plot ratio, so it doesn't necessarily take into account the thank you, Mr. Cole. Doesn't necessarily take into account the potential for additional land reductions in terms of provide buffers or things for existing uses.
That's correct, sir, yes.
And we've talked about this suggested modification on the land use requirement from should to must. I won't talk about that again, perhaps I'll have to go away and give that some thought. But there is another slight element to this justification, to the modification to the land use requirement, which is intriguing, which it says 13,500 square metres, light and general industrial storage distribution related to sewage generous uses. I'm not going to, obviously we talked about sewage generous uses anyway. Within LB Enfield, a site allocation, SARUR4, it's probably all superfluous, subject to feasibility testing at the time an application is made. What does that mean? So, what don't you know? What's potentially not feasible?
I think that modification has been suggested just to give that additional flexibility around the exact quantum to be provided, depending on kind of market conditions and site conditions when the site comes forward for development, should the site come forward for development.
So, are you saying that, well, obviously this is a minimum of 30,500? I think all of the industrial ones are minimums, whereas minima, or others are around or whatever, and we've still got the approximate estimated industrial capacity. But so you're saying here it could actually be less than 30,500, depending on feasibility. So it's a bit of an odd thing to say. Minimum of 30,000, subject to feasibility. Well,
I think so. The change, if I can perhaps help on this, the change has, albeit that it wasn't shown as struck out. If you look at the modification, you'll see that minimum has been removed. So it's now should provide 30,000, 30,000 rather. And can I just deal with that last point on the feasibility? The need for flexibility actually is incorporated within the should in any event, because that's providing the scope for the delivery of something less if it's justified, or indeed something more if it's justified. So to the extent that you may have doubts about the efficiency of that phraseology, the appropriateness of that phraseology, it can be actually considered to be wrapped up in the should rather than must, and the removal of minimum.
yeah. If the argument is, we want to remove this site from the greenbelt, 30,000 square metres of floor space is very important for that, to meet our needs. This is an excellent location, etc., etc. But now we're not sure we can deliver 30,000. We're not sure. So if it's going to be less than 30,000, does that automatic? Then you start chipping away at your argument. Now it might be. I understand it might be. We're talking about a few hundred square metres here or there. It might not be, amount to anything. But if I'm bound to be slightly concerned about modifications which start talking about feasibility as if, we're not sure the work's been done to actually establish what the capacity or market. All the things you just raised, Don Jones, are things which I would expect to have perhaps been bottomed out, at least within the realms of reasonable probability. So, in the real world, obviously things might change in 10 years' time and, something that might happen. But in terms of what justifying this site, I'd have thought there's been plenty of, activity done to say, no, we can deliver 30,000 on this site. We've got the market. We know the market's strong here because we've been told the market's strong. I'm telling you, Mr. Lee, the market's strong. So why is it necessary to change, to suddenly then start hedging your bets, saying, well, only if it's feasible? And actually, to a certain extent, that's planning anyway. So we're back to what he's planning. Well, of course, everything's going to be subject to feasibility at the time. Things are going to be reassessed. There always are. But if you're sort of going, well, we're not sure it's going to be 30,000 now, and so well, actually, what does that mean for the justification then?
So can I just add to what I've said already, in so far as the Employment Land Review, of course, looks at this site at 9.148 and following on page 136 of the PDF of the document, and indicates the attractiveness that it would have to the market, and doesn't undermine that in terms of its analysis. And as you say, so to the extent that there's a need for assessment at the time, there will be a requirement for that assessment. The ostensible position of the council is that it wants to see that level of floor space delivered. That's why the should deliver that amount is there. And there would have to be a proper justification as to why that can't be delivered, in the light of the fact that it's been considered to be an appropriate location for that level of floor space.
I suppose the question is, why does it need to change? I mean, what's changed that would go from, everything what you just said points to you want to deliver 30,550 square metres of floor space. So why would you change it from a minimum of that to should, and with the sort of, what's put doubt in your minds that that's no longer the appropriate approach?
Well, the wording should in there to provide that degree of flexibility, because we're very keen for the site to come forward as soon as possible to aid that delivery in the short term. The site promoter has done extensive market testing, and that does suggest that the site would be able to provide that quantum of floor space and is very much in, and would be able to provide a form of development that's very much in demand in that location. So we are confident that that could be achieved, but the should wording is there to provide that flexibility just to enable the site to come forward in the short term and deliver floor space.
So you could on that basis reach the conclusion that, well, there's no need for that.
I'll be honest, I'm a little lost as to the point of that. So I'll maybe just put a pin in it for now, and I'll go away and sleep on it and see what, because I'm not entirely sure I'm any further along, and we could go around for another hour, half an hour about this.
To stand alongside Dr. Jones, if I may, for a moment, the point, generally speaking, is that by adding that wording, it provides some comfort to the promoter that there is going to be some degree of flexibility. But that's already there, looked at in purely planning terms. It's already there by virtue of the addition of should.
And it's not what's been put, I mean, this is not sort of, if it was like, well, we've looked at all our employment sites and this is actually, we think the way we've done it is not quite effective, it's not going to be effective, and therefore we think a more robust approach is to have this a form of words because it gives that flexibility. Well, okay, I'll debate that. But it's just why I don't think it's been suggested on the other sites we've been talking about today. So what was special about this one, I suppose? But okay, we'll perhaps move on. Where am I? Annette's very kindly getting me a fresh blank because I'm now just dealing with bits of paper floating all over the place. So we've got improvements in terms of infrastructure requirement. We've got improvements to bus services, enhanced cycle connectivity from Hadley Wood Station, and deliver streetscape improvements. All of obviously some of the models fair standard, and I suppose even if you're arguing that it's already got good public transport accessibility, it can be improved, obviously. So okay. But in terms of the cycling connectivity from Hadley Wood Station, what I've just heard about topography, distance, nature of the road, etc., is that actually, again, is that it's a should, to be fair, but is that a sort of, rod for own back, difficult, if it's just not going to be able to happen, then is that actually a justified requirement?
Yeah, I think as was alluded to in your discussions with Mr. Cole, the intention behind that requirement is to enhance pedestrian cycle connectivity to the surrounding area. Hadley Wood Station is mentioned there specifically because it's the closest station within Enfield, but it's connections to the surrounding area, which is the intention behind that particular requirement.
I mean, it might be the closest station to the site. It's not very close. I mean, it's a relative term, isn't it? I mean, it's not close. It's quite some distance. So, so maybe it would be, if it's looking at improvements more generally, presumably.
Yeah, that's the intention behind the requirement. That's correct, sir. Yeah.
I think I've got the answers from Mr. Cole about, the public transport improvements could, in theory, be made and so on. So fine. I'm not going to say too much more about that. And I'm not going to say too much about the suggested modifications to 1 and 2. Again, about some of this, because it's similar to things that are already in 1 and 2, and whether or not that wording needs to change for some of this is something to debate. I know it's very much about the main thing here, but some of these changes are changing must to should and so on. So it's the kind of thing that we can deal with, I think, if need be, when we get onto my final advice. And some of the, I've already said this, some of the wording that's been put forward I just wouldn't accept anyway. I don't think, because it's just not appropriate. There are examples, but certainly things, some of them just wouldn't work, and I'd have to give some thought to what advice I can give about making them work. just going through. I was going to go. Most of these things we've talked about. So we need to do. So looking at the actual the design principles, must maximise the retention of existing high-value trees. We've talked about that quite a lot. I guess that isn't what you mean. So potential modification there. I'm sorry for those people who went this morning. It doesn't mean don't protect trees. It's more the other way. It's increasing the protection for trees, I think. The B should provide streetscape improvements along Ridgeway, for example, wider footpaths, trees, planting and incorporation of street furniture. Fine. Again, that was probably a should versus must, but not a massive point on that. Again, is it actually the nature of the Ridgeway? Obviously, I've had initial sort of scare, I need to do it more thorough, is actually whether or not street furniture and the like is actually appropriate to the character of the Ridgeway. Is it actually, at the moment, if it's relatively not country, it's an A road, but if suddenly introducing a lot of paraphernalia, is that actually what you mean?
I think the intention behind that is more around footpath widening and facilitating active travel that way, rather than any more insignificant amounts of street furniture and things like that. So yeah, the requirement talks about, for example, and they're just meant to be indicative rather than prescriptive.
Fine. Fine as in your answer. Not necessarily fine. Other things. Drop my red pen. I'll never do. We've talked about G, so I don't need to talk about that. That would be, sorry, we've talked about H. So that would be coming out. Or G, this is where I get into all these pieces of paper, isn't it? Sorry, yes, it is G, the 39 metres. That would be, presumably, that would only be the first sentence. The remainder would building heights must decrease. That would still be
That's correct. Yeah, we'd like to retain the second sentence.
And then that would seemingly flow much more logically into H, about considering relationship with existing lower-rise buildings along the Ridgeway and the country lane. Okay. I should, no, letter I, says, should consider long views from the east when designing building frontages along the eastern edges. Articulation, change of material, colour of window arrangements should be considered to add visual interest to these important frontages. You know already that I put a question mark against phrases like should consider long views to the east when designing, because there's no outcome to that. It's a process. You're asking, you're not asking for an outcome or a thing. So, what is the outcome? Bearing in mind, you're talking about whether even if it's industrial buildings, they're going to be large, whatever they are. So, again, two things. One is, what are you expecting from that consideration of long views? Actually, is it conceivable that if your positions are, say, not impact on long views, actually, is that, again, is something you're asking for you can't achieve? So, just what is your expected outcome?
Yeah, so the outcome we're hoping to achieve from that requirement is to make sure that any impacts on landscape character and views towards the site could be appropriately managed and, if needed, mitigated. So, yeah, we would be willing to consider maybe a different form of words that better achieves that outcome, possibly cross-referencing to policy DE11 Part 2.
Okay, I'll give some thought to that. I mean, I think, again, this is just one of those sort of, again, it's just a feature that if they've written if there was sort of more in-depth reason justification, it could explain what you mean by should consider long views, and all of that could have been explained, but it's just the nature of this, the way it's been done, and it's probably sometimes the need to perhaps be more explicit might be helpful in terms of effectiveness, because you haven't got the same level of discussion. So, okay. So I'll give some thought to that. Okay, any other modifications? I note here, there's two things. No, sorry, no. Before I got into modifications, or the same thing. There is nothing in this about the living conditions. I mean, it is picked up in H maybe from a design perspective, but there's nothing specific about the living conditions of existing residents. I take the point, you've got policies on that, but similarly, I've also read in some other allocation policies where you've specifically said things about minimising overlooking in order to, so there is a, you know, you have taken that approach, and I think once you open the door to that approach, then the question is going to be, well, if you said it there, why haven't you said it here, and does that mean you're not interested in it here? So I wonder whether something explicit about the living conditions of those residents would be suitable.
Yes, it would be sensible. So yes.
And just in case I haven't said this in the last hour without prejudice to any decision I make. And then the other thing that's not mentioned here is parking. I don't think. I was just trying to see if this appeared in the sort of suggested modifications. It probably does in an oblique way about active travel and reducing travel and so on, but I don't actually think it says categorically anything about parking standards. Or am I wrong there? Have I missed something? No. That's correct. Yes, it does. Sorry, it's a new one, isn't it? No, that's 4. I've jumped from 4 to 5. So, no, I don't think it does it? So again, as a matter of consistency, one assume you would probably want to refer to that. The next question to that is, because of the site's location, would it still be looking at it from the perspective of London Plan normal, you know, the sort of PTAL 1 or 0 rating, or would it be, well, actually, because of its location, it'd be something different? But I might just leave that with you. I think the first thing is, my suggestion would be, there's an action. I think, you know, purely as a matter of consistency, it would be adding something about parking standards. I think that's all the questions I've got. So, Enfield Road Watch.
I'm intrigued by the wording of D, which is one you haven't picked up on. It's one thing to talk about active frontages, high levels of visual permeability on Mollison Avenue, but on the Ridgeway, is this implying that these massive buildings are going to come right up to the edge of the Ridgeway, which would be totally inappropriate? I mean, if this does happen, it needs a lot of buffering to try and preserve as much of that green gateway entrance to the borough as it possibly can. I just can't quite visualise this without horror. So.
No, so Mr. West, thank you.
Thank you. Just to build on the point that you made, sir, about the distance that Hadley Wood Station is from the site, which is the nearest site in Enfield. There are footpaths that lead from Hadley Wood up to this site, but they're very tortuous. They're not footpaths that you could cycle along or that you would walk to work. They're leisure footpaths, really. For cycling and walking, you would need to use probably part of the London Loop, and you would still end up at the bottom of the hill, so we'd end up having to come all the way up the Ridgeway, up the hill. So it's not really very accessible either by bike or by pedestrian movement. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, did you have another? No, sorry. Yes, particularly the point raised by Ms. Fisk, about the frontage. Again, is that actually? Again, is it sort of? Actually, that's not what we probably mean. Bearing in mind what you've said about wanting to mitigate and, if you like, minimise the visual impact that active frontages along the Ridgeway probably would actually work against that objective.
I think the intention behind that requirement is to make sure that the more kind of antisocial, I guess, aspects of development can be contained within the interior of the site. But then, of course, that shouldn't override the wider imperative to properly buffer and reduce the visual impact of any proposed buildings. So clearly there's a lot of design issues that will need to be worked out in future stages of development of this site if the allocation does go forward. So yeah, the intention there is to make sure that the kind of more antisocial kind of aspects of business operation aren't kind of accommodated hard up against the Ridgeway.
So I don't know whether it helps, but the if one looks at the inset map, one can understand the visual permeability point, which is visual permeability through the site, so it doesn't become monolithic in scale. And then the active frontages on the face of it is set well back from the Ridgeway itself, so it's an active frontage within the site, but nevertheless along the Ridgeway element. So it's looking to reduce the level of visual impact in that way.
Okay, in terms of an active frontage, I understand it very much in terms of a high street. You know, active frontages are, you know, the shop windows, the entrances, the so on and so forth. So when you're talking about in the industrial, in this context where there may not be publicly facing elements to it, because you're obviously there's not, it might be businesses which don't have comings and goings in that respect. They are, you know, the workers come. Do you mean then primarily the parking, the servicing section is away from the Ridgeway, and the public facing potentially more attractive facades, if such a thing can be delivered with a logistics shed, would be facing outwards, but still potentially behind landscaping?
That's correct, sir. So there's kind of less scope for active frontages with businesses such as logistics firms compared to kind of normal high street businesses. So yeah, the activity would be people coming and going. It'd be the office function. It'd be any you know, creches or other kind of human activities that are accommodated as part of the operations. So it wouldn't be the kind of big trucks coming and going. It's that kind of more human scale activity that would be accommodated on site.
So I think there's a slight, again, you could, if you read the policy as a whole, there's quite a few references to streetscape improvements, landscape improvements to the Ridgeway. There's where does it say it? Should provide streetscape improvements along the Ridgeway, for example, wide footpath trees, planting. So, and then that's one element. So it gives a vision of, I don't want to say hiding, but softening, filtering the development behind it. And then you've got this reference to active frontages. Again, it's probably you understand it from your point of view. Maybe again the wording, because you haven't got the reason justification to explain it, is to set out, you know, it's to say it's more about what you've just said. So what a form of words which actually doesn't give the impression that you have, I mean, using I know the inset map's there, and that probably gives a clue to it, but not the impression that you're going to be removing any hedgerows to the frontage, you're going to be building right onto the frontage. You know, it's that kind of, so it's because it's a quite a detailed, nuanced idea. It's one of those areas where it's hard to explain in a short, punchy policy, you know, criterion. Unfortunately, you might need a bit more weight because you haven't got the ability to kind of explain what you mean without, and I'm not intending to suggest rewriting the entire plan, so you've got, you know, copious amounts of reason justification. If you can come up with a form of words, and obviously my first possession would be if the council could, in the fullness of time, in your list of actions, you know, potentially come up with a suggested modification for me, which would try and reflect the overall picture. So I was saying, if you look at the overall plan, you might, if you read each criterion, you might get this, oh, you can understand it. But if you read each criterion in its own, just on its own, I might read that and go, oh, so you mean shops on the frontage, or you know, the sheds coming right to the boundary. So yeah, okay, thank you. And I think the access point they give, I think the point was made about the topography. Again, I'll get an opportunity to. I can't promise I'm going to walk from Hadley Station to the site, but I'll get an opportunity to at least get an idea of the topography and the difficulties, or otherwise, of that. I think I've covered the modifications that I want to. So then we are on to matters of delivery, and again, same point really. Again, it's the same period. You expect it could come forward between now and 2030. But even if it was later than that, presumably there's no reason why it would come forward beyond 2041, presumably.
Yeah, that's correct. So we've got no evidence to suggest that it would be delayed until after the plan period.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I might have a slight question mark about the start date and 5 years, but that's not the same as you've got 2030 to 2040. You've got 11 years, if you like, to deliver that. So it's not the same thing. So okay, I have no other points. And is there any other points on this site before I draw things to a close? Any from you? No. Well, 10 minutes early. Ish. So again, thank you everyone for your contributions this afternoon. It was always very helpful. As always, I've got an awful lot to think about and come back on. There are some things I'll need to feed back to the council probably next week through Annette about how we deal with some of the actions. But if you could get me your action note, as you did last week, there's no point. As I said, you may as well be at least. Doesn't need to put me tomorrow because I'm not going to be around to see it. And then we are back. In 2 weeks' time to deal with Chase Park. I don't know if I'm seeing yourselves for that, but and we're only sitting Tuesday and Thursday on that one at the moment, aren't we? So maybe Friday morning. So anyway, thank you.
So can I say on behalf of the council, we're very thankful that you sat late, particularly some pretty challenging days in order to get through this. This week, and it's much appreciated.
The problem I'm more concerned is I'm more concerned about how I'm making you all sit here for the time, because it's I'm more than happy to do it, and it's no particular problem for me, but I'm conscious I'm keeping people well beyond the working day, and particularly volunteers who are coming in the volunteering. So it's
Well, thank you for the chocolate brownies today, whoever gave us
Well, say that wasn't me. We have to be absolutely clear, it wasn't me.
It literally wasn't a sweetener.
So anyway, thank you all, and I will see those of you who are seeing in a couple of weeks' time. So thank you, and have a good weekend. Thank you.